work is never through. We making it cause we make it move. The only thing we know how to do. Said it's the only thing we know how to do. Work hard, play hard, work hard, play hard. We work hard, play hard, keep partying like it's your job. Work hard, play hard, work hard, play hard. We work hard, play hard, keep partying like it's your job.
YGG Play Summit 2024 is live.
Let's do an energy check, guys. 1, 2, 3. Energy check!
GM Manila!
We are now live from Samsung Hall for the YGG Play Summit Showdown.
To be in an industry where it's actually very profitable to do something you're passionate about is something I wouldn't trade for anything at all.
It's just great to see so many friends, especially so many of you are visiting Manila for the first time. So yeah, my heart is full and we've only started.
And we are back here at the YGG Play Summit Showdown here at the SM Aura.
I would say what we did right was set a really strong foundation right from the beginning.
Game is all about fun.
Ultimately, the objective should be to build a really competitive, a really fun game, a really aesthetically pleasing game.
SMX Convention Center, SM Aura! GM guys, by the way, I'm Nicola, one of YG All-Stars, and I'm with... I am Munchies. Hello everyone, also from YGG All-Star, and welcome to YGG Play Summit! We're super to each other. Can we go to the middle right now? Let's go. I miss you so much, Migo.
I miss you so much.
What's up?
I'm good. Can you hear my voice? Can you hear? Hello.
Hello. Yeah, I hear you. But a little bit paos, huh?
Yeah, a little husky.
A little husky.
But welcome everyone to the YGG Play Summit. And today is the day one of the Expo.
Yes, sir. I'm super excited today because you see all the booths prepared for the community, all the games, and all the fun that will be happening just here in our YGG Play Summit 2024.
Agree, Munchies. But before we go to the activities today, let's have a recap of what happened for the past 2 days.
Yeah, it's so fun. Yesterday and the last 2 days ago, yesterday we had an Indus tournament.
Yep.
And we have Kadaliman Esports grabbing the championship, bringing home 2,500 USD.
Wow. And not only that, Munchies, on an all expense paid and will be battling out, flying to India.
Yes, sir, that's right. And not just that.
Yep.
They will be having and fighting with the people coming out from different places around the world with a massive $250,000 USD prize pool. Wow. Amazing, amazing tournament. Shout out and kudos to the Indus team bringing out their game here in the Philippines. And you know, we Filipinos love Battle Royale. So for sure, I hope we got that $250,000
Yes,
prize pool.
Philippines represent.
Philippines represent! Let's go!
But not only that, we also have the Axie Infinity show match
That's right.
between awesome content creators and players, right?
Right. We have Hezelia yesterday. We have Kuku Crypto. We have, I think, Cloudy.
Yep.
Playing
Karakute as well.
And Karakute as well, battling out with our Axie peeps and content creators.
Yes, and the final match, the very
Oh yeah.
esports player, Indes versus
Spam and Rise!
By the way, guys, let's call on some people. Come here, guys.
Hi guys, to all the people that wants to be part of our introduction for today's event, let's go here, come with us, and we will be having some giveaways! Alright, who wants a t-shirt? Who wants a t-shirt,
Want
boys?
some giveaways?
Let's go, Migo!
Let's go. Let's go.
Alright! We have some goodies here to give away to everyone. We have some goodies from Arena of Fame. We also have
goodies from Cypher Odyssey.
I also have some t-shirt here from our Rari.
We also have t-shirts from YGG.
And I also see one t-shirt here. I think it's from Aptos Games.
Guys, Nico, dami na na. Peba nga naman.
Siyempre naman, si
Baka,
Dano.
pwede ba ako makakuha niyan kahit nandun ako sa likod?
Pwede!
Dapat hindi. Kailangan sila yung pupunta dito.
Kailangan pumunta sila dito.
Kailangan po muna sila dito.
Sige, tutulungan ko kayo ha.
Yan.
Ano yung criteria? Sino yung hinahanap natin from the crowd para makakuha ng merch?
So, ang kailangan lang nilang gawin is umupo lang sila dito dahil i-itcha namin yung mga t-shirt
Okay.
na to.
Oh, alam nyo na guys, you heard it. We are giving away t-shirts and merch. Lahat ng nasa booth. Everyone in the booth, we're giving away free merch.
Let's go!
Magpapagaw sila ng shirts. Sa harap, magpapagaw sila. Let's go! Magpapagaw sila. Tara guys, yung mga nakapila. Matagal pa yan.
Eh, sa mga nakapila, guys.
Ilan yan?
Madami.
Madami to. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Ayan.
I think
Oh,
we
lahat
have-
ng nakapila, namimigay sila ng shirts dun sa harap. Let's go!
Let's go!
Yung mga matagal pa sa pila, sa harap. May pagaw. Let's go!
Okay. Ito na sila. Tumawad na
Ayan
sila
na.
sa Dano. Oy! Siyempre, Migo.
Ayan.
ano? Kailangan nating madinig kung sino ba yung pinakamalakas na cheer dito sa mga group natin. Ay! Patinig nga! Teka, dito ka! Patinig nga dito! Hoy!
Dito.
Sige nga, patinig! Aba! Nagkakagulo na. Parang kulang pa tayo. Pwede ba kayo umupo dito?
Nako, sa kanan.
On the left side natin. Ayan.
Miko, Manchis, feel ko sa kanan yung iba to eh.
Sa kanan.
Ayan na, nasa kanan, nasa kanan.
Nandito ba? Nandito ba? Nandito ba?
Ayan.
Ay! Okay, 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 okay. Pamigay mo na yan! Oy! Let's go! Sino ba? Sino ba? Dito sa harap, dito sa harap, dito sa harap, dito sa harap. Oh! Dito, dito, dito. Teka, amigo, teka, amigo. Gusto ko ulit madinig yung hiyawan nila eh. Okay, okay. Sabay-sabay tayo ha. Sabay-sabay tayo. Energy check in 3, 2, 1! Okay, okay, okay. I think dito naman tayo. Okay.
San pinakamalakas?
Pinakamalakas. Sigaw nyo nga, sigaw nyo nga. Ay! Oh! Ay! Teka, meron pa. Ang dami naman ito, Sir Migo.
Siyempre,
Love tayo ng events natin, ng mga booth natin, ng mga games natin. At sino gusto niyang lanyard? Parang tumahimik sila. Parang sabi nila, wala ng t-shirt ha.
Ang ganda niya, no? Lanyard. Oh, pinakamalakas ulit.
Pinakamalakas ulit. Tingnan nga natin. Isa pa nga. Sigaw nga tayo dyan on our left. Aba?
Dito naman sa kanan. Wala na akong boses.
Sige, isa pa. Dito naman sa kanan. Okay, isa pa nga. Sample nga natin. Dito naman sa gitna. Aba? Okay, okay.
Saan natin babato?
Saan natin babato?
Dito na!
Dito na! Ibato na natin yan! Let's go! Alright! Let's go! Okay! Okay, guys nga pala, no? Okay lang ba mag-request kami na upo tayo sa mga chairs natin, i-fill up natin yung chairs natin dito. Also dito sa may gitna natin and also sa right side natin. Siyempre para malaman nyo kung ano ba yung mga mangyayari ngayong araw na to.
At syempre, meron pa tayong pag-giveaway mamaya.
Ay, meron pa pala ulit mamaya sa mga mag-i-stay. Diyan lang kayo, sit back, relax, and enjoy because we still have a lot of giveaways for you at para dyan sa katabi mo. Eto. Gusto yata nila ng t-shirt eh.
T-shirt,
Upo muna kayo dyan. Upo muna kayo dyan.
t-shirt, mamaya.
Eto, para sa inyo na to guys. Ayan. Okay. Ang daming tao, amigo.
Syempre.
Sobrang daming tao. At feeling ko nag-enjoy ka kahapon, ha?
Di naman halata, wala na akong
Ayan, shout out to everyone who's here with us yesterday. Also, on our first day at syempre, sa mga nagpunta nung event ni YP.
Grabe. Doon naubos yung boses.
Doon naubos yung boss. Nakita ko si Miko doon, dancing and grooving, giving all his energy para sa community and all the dancing para makipagsabayan. Syempre,
Tama yan.
Pinas
no,
to
Manchis? Oo. Philippines represent.
Philippines represents. Let's go. At syempre naman, Migo, no? Well, we had a lot of events yesterday and on our first day. Ngayong araw na to, sobrang dami ding mangyayari.
Tama ka dyan, no, Manchis. Kasi we have the $100,000
parallel tournament. Let's go! Grabe, $100,000 parallel tournament sa Samsung Hall gaganapin yan. And also, we will be having a game expo and a founder panels later here on our stage.
Tama yan, no, Manchis. We also have the Game Jam Award ceremony as well.
Yun. A lot of people fight against on our Game Awards, on our Game Jam
Jam.
yesterday. And also, we'll be having a leaders roundtable at 11 a.m. and 2 p.m. A lot of leaders will be coming on this event also.
Yes, no? And Munchies, ito yung pinakamaganda.
Yan.
Speaking of awarding, we'll be having the YGG Hangouts Community and Creators Night.
Yun! So to all the community and all the creators, later, stay kayo dyan, sama-sama tayo. At syempre, hindi lang yan, Miko. We will be also having the match and play by YGG and Made Viral. Ayun.
And syempre, no, bukas, tuloy-tuloy pa rin tayo sa ating Game Expo and Game Show matches.
Yan! Hindi lang yan, no? Hindi lang bukas, pati mamaya, ang dami nating show match, different games. At nandyan nga pala si Kevin. Shout out to Kevin the Road! Siyempre bukas, Mikolo, on the 22nd, we will be also having the Leaders Roundtable, the Metaversity Bootcamp. Ow! Oh, guys, last night we've watched an amazing video movie presented by Emphasis.
Yup, no? Yan yung ating Metaverse Filipino
Worker. Yan, ang lulupit niyan. The star of this movie, can we call it a movie?
Yeah.
Right.
Yup.
So this Metaverse Filipino Workers came here from the Philippines. Nandyan si Spracky, nandyan si Ma'am Julie,
Yeah.
nandyan si Steffi, nandyan si
DC.
DC Boy, syempre. And also, yung
JB din, nandiyan din
si
JB.
Tito JB from NFTX Street. And lastly, yung pinakamalapit natin na Sisters of Mary. Yan, palakpakan natin yan. And also, we also have an Art Presents Mastering VC Funding with YGG and Long Hash. Ano pa yung amigo mo?
And syempre, no, ito yung pinakaabangan ng
Yan.
lahat kasi first time magkakaroon ng Game 3 Awards on-site by Games.
Uy! Games GG yan! Siyempre naman, atin ka ba dyan?
Syempre,
Yan!
ready na yung damit ko.
Yan!
Yung boses ko na lang.
And on November 23, syempre, we'll be kicking off with a live energy party and AMA with Luke and Heidi from Pixel! Grabe! Nakikita ko lang sila sa Twitter space, also sa Discord, but right now we'll be seeing them in person. And for our next,
Tama ka dyan, no? And syempre, magkakaroon din ng bakbakan
Yan!
between the Wolves now. Stage takeover with an off-the-grid show
yun,
match
gustong-gusto ko yung laro na yan.
featuring Cairo and the Wolves.
Yan! Wolves now, let's go! At syempre, hindi lang siya nagtatapos. We also have YGG Esports Captain DZ going head-to-head against Alistraza in our parallel show match. Let's go!
Syempre, no, meron din tayong Sparkball, Ripstorm, Shutterline, and ito yung pinakamalupit.
Yan!
Meron na akong mga nakita dito, mga
Yan.
cheese, no? Pumunta na yung iba nating mga cosplayers.
Andito nga sa harapan. Shout out naman, Anya. Say hi to everyone! Yay! Anya Tangfield, let's go! At hindi lang yan, amigo. Siyempre, kung may cosplay tayo, meron din tayong YGG Play Summit After Party!
Sobrang daming mangyayari.
Yeah.
Kaya naman guys, sa lahat ng nandito, let us enjoy. Punta natin lahat ng booths. Makinig tayo sa mga panels.
Yan!
And mag-party tayo.
Party! Let's go! See you guys! Maya-maya lang.
Thank you, Mikolo and Munchies. Today, we're starting off by talking about the importance of authentic content with some of the people who work to support the content creators. Hosting this panel is the crypto writer and researcher for Coin Bureau, Kevin Jayaraj. He will be chatting with some of the leaders in content creation, led by the CMO of Auto Legends, Ashley Christensen, CEO of Made Viral, Don Sim, and the Chief Executive Officer and founder of Yay Technologies in blockchain space, Peter Ng.
Morning.
GM, guys, what a wonderful day. So I'm your moderator for this session. Our topic is why authentic content matters. Guys, I have three esteemed gigabrains with us today to break down this topic. No better than them. Panelists, please introduce yourselves, give a short two-liner about who you are, what you do in the industry.
Oh gosh.
Ladies first.
Woo. Yeah. Thank you guys. So polite. So my name is Ashley. You guys can find me on X/Twitter, whatever we're calling it now, at Ashley Christ. I have led marketing in around 70 different startups. I've worked very closely with various VCs, been in the games industry for about 12 years, and have worked very closely with content creators because I was a full-time creator for, for around 10 years. Worked with some of the best, like Ninja, Kitty Plays, Pokimane, and can't wait to talk about content creation and authentic content with you guys.
Hi guys, my name is Don. I'm the CEO of Made Viral. We are a marketing agency in Southeast Asia, and we work with about 90% of the PC console game companies, about 50% in mobile game companies, so anything from Riot, EA, Ubisoft, Bandai Namco, Sega, Tencent, and the like. We've been working with content creators in Southeast Asia for 8 years now, and we have been bringing games to millions of gamers here for a long time. So very excited to talk about content creation here today. Thank you.
Morning, guys. My name is Peter Ng. I'm the founder of Blockchain Space. We're building a flagship product called Yay Technologies. It's a gamified fan rewards platform. We work with Web3 gaming communities. So we work with 50 gaming guilds out of the Philippines, also South America, and have a global reach. We're also working in the K-pop and the P-pop sector in the entertainment space, working with their sub-communities. And yeah, looking forward to sharing some insights from there.
Amazing. Thank you, panelists. So I think we should start with the topic itself. What is authentic content?
What a loaded question for your first question, man.
That's a very, very question. Maybe I'll start. So, gamers know gamers, right? And if you're a true gamer, everyone can tell. If you're not, then we can tell too. And so, when a content creator makes content for a game, the plot, the characters, the story, the gameplay comes through in your content. If you're able to, if that resonates with you, and you're able to create entertaining content for that, and your fans enjoy watching you, that's as authentic as it goes. And also for the game companies that you represent, they want to see you play these games with fun and joy. And I think, when you are really, if you're a true gamer and you're really, really bring that out in your content, it comes through. So to me, that's authentic content.
I'm going to take another stance on this as well. So we were talking about authentic companies here in the Philippines in particular, right? And how people that are coming into Web3, they don't know how to identify whether a company's authentic or if they are, a scam, or whether it's, it's something else, right? So I think in the Web3 space, it's very, in particular, very, very difficult, very technical field where we rely on people that we trust to validate whether someone is authentic or not, right? So what's happening right now, especially in the Philippines, is the gaming communities, like the YGG content creators, they are the ones that are helping to explain to people these are trustworthy companies that you can actually work with, and you can look into their projects. Then there are companies out there that are getting flagged by the SEC, right, that have great names, but have absolutely no authenticity within the space, right? And they're the ones that are, very hard to identify. So you need to rely on those communities to identify who is authentic and not.
I love that you're speaking a little bit to the legality which is so important for this space. I think when it comes to authentic content, that matters a lot. I also find that authentic content differs a little bit if we think about it from the creator side or from the company side, right? From the game side. Because as a game, when I'm looking for, let's say, a creator to work with who's very authentic, I look for somebody who is very connected to their audience, who feels like they have a stronger relationship versus they're just speaking to this entity that they have. I really look for people who are trying to interact not just between themselves and their audience, but they try to create this sense of community where they get their community members to interact with each other as well. And then from the game side, authentic content to me means we partner with creators who have that sense of connection, but we also know which creators to work with versus just working with a KOL agency that's going to send us like 1,000 different creators who may not be very well aligned with us.
Great answers. I want to pick on something Peter mentioned. You mentioned there's a lot of scams out here. So what are the red flags people should look for when, trying to identify who's not an authentic content creator, who's trying to scam people?
I think one of the key things to watch out for is clearly any promises of making money. I think when something sounds too good to be true, that's usually pretty much the biggest red flag, right? Anything that's too easy as well. So you put your money into something and then you're guaranteed some kind of return, or someone is making something that, some kind of promise that sounds way too unbelievable. I think you need to question it.
Good points. Do you guys have anything to add to it, in your view?
Man, if you ever get into an interview with anybody, never download anything. Nothing. Great story. If anybody ever wants to come and hang out with me later, I will tell you that one. But yeah, anything that feels fishy, that feels off, is an immediate red flag. Anybody, yeah, and I agree with you. I think anyone who is asking you or telling you that you're going to make money without much effort, if it feels too good to be true, how do we go down the list of red flags in this industry in like 20 minutes?
Kevin, we might need a different panel for that.
Fair enough. I also want to pick on something Don mentioned, which is, to be an authentic content creator, you need to be really in touch with the content you're speaking about, whether it's a Web3 game or anything. So on that front, I have a question, right? Do you think it's important to be a good content creator or a good gamer to make authentic content?
I think, so what is a good content creator? What's a good gamer? I think often the definitions are quite blurred because you can be a really terrible gamer, meaning you could be really bad at games and you just enjoy playing it. And there's nothing wrong with that. But I think fans watch a content creator not because they play a game extremely well. I think it's, life is already really hard as you look around, but when gamers watch a content creator, they're looking for entertainment, right? I've had a hard day at work, I come home, I want to see my favorite content creator tell me about this latest game or play some latest game that he or she has found. And I think, that to me is ultimately a good content creator because you are representing yourself, you're representing your communities, you understand what they're looking for, and you are giving them that entertainment, giving them that kind of, the content they're looking for. But do you have to be a really good FPS shooter? Do you have to be a really good MMORPG planner to plan your characters and your builds and all that? I think yes and maybe no. It really depends on the content creator you are. Some content creators are very focused on showing gamers how to play a game well, in which case you better be good at the game. But I think if you're focusing on really just taking care of your fans and making sure they have a good time, I think that entertainment value and being able to bring out that game, the emotions of the game, the kind of all that plot and all that attention to detail that's put into the game comes out through your content. I think that's also a good content creator. So
I want to hop on here as well. hopping on from what Ashley was saying about finding your tribe, right, and finding a community that you trust and that you relate to, right. I want to shout out to my team over here. One of them is actually in the cosplay industry, and I was just thinking about it, like in terms of like authenticity, right? Who would you trust to learn about Web3 gaming, right? Would you rather trust, you know, a Web3 content creator that you don't know, or some that you trust within your own cosplay tribe, you know, telling you about, okay, this is what Web3 gaming is to me, you know? So I feel like, you know, authentic content from their perspective is, you know, their own interpretation of, you know, how the industry looks like to that particular tribe, you know, right?
Yeah, I think it's conviction that you're speaking to, and the sense that you can really pick up from a creator if the thing that they're talking about is something that they're legitimately involved with. So it's very different to speak to somebody who is boots on the ground in the cosplay industry and in that scene compared to somebody who's not within it. They're gonna speak very differently. They're gonna use different language. And people want to follow creators who are similar to them or who portray similar interests or personality traits. So I think whenever it comes to being a gamer, like you were saying earlier, yes, if your goal and who you are and the audience that you're trying to build is an audience that is, their goal is to be very good at gaming, then sure, you need to be great at gaming. But there are a lot of different ways that you can create valuable content for people, and that can look very different. I think right now our industry is very early, and so we're very much focusing on how good are we at the games that we're playing. But there's education, there's entertainment, there's inspiration, there's all these like various themes and elements that you can bring to your content. And you can also differentiate yourself a lot by just injecting your personality and the things that you enjoy and pulling more aspects of that into your personal brand is something that I find to be very fascinating, that like large gaming creators tend to do very well. You don't just see them play video games, you also learn about like their family or their favorite restaurants or all of that. I feel like whenever it comes to content creation, specifically within the Web3 game space and being an authentic creator, it's definitely a space for more of us to talk about and to start to like differentiate and stand out a little bit more, even if we start to go into maybe the Web 2 side of everything.
Okay, great points indeed. One thing that Peter said stood out to me, which is tribalism, right? Like you have an ecosystem of partners, friends who support you in your journey as a content creator. But do you think that can be a double-edged sword, right? Like if you start creating content in one particular ecosystem, say you're an Axie creator or you're a Ronin creator, the minute you decide to step out, it hits your authenticity. Like some people take it as like, oh, he's betraying the community. What would you say to that? How do you approach such situations when you're leaving that?
I have so many feelings about this. I know I just spoke. Do you guys mind if I start? Okay. So one of the things that creators can do, especially when you're early on in your career, you might pigeonhole yourself into a specific niche or a specific style of content. And it's like a double-edged sword, because when you become known for a thing, and especially when it's early in your career, it's very important that, yes, you niche down and focus really hard on one specific thing and get very good at it and become known, right? It makes it a lot easier for you to stand out when you are working within like one area of expertise versus trying to go across all the various chains, all of the different games, all of the different styles of content. So you start within this one space. However, if you don't test, and if you don't expand outside of that, you are going to get stuck in that one space, creating that one style of content for the entirety of your career. And the problem with that is that we are all humans. Our identities change and evolve over time. And so one of the things that creators definitely need to think about is, are you placing bets? Are you testing for who you are becoming, not just who you are right now? One of the things that being a marketing lead taught me that being a content creator didn't is the importance of not just doing the stuff that you're known for and what you're good at, but also allowing yourself that like 10% or 20% space for creativity and doing something different and testing new things, because you never know what's going to work. You never know what's going to be the next trend. You might actually start something completely new that nobody has done before.
Do you guys want to add anything to it?
I mean, talking about content creators doing something different, 1 or 2 years ago when we promoted a game Like a Dragon Ishin, which is a game from Sega, the game is an action game. It's a JRPG in a sense. You fight with samurais and all that kind of stuff, but one of the things we did was got a content creator to sing a karaoke song on the start of the stream. That resonated so well with the fans. Obviously, that's not what he does normally. He kind of butchered the song a little bit, but the fans loved it, right? Something like that, I think, you know, the kind of unexpected content, you know, trying to be creative, trying to be, you know, surprising for your fans adds a lot of value. And to them, they feel like, whoa, he's doing something new again, or she's doing something different. And I think, you know, experimentations are obviously very important, but also establishing your identity, establishing what you're known for, is also very important. There are so many creators that fans can watch, so why should they watch you? Right? So I think your identity and also being able to build on that over time, and so that your fans learn who you are, but at the same time, the fact that, you know, they also see that you are also trying to be, you know, trying to grow and trying to do different things to entertain them. I think that is ultimately very important as well.
Great points.
I'm trying to work out whether I understood the question correctly, which is someone from one sector talking about content in another.
Yeah, you run a fan loyalty platform, right? I'm sure there's a lot of guilds in your platform. I'm sure, do they all keep playing the same game, or do you notice some sort of an attrition rate, like where they constantly move to different games? You run a fan loyalty platform, right?
Yep.
And you have gaming guilds within your network?
Yep.
Do you see them moving to different games quite often, or do they stick on to one game regardless of rain or shine, whether the game's popular or not?
So I think it depends, right? But I think definitely when you find a community that's very passionate about, let's say some guilds are very competitive, right? So what you'll find is like communities basically categorize themselves. So like the people that stick together, they're usually quite competitive. So if you're in a competitive guild, everyone's competitive. So if the game is very competitive, and let's say it's of a certain genre, let's say first-person shooter versus, MOBA, right? Then, you're going to see more FPS people and competitive play, tribalism within that community, and if they found a game that they really love, I think they're going to advocate for that game until they find something, else that they want to experiment with. But there's definitely, I think there's a lot of loyalty when it comes to, once you know what you love, these people will advocate for it.
Great answers.
I do think, however, when a content creator is very focused on one game, it comes with a lot of complications as well. Take it, for example, in the Philippines, you have creators that only play one game. For example, they only play Mobile Legends, or they only play certain FPS titles. Yes, your fans love you playing that game, and they really, every time you play, they really get into it. And, it does limit yourself in terms of the kind of fans that you would get, because these people will obviously like you to play that game. This obviously limits your opportunities, because if you're only playing one game and you try to promote a different game, say a different game company tries to work with you, one, the game company might not be very keen to work with you because they think that you can only promote that one game. The second, your fans might be kind of upset, like, why aren't you playing the game that you usually play? And I think that is a problem. There's no right or wrong, and obviously some creators actually have multiple channels where one is focused on one kind of game and others are more varied and you try different kind of games. I think it really depends on the kind of creator you want to be, but you have to make that decision. And experimentation of trying different games is fine, but you might find some resistance with your fans when you're trying to switch different games. And if the performance is not good, obviously the game companies that work with you might not be very happy as well. So it's a bit of a thought that you need to put in there. Yeah.
Great answers. I have a spicy question for you guys today. Right, so Web3 is very financially driven, right? Everything here is token prices. So in your experience, right, working with creators, influencers, brands, how often do you notice token price coming into the conversation when brands are hiring or games are hiring content creators? Is there a success metric that these games assign? Like say, hey, if you talk about our game, if you promote our game, I want the token price to pump by this much.
A lot.
Right?
You're asking if KOL shill tokens.
Yeah. So that really digs into the authenticity of it. So I would love to know about that.
I mean, I think it's pretty known in the industry, right? That there are certain KOLs that are known to buy into early rounds of a token, and that, you know, they get their fan base into the token so that, you know, the price will go up, right? And, you know, for some people, that's okay, because as long as you're not exit liquidity, right, and you're not the last one holding the bag, then you're probably going to make some money, right? But you should also know that, you know, these people they have a lot of self-interest, right? And that, you know, ultimately, these people are there to make money, right? And that's, it's up to you to decide whether you want to back, you know, or listen to the KOLs that are basically shilling bags, or the people that are more interested in, you know, more other aspects like gameplay or longevity and, like, you know, sustainable economics and so on.
So Made Viral will never work for a creator that focuses on shilling tokens. We are in the business to promote games, so we don't believe in pump and dump. We don't believe in shilling tokens. We're here to promote games for fun. And because we work with a majority of Web2 creators and they're also going into Web3, for their safety and for the safety of their fans, we will never ask them to talk about the price action or the financial viability of a token. Rather, we do talk about token utility, but we very much focus on the games. And this is our stance when it comes to Web3 game promotion.
What a question. Man. Ugh, God. I know. Yeah, this is very spicy. Okay, so financialization is fascinating because we didn't really have to think about this in the traditional games industry. If you're working with influencers or if you want to be a content creator in normie gaming, you're not thinking about investments, or, I mean, even a lot of them feel a lot of shame around like making money from their content still, or in-game monetization. Lots of frustrations around that. Obviously, Web3 being very different in this space. Any creator who spends their time finding ways to like dump on their community is going to receive a lot of hate and a lot of pushback, and it's going to be impossible to grow your content after incidences of that. We have seen a lot of creators, whether or not that was legitimately what they did, if it looked like that was their intention and a narrative was created that that was what they did to their community members or to the community of the games or the chains that they love, problematic, canceled, like, you're done. However, I do agree with you. I think Web3 needs to do a better job thinking about talking about games and promoting games because they're games and they're fun and we love them. We play games, like that's what we do. And yeah, we want to make money on the side. I think a lot of people here are very entrepreneurial. We have a different way that we think about the upside for us as creators and the games that we play, but we want to do it authentically and with integrity.
Great answer.
I'm going to give you another perspective, right? Which is, so Web3 projects need visibility and they need reach, right? And so working with KOLs is, you know, that's pretty normal in the industry because that's how you're going to gain visibility, how you're going to get reach, right? Allocating tokens to KOLs, very, very standard in the Web3 industry. So sometimes it's misconstrued that, you know, KOLs are getting token allocations to dump on their fans. So I would give another take that I think what needs to actually change is basically things like vesting periods or like ways that KOLs can exit their token positions and enjoy the upside of building a community together with the project without actually affecting people like their actual fan base. And that's very tricky, right? Because otherwise it looks like if the KOL got too much allocation and then the fans got in late, then it looks like they're selling on them.
We could talk about vesting periods and like token unlocks forever. What a conversation right now, so topical. Also, to go back to your original question, should games expect creators to make their token go up? I think that there are some games that do that, and I have worked with games and founders who their expectation was growth and was liquidity. And if you didn't deliver on that, they would let you go. You wouldn't be working with that founder or with that game anymore. I don't know that it is that cut and dry whenever we look at ROI of working with creators, that it's as easy as saying, hey, my token didn't pump, you're worthless as a creator. I think that's a really short-sighted way of thinking about our relationships within the industry.
Right. So we're in our last 3 minutes. So I have one last question, it's very related to the last question I asked you, which is you mentioned, right, when creators do paid collaborations, it's often construed as inauthentic. It's, it's a shill, it's something like that. What would be your one-line recommendation to creators about how to do it properly? Like, what's the right way to approach paid collaborations?
I think creators getting paid to create content is very natural. It's a job, right? Getting paid to do your job, there's nothing wrong with that. What's wrong is when you create content that drives your fans to do something that can potentially hurt them. And I think the very content you produce is what matters the most. The business model between a content creator and trying to get paid to create content for you is literally what celebrities and what all these other industries are doing. So there's nothing wrong with that. But if you create content trying to drive your audience to buy a token, and that obviously might not go well, then you have to bear responsibility for what you've done, right? So I think business model is not wrong.
I think my end it comes down to transparency. So exactly what Don was saying. It's very normal to be paid for doing your job, right? But then, explicitly declaring that you're invested or you have allocation, and you will be exiting at some stage. I think that's very important.
Yeah, I agree. I think just disclose it. Don't feel shame because you're getting paid for something, but also don't lie about it, because people are going to make decisions based on the things that you say as a creator, and you have a responsibility to act within or act with that knowledge.
Makes sense. I received a lot of insights from our discussion today, so that's our time for today, guys. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank
you for your insights.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, Ashley, Don, Peter, and Kevin. As a reminder for those who are joining the Leaders Roundtable at 2 p.m., they are kicking off in a couple of hours. As you exit the conference room, take a right and go up the escalator. Moving forward, we have another speaker joining us who knows a lot about authentic content. He is Sebastian Bourget, co-founder and COO of The Sandbox, to discuss the creation of content in the metaverse. He'll be joined by our very own John Sedano, an OG YGG member, Global Community Marketing Manager, and PH Campaign Director.
GM everyone. Hey Seb, how are you doing?
I'm great, so happy to be here.
It's good to see you again. You've seen firsthand, how YGG has started with the Philippine Web3 Festival, then W3GS last year, and here we are. Wow. What can you say?
I've been already last year, so it's been a year exactly, and I feel like it's even bigger.
It is.
That's amazing.
We're gonna need a bigger venue next year, that's for sure. But yeah, guys, so it's really good to be here, Seb. You know, it's always a treat being able to hang out and chat with you. The Sandbox, I've been one of the earliest players. I'm the first few guys who was able to log in and play Sandbox when it first launched through Sandstorm. Right? There's a few guys.
Yeah, we were actually sharing that memory. Like, we took a selfie in the metaverse 3 years ago. We were like a group of like 12 or 15 people.
Yes.
We climbed to the highest point,
Yep.
right? And you tokenize that memory. It was made as an NFT.
Yes.
So there is a proof on chain that you were one of the first exploring the metaverse.
Yes,
with us.
and I'm still waiting for what airdrop those 12 guys will be getting, Seb. Let me know soon. No, but yeah, kidding aside, we do have a POAP when that happened, and the rest is history, man. So many stuff has happened in the past few years, even through the bear market. We even did an event with the YGG community where we did a dance-off between Seb and Gabby while doing an AMA with the whole YGG community hopping on. So the goal was really to get updates from Sandbox, but also try to crash the server at the same time and stress test the server, see how far it goes.
That was one of the funniest AMA I've ever done, for sure.
Yeah, but then since then, Seb, we'd love to hear, the community would love to hear on, yeah, what's been building, you know, how's the Sandbox going, and yeah, go for it.
Well, we're ending 2024 on like new records, basically. Like, we've been going great. We have announced major brands and partnership regularly. The latest one being Attack on Titan, King Kong, and Terminator, for example, who entered recently. We have also continued to ship major product updates. So introducing a new game maker this year that really powered the creators to make like a great diversity of game, make them much more fun and so on. And we've been actively growing. So even if like Metaverse wasn't really in the news lately, we gained over 1 million new users. Now we have like 6 million users on Sandbox. We opened publishing on our map a year ago. That was last November. Today we have over 1,500 games that are live, made by the creator, published and playable. So Sandbox is now really a UGC platform. And every day there's like 300 new games that are created using the tool. And it's been just 5 weeks now. We introduced the Alpha Season 4. So every year we have this Alpha Season. It's the largest event of the year. It features 100 experiences for 10 weeks, 40 major brands, so Attack on Titan, Terminator, Hell's Kitchen, Playboy, The Voice.
My favorite's still Snoop Dogg, though.
Like Jamiroquai, cool content from music, from fashion, from your favorite brands and characters. And that season has now 500,000 players, unique, verified. So that's exciting. You know, that's the highest record we ever had. And it's still ongoing, so I'm quite confident that we'll reach, it will keep increasing. And that sets us for like a very good start for 2025. We will keep building up on that audience with more content.
Yeah, so I mean, there's really good, you know, feedback from the community as well that, you know, they're really excited about all the seasons coming up, you know, how the content is curated, the increase in active users. And I think that just sets you guys up for a very, very good cycle because we do expect a lot of new players, a lot of students, a lot of first-timers in Web3 to discover, you know, what a sandbox game in Web3 can look like. Because everyone knows Minecraft. Everyone plays Minecraft, right? Even my 6-year-old nephew is, you know, has better games and worlds in Minecraft than I do. And we definitely would want to capture that audience. And I think you guys are doing a very good job in handpicking those IPs that you work with and you build on. So mind me asking, for my next question, what has inspired you to take this route in building the Sandbox?
I guess it's a childhood dream. Basically, as soon as I got my very first video game console, though back then the Super Nintendo, I always dreamt like, oh, one day I'll make my own video game. And so I went through the journey, like understanding what do I need to learn how games are being made. And I find out that, well, it's actually pretty difficult. You need to have like special programming skills. You need to hire a lot of talent. Back then, you need to have like specific hardware for developing on console. Those development kits are quite expensive. The team are expensive, and so the barrier to entry was very high, both in cost, in talent, and in resource available. And then came smartphone. Smartphone appeared around 2010, and at that moment, I saw that people, like just individuals or small teams, could make games from their garage. You know, the dream of like the Bill Gates that started Microsoft from his garage, it's possible again. And so I decided with my co-founder Arturo Madrid, let's start our video game company making mobile games. And that's what we did. And the first game that we launched was actually the mobile version of Sandbox. In that game, we used the feature of the smartphone, the touchscreen, to exactly achieve that vision we had, like allowing anyone to make games just by the touch of their finger on the screen. You know, there's something magic when you touch the screen and you see things reacting. And just drag and dropping elements, playing with physics, putting characters, heroes, no programming at all. That was a very exciting sensation behind, like, I can make my own content, I can make my own game, share it. It became a huge success, 40 million downloads over 8 years, 70 million player-made creation. At the same time, as we grow in a number of creators, I also felt the struggle to keep those creators retained over time. Like, even we were close to them, featuring their content. Sometimes I was even like trying to pay some of them manually. There was no solution available to basically share a portion of the revenue that the content made by this creator brought to us as a game. It was just not allowed or possible technically. And so we were losing the creator. It was crazy. At some point, like, people I got so close to them, and like I had no other choice okay, let's find new creators and like see the good one that started a few years back live. Until we found about blockchain. Around 2017, we found about blockchain, we found about Bitcoin first, and then the first blockchain game, CryptoKitties, that used NFTs. And in that game, there was three things that were exceptional, that really stuck my attention. First one, like, the content was not bought from the developer, but was bought from other players. The second one, like those virtual cats, you were buying them not in the game from other players, but you were buying them on a marketplace called OpenSea, and sort of eBay. And the third one is you were paying it in crypto, not in fiat, and outside of the game again. And then I saw the potential, like, what if we, instead of virtual cat, we applied that to the content made by the creator in Sandbox? And that's the moment I realized, wow, the technology is now there, so any content creator can monetize, own, sell in Sandbox and outside of Sandbox their creation. So let's rebuild Sandbox, continue the vision, but this time incorporate blockchain and NFT from the beginning. And that's what we've been doing since 2019.
I think it's really beautiful to see that. There's a lot of news of, kids like 12-year-olds, 13-year-olds making their own apps, making their own, I don't know, even just content or just their own brands and platforms, because of the technology is ready, right? And it just really boils down to the tools, if it's there for them to use, and if it's easily accessible. And I think the thing that you guys are doing pretty well is that.
Absolutely, like democratizing access to content creation, pushing for the creativity, having the tools that inspire people to do new things. Like, everyone dreams, I can draw, I can paint, I can make a video, but sometimes, like, you realize, like, from your idea into putting it in practice is so hard. But with a new tool, it's become so accessible, drag and drop. You don't need to learn English, you don't need to learn programming. Anyone can make their own game on Sandbox. And I think the world needs, and specifically the new generation, all those children, they need to learn and acquire two essential skills to be better prepared for the future. They need to learn programming at some point, because we're a world that's constantly evolving toward technology. If we don't understand how that technology works behind the scene, we might be left behind. And the second they need is like financial literacy. Because once the world understands like what's property rights, what it means to like saving, to invest, and blockchain and Web3 bring both of those together. And you don't imagine the amount of skills that you actually gain by playing games and play to earn games typically. You learn to make your proper decision, you choose where you're going to spend to upgrade your character and maximize the outcome. You're constantly optimizing with strategy. Those are actually skills that we need in the real world to launch businesses, to make decisions, etc.
And I mean, it makes a perfect like launch pad, right? For whether if these guys, you know, these students who try out Sandbox for the first time, whether they want to make a career in gaming, whether it's in content, whether it's in the business side of, I don't know, maybe even esports or organizing events, like they will need a platform to try it out on. And that's exactly what we've seen with Metaversity and the Sandbox. So for everyone watching here right now, for those guys live online, all 7,000 of you, because I think we hit like 8K or 9K on Twitter yesterday. So I don't know how many are watching right now, but hit that retweet. Make sure to share to your friends. But yeah, I mean, we have been connecting the games, the platform, the tools with the gamers and to those people who I think need it the most. So we were watching the premiere of the Metaverse Filipino Worker documentary last night. And one of my favorite parts there was a female student who came from probably one of the poorest families in the Philippines. And she's had the opportunity to get into a very good school, which is the Sisters of Mary that YGG has partnered with together with Metaversity and the Sandbox. And they were able to learn how to make voxels, how basically they started to create something from nothing using the Sandbox. And Gabby and Kalos yesterday touched upon on how blockchain gives people opportunities to create units of value from skill, time, and effort, right? And now we've seen that. I'm excited for you guys to see it. We are going to be showing you soon a BGC version inside the Sandbox built by the students. So that time that they've been only given 1 hour a few times a week. They have 1 hour per day just to work on a voxel, and all those voxels were put together, put into a city, together with Sovox Labs, with the help of Sovox Labs as well, and it's amazing. We've built a freaking city in the Sandbox with students who need it the most.
I think like it's just amazing, and it's testament of like how accessible the technology is. Like they gain skills, they learn 3D modeling, and not only they made 3D assets, they learn how to place them and to rebuild a city, to rebuild their school and the campus, put it online, make it available to the rest of the world, and even gamify it behind, adding a lot of fun toward it. And I was there at the premiere yesterday, and that for me showed really like the impact Sandbox can have in the world. And not just because we've did it, but because the community, we are a decentralized ecosystem, so there are all around the world, and specifically in Asia, many active builders, trusted partners, studios who actually have been teaching to others about Web3, about Metaverse, about the creator economy, and by network effect, it spread out. And that's, I think, like one of the strengths, specifically in Philippines, seeing events like today, seeing what the Metaversity is doing, how it will spread the knowledge, and how you upgrade essentially the skill of a whole nation to allow them to access opportunities that they were thinking before were totally over. Like that girl was saying, like
she wants to be a developer, right, as well.
She wants to be a developer. She wants to make game, and her dream is like instead of having Filipino going abroad to find jobs, better job and pay, she thinks like now the talent will be developed here because like there will be both the demand and the skill set, and it's not just like low wage repetitive work, it's creative work, and that's very important and very different.
And not to mention that they also do understand that the time and effort that they put into building things in the Sandbox can later on be resold as items, as NFTs to other people who will be building also on the Sandbox that might need what they've built. Like the fact that they can grasp what the essence of ownership in blockchain is, I think that's a very, very big thing. Because I myself, before I fully understood what an NFT is, I mean, I don't know, like my mind went crazy for a bit. But these guys, it comes natural. These kids who are in high school, these kids who are about to hit college, they understand the importance of digital asset ownership. and also, as you said, being able to create those units of value and putting them in a game and making a career out of it.
Well, the best way to understand ownership is like to actually see like something you made yourself, not just something that someone gave you or like you buy somewhere, but your own creation. You can use it, you can transfer it, you can eventually sell it. And just, you were mentioning Minecraft before, Roblox, all those platforms. You create the content, but it doesn't really belong to you. Like you cannot take it away, you cannot sell it the way you want. There's so many limitations.
What would you say are like the technical skills that these same guys would need to be able to replicate the success of these students in that documentary? What's their starting point? What do they have to know? Or what do they, what's their starting, tools? How will they get started?
To get started in Sandbox in general? Well, I think like we have a lot of resource available online already from like regular streamers, tutorials, our wiki, the Discord channel, or the templates in the Game Maker that you can just deploy in one click and just start drag and dropping assets. Like it's literally a sandbox. Or think of it like a box of Legos, digital, that you use different bricks to put them together, and you're already like something fun and interesting within like minutes of hours. That's it. We also, and that's something I'm really excited about. We launched the DAO of Sandbox earlier this year. The DAO allows like the community of landowner and landholder to vote on proposal to support the ecosystem. One of the proposals that was approved was to actually launch a Sandbox Academy here in Philippines, and that proposal was actually voted positively. There is a very high score by everyone, and it's actually taking place like that. The team behind Bago Games, I don't know if he's in the audience, but he's been delivering on it, training hundreds of, or if not thousands of new students to be onboarded to VoxEdit, to be onboarded to Game Maker, and to start building their own and eventually sell their content on the marketplace. So what we've done with Metaversity for like Sister of St. Mary's School will, in my opinion, start happening in many other college, school, middle school, or across the country. And probably next year, I hope to see many booths featuring what those content creators from the different schools have done. And there might be some awards and so on, right?
Yeah, I mean, so with all of these, right, what would you say are the most common challenges in introducing a game like Sandbox to these kids or these new these new entrants into this space? What were your friction points and how are you planning to solve those?
Well, the main friction point has always been the technology. In a way, like the technology allows anyone to start creating, but at the same time, Sandbox is first desktop-based, so requires a PC or a Mac computer. It's not on mobile, because for creating, you need like a large screen, space to be more precise. And we know that like not everyone has access to like a reasonably good PC. That puts a certain barrier to entry, and that's why you need schools, academy to provide the hardware for the people in need who are interested. So you don't segregate them from the opportunity. The second thing is like, and we've definitely improved through it, like Web3 3 years ago was so focused on Web3 alone that we wanted people to create a wallet as a first step to enter, even before they understand what's the value proposition, what's in for me, what can I do with it. And many people got lost at this step, like the gap between like just like clicking, opening a browser or using your mobile phone versus like installing a wallet was too high. Thankfully, like guilds, like YGG, we've improved the product. There's account abstraction you can create just with an email, and the need for the wallet comes much, much later, so everyone can use for free the product, try it, and only when they make a purchase or claim, they can use it. And finally, there is a lot of misconstruction about the understanding of Web3 that's been propagated by, like, unfortunately, the certain events. Some people have been scammed. Some people have lost money betting on like token with very low utility or no utility at all. And they associated every project all of the same at the end. Because once you lose something, once you burnt, you know, like you kind of like that hanger, and you think everything is the same. But no, like there's real good actors that build real products that want to change the world. That's Sandbox. We've been demonstrating the utility. We want to empower you to create and earn. And we have to fight sometimes against that narrative, like crypto is a scam, Web3 games are not fun, and so on. And that's also why, beside at Sandbox, I'm also the president of the Blockchain Game Alliance, an association that promotes the adoption of that technology and try to change that perception, both from the industry and from certain gamers, that this technology can really benefit both the platform, the developer, and the players in a good way if we do things right.
No, I think that's very beautiful. So I was telling Nathan, also the team from the documentary, that I really loved it because it kind of reminded me that what we were really doing, right? Because it's easy to get lost in all of the noise, especially in maybe bad parts of the cycle. It's very easy to get distracted. But seeing the documentary, seeing someone say that, hey, I might want to be a game developer because I played Sandbox, or now I know there's such a thing. It just really reminds us of what we're doing, right?
Think about like how I wanted to make games. I played Super Mario, and one day I said I will make my own. So hopefully I inspire more people and next generation this way.
Yeah, we definitely have to check in on that student again, maybe a couple of years down the road. I wouldn't be surprised, maybe she's going to be getting an internship pretty soon from YGG or one of the YGG game partners, because that's the kind of talent, right, that we are looking for.
That's very good point. Like how all those skills have been acquired, they don't get lost, and then they benefit them straight as they will enter the job life or their like secondary studies to prepare for the job. And that's why I think it's very interesting that the booth there combines Web3 metaversity and future of work, trying to create this bridge. So like you don't just take this, okay, it's a nice hobby, but now I need to learn a real job. No, like this is a real job that can actually make you a decent salary, a living. It's different. It reminds me when I was a kid, and pretty much any kid in this room, if you told your parents, I want to make video game or I want to play video game as my job, they were laughing at you. They were like, be serious. Like, that's not an activity that you will be living off. Like, what the fuck? What?
Yeah, exactly.
Like, you need to be a doctor, an engineer, or a lawyer, and that's it. Like,
And you
there's
wanna
no
be a
other way,
gamer, a
my daughter or my son. Well, we're so happy to prove them wrong, right?
No, I agree. I mean, I myself, I'm in denial that content creation is actually a real career. But it's funny because I find myself going back and asking, like, I actually want to make content. I think this is actually a really good step because it doesn't only give you, monetary incentives, but you can freaking change the world. Imagine content creators like Miko, like Ruth, partners like Sovox Labs. Like, we're doing this because it's fun, right? And we're gamers at heart. But don't forget, like, the social impact and the lives that we're actually changing. We are doing it. It's not just a game, guys.
That's something I seen. Like the previous panel was about like how to make authentic content, and in Web3 and even in Bitcoin, a lot of people who started this, they were passionate about this. Like they felt like this is so disruptive that I cannot keep it only to myself. Like we need to be a group of people that think alike, that share those values, that want to make a profound impact, and that's what you carry.
I mean, so Seb, like before we wrap up, like I want to remind everyone watching and everyone here, maybe you could give us a quick refresher, because we've talked about careers, we've talked about content creators. So what opportunities has Sandbox given for like guys like Miko, teams like Sovox, builders and event organizers like Sandstorm, like those in itself, like being part of a community, being part of a game, those are actually jobs that help build the industry as a whole, right?
Absolutely. Like I've met across my journey traveling all those conferences, 100, if not thousands of people whose life have been impacted in a way or another by Sandbox and Web3. Like some of them became community managers, some of them became hosts, and tour guide in virtual world, 3D artist, 3D animator, level designer, level artist, voxel architect, fashion designer for avatars, even virtual land reseller, metaverse agencies. Those are just some of the examples that we've seen. Some have also launched their own business and start to hire people. And not of them have succeeded because it's still hard to be an entrepreneur. It's still hard to have a business that keeps running and become profitable. But they became entrepreneur. They were just like one artist passionate by something, one creator passionate something, and suddenly they assemble a team. They start to manage people, lead people with a vision, ship experiences. Some of the studios from Philippines actually are being featured in the alpha season and have hundreds of thousands of players now. Some of them, they build games for the largest brands and celebrities like Ubisoft or like Warner Music or other content. Think that when you think about it, like they were just one a 3D designer from Philippines. They thought like this is impossible, this is so hard to reach. Web3 and Metaverse broke down all those barriers, got us together, new opportunities, and at the end you should always look at the positive, like what has been the takeaway, what did I learn, how I expanded my network, how I gain new skill, how I earn. Maybe I've had loss as well, like any businesses, but I think overall, like I gained so much from where I started, and that's important to remember that.
And yeah, I think to top it all off, right? These same guys who've been able to be part of those opportunities have been building this or have been getting that success through the bear market, right? I mean, we've seen results, we've seen opportunities arise for them, but these guys have been heads down, day in and day out, despite what other people say, despite what the market says. And we're here, we're head on, and I think it's just going to get even bigger and better from here. So Seb, I think it would be best to maybe wrap up our session with advice for Web3 entrepreneurs and aspiring career builders like myself and the community in YGG.
Exactly, but thank you everyone. I hope to see you in the metaverse and be curious. Go on, go explore, start creating. You never know all the good that will come from it.
Amazing. Thank you so much, guys, and see you in the next panel. Cheers.
Thank you, Sebastian and Sedano. It's a wonderful hearing all the work that Sebastian and YGG's Metaversity team are doing. We already covered 2 amazing topics, and we got more to go. And with that, we would like to invite all of our expo attendees to kindly join us here at the summit area. In this next panel, we're going to learn even more about what the future of work for many Filipinos can look like with opportunities in advanced technology like AI and DeepIn. To lead this discussion about the future of work with DeepIn, we have Mike Mislos, the founder and editor-in-chief of BitPinas.com, the longest-running crypto publication in the Philippines. With him is the co-founder of Yield Guild Games, Beryl Lee. The head of gaming and protobots, Niresh Draven. And Dirk Ewan, co-founder and CMO of Kudis.
If you can be right.
Alright, so good afternoon everyone. So my name is Michael, the editor-in-chief of BitPinas. In this panel, we are going to talk about the future of work, community contribution to DeepIn. So the future of work. And then I know about, of course, DeepIn stands for Decentralized Physical Infrastructure Network. So it's actually a mouthful, the word itself. So when I look at what it means like combining physical items, physical infrastructures with blockchain to create decentralized networks for various applications, which is also a mouthful and not really something that could be easily explained. So maybe as an introduction, please introduce yourself and then let us know what you guys are working on with DeepIn. And maybe we can start with Beryl. And lastly, if you can have like a simple explanation as well of what DeepIn is in your own words.
Yes, so my name is Beryl. I'm one of the co-founders of Yield Guild Games. And the future of work is actually a very new vertical for us. right? And that is when we're actually like expanding as a a transition. When we transition from a guild to a guild protocol, we're hosting like on-chain guilds so that people can actually like play together. But at the same time, we figured that we can actually repurpose the technology, like the questing product, into emerging, being able to support emerging technologies, so people could actually, our communities can tap into it for economic opportunities.
Okay, hello everyone. My name is Naresh. I'm from a company called Protobots. Protobots builds a decentralized network of sidewalk robots. So basically what we do is we build these robots and the main purpose for them is to collect data for training embodied AI agents. And the second part was about Deepin.
Yeah. How can you explain Deepin in your own words?
Okay, well, I feel like I would give a very long answer to this, so I'll try and keep it short.
Yes, please do.
Deepin is a project that has essentially 3 core components, I would say. One is a product that is typically an IoT device that you can, connect to the internet and get some kind of utility from. Then you have an operator, the person who uses it. And the third is the reward, right? This person has to believe that they're getting some kind of utility from this product. So if you have all these 3 things, you essentially have a Deepin product.
All right.
Hey guys, I'm Dirk from Kudis. So we're the first AI-empowered wellness wearable on Solana. So I guess I'll try to continue on what Naresh has been said about Deepin. So Deepin to me is something where we are decentralized an infrastructure where that was used to be monopolized by the traditional company, but now in the hands of everybody can actually try to participate in that ecosystem, try to build on that infrastructure and gets rewarded. So for us, because we have the ring as the product, it's a wellness ring that tracks your biometrics, but also we help the users to actually store, encrypt their wellness data and store it on-chain, and providing ways for them to monetize their wellness data. So essentially, we're decentralizing the wellness data engine, which is able to be used to power up the next gen DeSci studies.
All right, thank you so much now for the explanation on what Deepin truly is. So I want to talk about community contribution and incentives. And I want to begin with Naresh. With Protobots, you mentioned that you guys are crowdsourcing data sets through essentially robotic software, right? Which is, I think, available here. How do you ensure that your community or the people that tried your product or project are motivated to continue participating and stay engaged?
Yeah. Well, so that's a very good question, right? Like, I think it's really, at the crux of what makes to me at least, a good Deepin product, right? Because on the one hand, you're basically saying to people that they have this thing that they're going to use, and it's going to produce some value. So you almost really have to prove out, as far as you can, the idea that you're going to get some gain, right? And then the question is, what is this gain? Typically in crypto, for everyone, this means tokens, right? Tokens that are going to have some kind of value. But then you go into this whole conversation on like tokenomics and like how you maintain profit, right? Because you could buy, let's say, a Deepin product tomorrow, use it for like 3 months, and the first people who start using it end up getting their return because of, speculation or whatever, right? But unless there's someone who's going to continue to pay for whatever it is you're producing, you don't really have a sustainable product, right? In many ways, crypto has kind of allowed us to shortcut our way to product market fit, but it's not a real product market fit in the traditional sense of how companies build products, right? So I think the way we see it is there are 2 avenues for us. Like I was saying, when you're driving your robot, it is your robot, you have full control over all the data, right? If you choose to share it with us, what we will do is we'll record all of this with your permission, aggregate all this data, and then use, we then partner with these world-class research institutes like UC Berkeley, who we are releasing our 7K Protobots hours data set with, right? Which would be, if I understand this right, the largest urban navigation data set for sidewalk robots in the world. but even at this stage, we're still pretty far away from actually monetizing it.
Okay.
Or at least that's, it's not going to happen tomorrow, right? And what we can offer to people who buy these robots, though, is the reward. And that's where I think the deepen model comes in. You're no longer, just the first users of a product who essentially use the worst product, right, of the worst version of your first product, and don't get any of the rewards. Now you're the person who is actively invested in the future of this company. And the second version, is just that as we're doing this, we're trying to build out a fun game that people would just like to play by themselves.
Okay.
So those would be like the two ways.
All right, thank you so much, Niresh. From robots, we go to wearables. Dirk, I know you have a product called, which is a ring, and I believe you also have a lot of competitors in that space. I believe also in Web 2. So, in the Web 3, or where we are now, with your product, which is essentially a ring that people can wear, how do you see incentives driving adoption and users?
Well, incentive, it depends on what market you're trying to approach, but I think like in all markets, incentive matters. So for any giving out incentives is not something new to cryptos.
Yes.
Like we're seeing like Web2 companies subsidize users. For example, like Uber has been subsidizing users initially. Like every startup is trying to subsidize users, right? So, but we do it in a more genuine way, in that we are able to provide token incentives for people. So, but I want to get to one thing is that like if you want to create a sustainable ecosystem where there's going to be constant inflow of users coming in, and then and there goes to be constant incentives, then I would say that you have to create an ecosystem where the infrastructure itself is valuable. So you cannot actually be subsidizing or providing incentive for people, and that's only coming out of your pocket. We're seeing a lot of games that did it this way, but they do not survive that long. So for us, it's like we got to go back to the business model of what we're trying to build. Is this something valuable in the long run? And if so, if we can pass down some of the value that we generated to our users and use that as an incentive, then we can create a very sustaining ecosystem. But like for us, I think we start selling the rings in May. We started in California, in LA. But then as we're going to the Asia market, I think we're having more focus on incentive part, because that's what gets people going. That's if they're able to earn their daily income from gaming or from using a product, then it's gonna make more. It's going to be very attractive for them to be able to onboard the ecosystem. So yeah, I think like in the importance of incentives on user acquisition is huge. But it's also depending on the market. And I'm pretty sure, like for a market like the Philippines, I think it's one of the top priorities for users.
All right, thank you so much. Though I like what you mentioned about incentives are not something that is unique to Web3, but these are things that also being done to Web2. And at the end of the day, we have to put the product in front of the market, in front of the users and players that you intend to target. So my question to you, Beryl, as a guild protocol, as YGG is a guild protocol with a strong community focus. So what's the key to building like sustainable community that is contributing to Deepin?
So YGG is in a very unique position because we actually have a global network reach of over like 7 million community members, right? Almost 8 million. And what sets us apart from different communities is they actually are very much open to economic opportunities. So we actually try to provide what they want, right? And to be able to do that, we actually offer them like a platform where they can actually discover and also, and try out, these like quests and activities for economic opportunities. And yeah, this is what we do. Like we give them what they want.
Yes. Okay. So now leading into that is my next set of questions about collaboration across ecosystems. No, so we begin this with Beryl again, leading it, into the previous question. Like I know that you guys are already collaborating with Deepin projects. So what has those collaborations taught you about the importance of partnerships? Like what are the kind of projects that you partner in that particular space?
So as an example with Throw the Bots, we were able to, so we kind of like launched it within our community. We actually found like players that would like to participate in the Grand Challenge that they did last month in Abu Dhabi. So at the comfort of their own, like home or barangay, they're able to kind of like drive these like robots to be able to kind of like map out like the streets within their barangay, and they gamify that experience into like a competition. And for those that actually like exceeded expectations, we sent them out to Abu Dhabi. And for our players that are within these communities, some of them have never gone abroad, so it's actually their first time to participate in like an international competition. And then apart from that, while they're actually driving, they could also choose whatever country that they'd like to map, right? So for them at home, it's kind of like a portal for them to kind of travel in like different places that they'd like to see. But at the same time, while doing that, they're actually earning some sort of like incentive.
All right,
So that's an example of a partnership that we've launched at YGG.
So with YGG, I'm not sure how many players or players you have right now, but you were able to identify which of these players would want to participate. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. So the next question is with you, Niresh and Dirk. So how was, for you, and how could working with organizations like YGG enhance your ability to engage communities for your particular projects? So maybe we start with Dirk.
Sorry, what was the question again?
So how could working with organizations like YGG can enhance your ability to engage communities and users for your project?
So specifically for our project or in general?
Whatever you want to
Yeah,
answer.
first of all, the gaming guilds, like especially one of the leading ones like YGG, they have a lot of communities, and every crypto project is looking for community, looking for volume, and so I think like by partner up with gaming guilds like YGG, it first brings a lot of volume, a lot of traction to the projects, and that's gonna that itself is really crucial and especially for a startup project. As you're getting more people using the product, you're getting more people testing it out. So that's very important. And for us, it's like we are trying to gamify the wellness experiences. What that means is that we want people to live a healthy life. We want to promote healthy lifestyles, but we also want to make it interesting for people. We want to incentivize it. We want it to be engaging, and that's the only way we are able to see them doing that and completing their goals in the long run.
I wanted to add something to what Dirk actually said. So with Kudis, it's kind of like the Aura Ring, right? So it actually tracks your biometrics, your heart rate, how you actually sleep, right? But like in like Fitbit and like Aura, what happens is you actually buy the device and then you have to go through like a subscription like process, and you don't own the data. If you don't pay the subscription model, you don't have access to your past like historic data.
You will lose
right?
your data.
Absolutely. So you have to keep paying that subscription, but at the same time, these companies, right, end up like using that data to be able to like monetize, right?
Yeah.
But in this case, what's happening is you probably sell the actual hardware, right? The Deepin hardware, and then at the same time, you do not actually have to pay the subscription.
No, you don't.
So the user actually owns the data. So at any point in time, whether like your fingers kind of like swell or what, you need to buy a ring, you will always have that data. You will always have access to that data, and because you own it, you can monetize out of it. Like you can actually it is your data. It's up to you what you want to do with it. And if you end up monetizing on that data, Kudus just gets like a commission out of it, right? So it actually really empowers the user who's contributing to that data pool. So I think that's something that I find that very
Thank you so much,
intriguing.
Meryl. Thank you so much.
All right. So how about you, Niresh?
Yeah. So, I think for us, YGG helps an incredible amount in giving us insight into gamer behavior, right? So, like Beryl was saying just now, last month we had this competition, right? We hosted it at a robotics conference in Abu Dhabi. Essentially, we co-hosted this with several engineers from Google DeepMind, where we had 7 gamers, 6 of whom, all 7 of them actually eventually from YGG, versus 3 AI teams, right? In a kind of human versus AI, first of its kind, like robot driving competition. Our firm expectation was that like the humans are, going to completely crush the AI teams, even though these are some of the best, AI research teams in the world, right? Like Seoul National University Singapore, but I think the whole process of it, so what we did was we went from a quest, right, that we co-organized with YGG, where I think up to more than 1,000 YGG gamers actually tested the first easiest version of the game, where you're just driving around on a roof, right, in a maze, to then giving a bunch of them, opportunities to drive in different parts of the world, right, where we had set up our bots. And then we also had a second track where YGG had several of these Protobot units, and they were driving around in different parts of the Philippines, right? And at every stage of this, we learned so much about how users interact with our product, because it is a fairly novel product in that we are also learning a lot about how people interact with robots, right? Most people don't walk around the road seeing like robots driving on the sidewalk, right? And we haven't really seen this that much either. But we got to do all this thanks to this, YGG community, which was incredibly valuable. The other, other big insights would be how it challenged our assumptions about where these robots could be, right? Because a common question everyone asks is like, are these robots going to be safe driving around? And yet, at one point, we saw some of the YGG gamers like driving around at night in parts of Manila for like 10 hours, right? We looked at our data and we thought like, there's no way, there has to be some kind of problem, right, with like, what we're collecting. And then we actually have 10 hours of footage of like this guy just,
Really?
going through the streets of Manila. Like we were incredibly impressed by this, right? And yeah, so these are like examples of like stuff that we are, incredible insights we've gotten from working with YGG.
And I guess also collaborating with communities, with Gold protocols, will help you guys explain to the intended users or players of your products. I think that's also a key finding on this one. So the next one, of course, is all fun and games until we talk about, of course, privacy and ethical considerations. I'm sure this is something that you guys have been thinking as well. My question to both of you, Niresh and Dirk, like how does your organizations address these issues, privacy, ethical considerations, while ensuring that, of course, your users will benefit from their contributions? So maybe we can start with Jürgen.
Yeah, sorry, so the first part was about privacy, right?
Sorry?
I didn't quite catch
Privacy and ethical considerations. How do you address those issues while ensuring that your users will benefit from their contributions?
Yeah. So the first thing is we don't record anything without a user's consent, right? You buy your robot, it is yours. If you want to contribute, there's a very, if you want to contribute your data, there's a very like clear button that you have to click, where from that point onwards, until you click stop recording, we don't have any insight into what your bot is doing, right? The second one, though, is because this is your robot, it is also your responsibility, right? And I think to us, this is essentially the only way you can really do this. have to figure out, the local legislations because they're different in every single country, and that's also why, to us, this has to be like a deepened product, right? You are incentivized by the rewards in that you will get, ultimately the benefits of this, but that's also what makes this a little bit hard, right? There is a very real operational aspect. You have to charge the robot, you have to, kind of look out for the safety of it. We have also designed the robots so that, they are very light and very small, right? So in terms of like physical safety, if it went like full speed into your leg, you probably wouldn't feel much of it. It would be a little bit of an annoyance, but like it wouldn't actually cause damage. Yeah, so I guess that's how we think about these things, like small robots that can easily be destroyed, and personal property. Yeah.
All right. How about you, Dirk?
Just want to echo on what Naresh was saying. So the first step is what we do is we provide the users with a choice if they want to share their data. So if they don't want to share their data, that's perfectly fine with us. Then it's just going to stay there. They can use the ring, they can track their wellness level, but that's it. They might not be able to actually get access to some of the service, like the AI coach, for example. They might not be able to earn that much from the data part, but that's their choice, right? But if they actually choose to find a way to monetize their data, then the next layer is we gotta find a way where we need to censor out all the important information related to the personnel.
Okay.
So like I was in Bangkok last week. Actually, I asked I had a panel with some of the DSI guys. So we were talking about how like the moral behind genetic data sharing. So I had one question for my community, and that is, if your data is completely detached from your IRL and your IRL person and your IRL connections, then are you willing to share it? And if so, for what purpose? So I was getting different answers, but essentially the idea is we're trying to separate the IRL person with the data. And then we're mostly using the data for, we help the users to use the data for research studies. And so that's the way we're dealing with the privacy issue.
All right. So how about on your side in YGG, Beryl? Are there any considerations into that when it comes to deep-end projects that you are partnering with?
Absolutely. So it's very important and vital for us, so YGG, to partner with ethical partners, right? And so, yeah, we perform like DD before we actually onboard them as a partner within the platform.
All right. So, by the way, I was very surprised with what you mentioned earlier about the subscription on the rings. Like you already paid for it. You already have the subscription, and you still don't own the data.
That's why I really love the idea that the actual users really own that data, so that data becomes like an NFT, right? Like whether it's in AI or the PIN, right? In AI, the AI agent itself is actually the NFT, right? And then whenever they actually want to, trade or monetize out of it, it's still theirs. Right?
Yes.
I really like the idea.
Yes. So, I think we have to wrap it up. Of course, your key takeaways. If you have to share one key takeaway that our audience can learn from this panel about DeepIn and the future of work, what mindset or action should they adopt if they want to participate in DeepIn? So maybe we start with Dirk.
So one thing I want a community or want an audience to know is that there are a lot more value that's attached to your wellness data than you thought, and a lot of companies are hiding that away from you. And I'm pretty sure that the case is true for other industries as well. So with DeepIn, we're trying to unlock that amount of data and trying to bring it to the users.
All right.
I think I would say that in today's world, like you hear a lot about AI, right? And like a lot of industries, are filled with people who are slightly worried that like AI is going to take their jobs, right? What I would say is, as AI is doing, as it's progressing, it'll also create a lot of opportunities, and I think that is one of the things that we want to focus on as well. there is a lot of space for human contribution to the field, especially in for example, with Protobots, right? Like there's so much data that needs to be collected, and the only way you're actually going to get this is through people, for example. And I think if you design a system well enough that the humans are still in the loop, it can be a very beneficial thing for a lot of people.
All right. So, first of all, Beryl, no, so I would like to agree with what you just said. And for me, it's like time is money. I mean, whatever spare time that you have, if I can use it to monetize something, maybe if I use the ring or interact with the robot, then maybe there's something that we can consider as something that we can augment to our income, for example. No, so and yeah, Beryl.
Yeah, so we encourage the YGG community worldwide to explore, discover, and try the quests that we have. So GAP season is ongoing, and they can actually just discover what they're interested in. We also have metaversity programs. It is our form of like upskilling community members that are very new to what AI in the pin is. They can actually learn what it is, and from there they can proceed to the questing programs and try it out. It's the best way to learn.
All right. Thank you so much, guys. I learned more about Deepin here than whatever I have read before, and I hope our audience as well, and even online, learn more about the topic. So thank you so much.
If you can be right.
Thank you, Mike, Beryl, Niresh, and Dirk for a great session. Now we'll hear from two OGs in the Web3 gaming space who have both taken full advantage of their opportunities. To talk about what it means to create and be a part of an on-chain guild, let's welcome the community lead of YGG Pilipinas and NFT games and Web3 content creator, Sprocky.
If you can be right.
And the head of YGG Esports and Gaming Ops, and the co-founder of Synergy Guild, Nate.
Hello guys, GM. My name is Sprocky. So I'm with my good friend, Mr. Nate. How are you, man?
Hi everyone, I'm Nate from Synergy Guild, the guild leader of Synergy Guild.
So do you guys know that Nate is one of the OG guild leader here in the Philippines for Web3 gaming? So Nate, can you share us more what is your guild and all about your community?
All right guys, so our guild name is Synergy Guild, but the backstory is we started on the Axis Scholarship before. So the name of our guild is actually Nate Axis because since then, 2020, the only Web3 game available is Axie Infinity, right? So we started the guild as Nate Axis, and then after some time when I joined YGG in 2020 as well, we started the scholarship program in YGG, and our guild grows. So we rebranded in a certain name that we can play other games aside from Axie. So we branded as Synergy Guild.
So I'm very curious, right? Back then, you guys are providing scholarships and opportunities to Axie gamers out there. But what makes your guild different right now compared to back then?
Okay, so right now the difference is we're playing a lot of games. We have a diverse amount of players. Actually, the amount of players that we have right now is around 1,000 to 1,500 players. And they're very diverse in a way that we have MOBA players, we have casual players, and we have competitive players as well. So we play a lot of games, like MOBA games, idle RPG games, yeah.
So I saw a lot of Synergy Guild members roaming around the hall just this morning. So shout out to all Synergy Guild members out there. And yeah, you've been part of YG, right, since the beginning. And YG just officially launched on-chain guilds on base. So yeah, can you share us more about on-chain guilds?
So on-chain guilds is basically a group of people that have a shared vision, shared goal or even just share something, right? So it can be shared careers, shared organization, but since we are in a gaming event, the common term that's a guild is basically a group of gamers, right? But it can be a group of like teachers. It can be a group of like schools, right? They can basically make an on-chain guild, make themselves known on-chain, and then have achievements on-chain. That's what we call SBTs, Soulbound tokens. So these individuals, they get achievements on-chain, but their guilds get achievements on-chain as well. So they create their own identity, they create their own reputation on-chain, which the world can see. So the world can create opportunities for them because they can see what they have achieved on-chain.
So they're like building their reputation and like having their achievements on chain. So
yeah, that's right.
yeah. So yeah, I have my own guild as well called AXU, and actually Nate here is one of our mentors when we are starting out our guild and our Web3 journey. So yeah, the Gap season 8, right?
Yeah.
Has officially launched like last week. Will your guild be participating on all those Gap quests available out there?
Yeah, absolutely. So we have different quests, different Gap guild quests, and we have individual quests as well. But absolutely, Synergy Guild will join the Gap guild quests. And yeah, I think we're mainly looking for Battle Royale, Arena of Fate, Immortal Rising, and the Mystery Society for guild quests.
So Battle Royale, we just had one tournament upstairs yesterday called Indus. So it's a Battle Royale mobile game. So I hope soon we have some Synergy Guild representative to play Indus as well.
Yeah, for sure. There
Yeah.
will be.
And what's your favorite Gap quest or your community's favorite Gap quest last season 7? If you can share it to me.
So our guild members is actually most of them are casual players. So the favorite game that they're playing is Pixels.
Pixels.
Yeah. Pixels and Arena of Fate.
Pixels and Arena of Fate. So those two, we have booths there, over there, Arena of Fate and Pixels at the expo area. So they can actually see Luke and Heidi over there at their booth. So they will see Luke and Heidi for the first time. Are they gonna be excited for it?
Yeah, absolutely. So Synergy Guild members, if you're here, look for the Pixels booth there, and Luke and Heidi is there.
Yeah. Okay. My next question is, on-chain guilds allow games and projects to target high-value guilds like your Synergy. What type of games should target your guild? So yeah, you said before that you guys are a MOBA and a casual players, but if you are gonna choose just only one, what it will be?
Okay, so as I've said, most of our players are MOBA and casual players. It's very different from where I started. Because I started in Axie Infinity, the guild started with Axie Infinity, and it's actually a TCG game, right? But right now we're evolving in a more casual gaming. So it would be still Pixels, and for competitive gaming, it would be MOBA.
So Pixels.
Pixels for casual.
For casual.
Like games like that.
Mhm.
Farming, simulation, RPG. And then for competitive play, it would be mainly MOBA games.
MOBA games. Okay.
Yeah, like Arena of Fate.
So for me, our community are a big MMO fan. So recently we just played an MMO called Metascene. So in our guild AXU, we befriended some Chinese community there. So our own guild have some guild leaders as well on the Chinese side of our community.
That's what's great in Web3, right? So we're in the Philippines. We can play with some players around the world, and we can actually make an on-chain guild, not only by Filipinos but by different countries as well.
Yeah, it's really different for like each guilds out there, right? For example, you guys are heavily in MOBA gamers or casual players. Us are a heavy MMO players. Some are like an art guild. Some of them are like an NFT enthusiast, right? Or a meme coin, a guild for a meme coin trader. Can we put it on the on-chain guild?
Yeah, for sure. We can put it there because they have a shared interest, right? And people can see it that they're traders. So if something comes up, because in Web3 we don't know. We don't know the opportunity that can come ahead. So building your identity now, building your reputation now, is very important as you go dive more into Web3.
Yeah, guilds have their own identity, right? So guilds not only for gaming.
Yeah,
it's for everyone with the same interest. We can have like a guild of teachers, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Maybe teaching how Web3 works or onboarding people into Web3. So yeah, I think this will be going to be my last question for you. So Gabby just launched yesterday, right? The on-chain guild on Base. What does it mean for your guild to be part of YGG's guild network?
All right. I was actually watching yesterday when Gabby launched when he's talking with Jesse when he launched on-chain guilds. So it really feels good. We just don't know that we can manage the guilds better. We can scale better. We have the infrastructure to do it. But it actually feels good because it's like we feel that we're part of something bigger. Just being on chain, our guild being on chain, we're part of something that can change the world. So yeah, it feels great. It feels amazing.
Yeah, it feels something. All your achievements, all your reputation you do here in Web3 are now recorded on chain and on your guild, for your guild. Yeah. So I think for those guild leaders out there that wants to be part of the on-chain guild, any tips for them?
So guys, if you're a guild out there, just sign up on the waitlist form of YGG. We have a waitlist form, and if you sign up there, just wait for I'll give you the invite code, and you can make your on-chain guilds there on the YGG website and start questing.
Yes, and for all of those guild leaders out there that want to be part of the on-chain guild, just reach out to Nate or me, and let's do it. Let's make your guild on-chain. And yeah, I think we need to wrap up. And thank you very much for listening to us. And I'm Sprocky, and this is my friend
Nate.
And thank you all.
Thank you, Sprocky and Nate. Now let's lighten up a little because it's time for some fun with Abo and Munchies.
Hello, Mike. Let's go!
GM, everyone!
What's up? YP in the house, yo! Hi guys, I am Munchies and I'm with...
I am Abo!
Hey! At syempre, dahil ito yung pinaka-break time natin, Abo eh. Ang dami nating natutunan, so right now, dito sa YPS natin, it's not just about gaming, but learning from all the CEOs, all the game developers, at syempre sa lahat ng umaakyat dito sa stage, mga guild leaders and community members. Ayan, okay. So ano nga ba yung gagawin natin ngayon dito?
Actually, hindi ako familiar pero parang familiar yung crowd natin dito kasi weekly ba naman ginagawa ng YGG Pilipinas ang ating Crypto Fiesta!
Ayan, syempre, dahil Crypto Fiesta IRL event ngayon, syempre, hindi mawawala yung ipapamigay natin sa ating community.
Yes, exactly. We have a lot of giveaways for all the attendees of YGG Play Summit. So we are encouraging you to go here on stage to get a chance to win our merch.
Yan! So we have a lot of merches here. So if you want to win a t-shirt, taka na dito sa harapan, makipagkulitan tayo with us at malay nyo, kayo na ang manalo ng ating magandang t-shirt!
At syempre, hindi lang t-shirt kasi meron din tayong tote bags from Mighty Actions Heroes.
Grabe, may pamigay din sila na hoodie.
Wow! Naman! Sana all my hoodie! So guys, let's go here on stage para naman may chance kayo manalo ng ating merch. Let's go!
Okay. Dahil dyan, Ate Amo, ano nga ba yung mechanics natin or gagawin natin for the community na makasama natin dito sa stage?
Feeling ko gusto kong hirapan and yung hindi familiar lahat.
Yan.
Diba?
Okay.
Gusto nyo ba yun ng hindi familiar sa inyo? Kasi feeling ko, dahil may hoodie tayo, papahirapan natin. So, Munchies, ready ka na ba sa game natin?
Yes naman. Ready na ako, Abo. Ikaw ba? Ready ka na ba?
Game na!
Okay, dahil dyan, guys, let's do our giveaway. Pero bago yan, pakilala muna natin ang isa pa nating kasama on stage. Let's all welcome Ate Ruth!
GM! What's up? YGG Play Summit! How are you guys?
Good. Super excited, syempre, dahil Crypto Fiesta na naman.
Oh yes, inaabangan kasi to ng maraming tao. Kasi syempre, hindi lang sa Discord, diba? They want to experience it in real life.
And ayan nga, magpapagames na tayo. Marami tayong pag-giveaway. So everyone, we're inviting everyone to join our in real life Crypto Fiesta.
Yes, sir! So meron tayong mga merch right now. Tara na dito sa harapan if you want to join our giveaway. So basic lang naman yung mechanic natin. So our mechanics is...
No, our game is...
Our game is...
Yes, our game for today is none other than... Bring Me! I told you, hindi siya familiar.
Super unfamiliar game.
But I think our international audiences, do you think they have Bring Me?
Oh,
Do you guys have Bring Me? Or is it only in the Philippines?
For our international...
No, I don't think they have Bring Me.
YP is not nothing is said. Do you know
the game Bring Me?
You
Okay.
do?
Oh,
yeah. Okay, a lot from our crowd knows Bring Me. So, if you don't know what Bring Me is, we will ask you an item and you just have to bring it on stage. And then you will get a chance to win one of the merch that we have here.
That's right. And the first person to come up here on stage with us will win an exclusive merch.
Yes, that's right. So, guys, let's go here. Go more forward. Let's go. Okay, so for our first item, let's ask them. Are you guys ready for our first item? No? Not yet ready? Are you guys ready?
All right, I think they're ready. So let's start our first Bring Me. So ano ba una natin
Take it away
papamigay?
for the first one, Abo.
Okay. For our first item,
What will they win?
I think this tote bag.
Okay.
Wow, cute is the tote bag from Mighty Action Heroes.
For the Mighty Action Heroes tote bag, we ask you to bring us
Okay.
Okay.
Next
So,
time.
next time, on the next one.
Okay. Okay. Hello, what is your name?
Kevin.
Kevin? Okay,
Kevin.
congratulations, Kevin, for winning our Mighty Action Heroes Tote Bag! So, ganun lang kadali. It's that easy to just come up here and bring us the item. Okay? Okay, so yes, you can just stay here in front of the stage to receive your prize. Okay, so let's go for the next one because we have so many prizes.
Let's go.
Go, Munchies!
Maybe let's do 2 winners for this one. Oh, no, I will not give this. This is mine.
No! This is for them.
Okay, fine. So, for our next Bring Me, we will be giving we'll give away 2 winners for a big picture. Okay, let's go.
Ronin Maxi.
What's up? And for our next Bring Me, the 2 persons that will come here near on stage, bring us your best friend. Bring your best friend.
On stage. Okay, again, everyone should be in front of the stage.
In front of the stage. Yeah.
No going up on the
No going
stage.
up, guys. No going up.
Okay, so we have a new rule because there's so many of you guys. So, next time, you need to look for Mikolo. Okay,
Do you know who
need to look
Mikolo
for
is?
Mikolo.
Hello.
Mikolo.
Okay. So what happened?
Again, we're gonna do it again.
Oh, we're gonna do it again. That's so sad. Okay, but that's fine. The first 2 persons that will tap Mikolo will win the merch. Okay?
Yes, but a different Bring Me this
A
time.
different Bring Me this time. Okay.
Because we want you guys to be safe.
Alright,
Right,
okay.
right. Safety is more important, okay?
Alright, so for our next Bring Me, the first 2 person that will bring a pen, go here and tap Migo, you can win a t-shirt!
First 2. Okay, we got one. Okay, congratulations.
They are ready.
What are your names? JC and Yanni, congratulations. You guys both won.
I think can we
Pixel
have a quick
shirt.
picture with them?
Yes, sure.
A quick
Take
picture,
a photo.
quick picture.
All right, congratulations. Okay, so for the next one, what do we have still?
We have 2 more t-shirts here.
Oh, 2 more shirts.
Yep.
Okay, so this one, I want to make it a little bit more challenging.
Let's go.
So, we all know Mikolo is a dancer, right?
Oh!
Right?
Show us some moves, Mikolo.
Show us some moves, Mikolo.
Hey!
Ice cream yummy! Ice cream good! Ice cream yummy! Ice cream good! Alright, so the first 2 to come here with Mikolo will win merch! Let's go! Ice cream yummy! Ice cream yummy! Oh, okay, we got a challenger! We got a challenger! One more challenger! Let's go! Let's go! Come up! Alright. Okay, so first, what are your names? What are your names?
My name is Zemogs.
Zemox from STI. Yeah, you're wearing it.
Okay, how about you? What's your name? Ziwei from Sylvie Academy!
Hey! Alright, drop some beat. Let's give it up for Mikolo, Zemox, and Ziwei! Ice cream yummy! Ice cream good! Ice cream yummy! Hey!
Napakalulupit na,
Ayan, congratulations! Congratulations!
Okay, okay.
Okay, okay.
Okay, for our
Thank you
next
guys, thank you guys.
giveaway. I think 2 more Pixel shirts and the last one will be hoodie, right? Okay. Okay, so any merch to guys, surprise na lang kung ano yung mabibigay sa inyo. But 2 more winners. Let's do it, Abo. What's in your mind right now?
Okay, for our next item, bring us any merch from the booth inside. Let's go!
Let's go!
Any merch,
We got
any
one, we
merch.
got two. One more.
Yeah,
Or two. Okay, two. Wow. How did you get that merch?
From the ISA,
What did you had to do to get that merch?
spin the wheel.
Oh, spin the wheel. So we have a spin the wheel over there. Congratulations. What's your name again?
Justin Howard.
Congratulations.
Okay, how about you? What's your name? Irish. Okay, what is the merch that you brought on stage?
Oh, it's from Mantle.
How did you get that merch?
Scan the QR in Telegram.
Oh, see guys, by just scanning the QR on our booths, you will get a chance to win their merch. So congratulations to you both.
Take a photo. Let's take a photo. Take a photo here in the middle. Center.
Congratulations for winning. And for the last one, we got a hoodie. All right. If you guys are ready, bring me. Pumunta kayo dito sa harapan and just shout, YGG Play Summit!
Okay, first, say your name and then shout YGG Play Summit, okay?
Hello, my name is Ellie Wood from Silphi Academy. YGG Play Summit!
And with that, you won that merch. Okay, so let's have a picture, guys, for our last winner. And dahil dyan, hindi pa tayo nagtatapos dahil madami pa tayong gagawin later. But for now, we will end our Crypto Fiesta, guys. See you again maya-maya. Malay nyo, madami pa tayong giveaway. So this is Munchies.
This is Sabo.
This is Ruth, and we'll see you guys later. Enjoy!
Thank you for energizing the crowd, Ruth, Abo, and Munchies. Our next panel will talk about how platforms can really support founders in their mission for innovation through creating strong ecosystems. Let's hear it from Sonic SVM Head of Business Development, Arif Kazi. Head of Strategy at X Populous and a key figure at Psy, Sobi Saki. Ecosystem Developer and Growth Lead at Aptos Foundation, Sushi Kev. And Global Marketing Director of Coins.ph, Kat Gonzalez.
Hey everyone. So I think to kick off, it would be great for you guys to just do a quick intro about what you do, your project, your chain, and how, in like 1 to 2 sentences, how you're supporting Web3 games.
Sure, I'll start. GM everyone here. My name is Arif. I'm from Sonic SVM. Sonic is a Solana-based gaming L2, and we are trying to make gaming most accessible and most affordable for game developers out there.
Sobi?
I'm Sobi. I'm one of the co-founders of Zai. We're the first Arbitrum L3.
focused on supporting open gaming and real economies in games.
Hey everyone, I'm Kevin, leading developer growth efforts at Aptos Foundation. For people not familiar, Aptos is a very performant layer 1 powered by the Move programming language. And we're really excited about games. I mean, there's a lot of different things that we think that Aptos is well capitalized to help gamers build easier, faster, and I'm really excited to be on this panel with some friends here. Looking forward to it.
Awesome. Yeah. So I think we have a lot of heavy hitters on stage, and I think one thing I'd like to ask you guys is, what are the unique challenges that you see this time around, right? Because it's been a few years since, Web3 gaming has been around and really made it big with Axie and different games as well. I think we have a better understanding now of the challenges of game developers and Web3 games. And so what are some of the unique aspects that you guys are looking to hit and address to make that easier for these games to launch on chain?
For sure. So I've seen a lot of gaming challenges, mostly from the developer side. So one major challenge that I've seen is that there is not enough resources from the tech side for game developers to start building. For instance, whatever SDKs are available currently in the market, the biggest issue is that for you to use them, you need to have some sort of background in tech. You need to be aware of blockchain and you need to have gaming development experience in blockchain. However, if there was to be some SDK, wherein if I'm just a normal dev from Web2 and I don't have any blockchain knowledge as of now, still could I go ahead and make a game? If we could get that possible, then that would be pretty cool. I think that is something which is lacking right now, and we guys at Sonic are developing that as we speak. We are currently building an SDK called Rush, in which any developer out there, not necessarily blockchain gaming, could be like a simple Web2 dev, and just by configuring the parameters, they can start developing the game, and it is very easy for them. So we're trying to take away the complexities away from blockchain and making it as simple and as easy for game developers to build it. And the second biggest challenge that I see right now is user distribution. I think it is very difficult to find a distribution channel which funnels a lot of users. And the issue here is that there are very few distribution channels available and everyone is fighting for the same amount of pie. So let's say there are X amount of total users in Web3. Now every platform, every blockchain out there in gaming is fighting for the same pie. And it is getting smaller and smaller, leading to more fragmentation. So what I think we can do here, we need to find out our own distribution channel, which is unique, and then try to funnel out users into that. So with respect to that, what we are doing is that we are the first blockchain who have come up with gaming on TikTok, wherein we are using TikTok primarily and trying to funnel in users from there. So as of now, last week, we just crossed around 1 million users on TikTok. And this is the new funnel that we found. And probably if we can find out new distribution channels like that, I think it should be much more easier. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, I think going to echo the distribution stuff, but 2 other points. One, I think regulatory is actually a pretty big concern. So for right now, when you do a token, you are basically told to create a stockless foundation in the Caymans with a BVI sub. And then you have this board and all the stuff that you have to do. And that could be around $500,000 basically to do that. And then in addition to that, you need to pay for exchange listings and all this other stuff. So actually, putting a token in a game is quite expensive. We focus a lot on indie games, and average indie budget is about $2 to $5 million. So imagine if you're spending anywhere between 25% to 10% of your budget on just legal stuff. That's quite capital intensive. In addition to that, a lot of indie game devs are just passionate about building games. They don't really want to deal with regulatory stuff. Versus you have in crypto, a lot of DeFi builders, right? They're very passionate about libertarian values, things like that. So they're willing to take way more legal risk than the average game builder is. And then secondly, and I think this is actually the most important thing, I think there's legitimately maybe 50 game designers in the world that actually understand how crypto works. So you don't really have that many games that have novel mechanism design that actually show you why should crypto be used, right? The most that they're doing is using tokens as a user acquisition funnel where they have these points campaigns and then do a play to airdrop campaign, but then you see the retention numbers fall way off. They're not really doing a good job of why do I have this token? Why does it mean? And I think part of solving that problem is also going to be moving away from games being venture-backed, because once you have a token that you've raised capital from, now this is a part of the token supply that is never going to be used in the game and is just going to be dumped by VCs, right? Which creates a very toxic flow within your game economy. I think we're going to move to, and this is what we do at Zai, is publisher-backed games, right? Where I give you capital to make your game. The way that I make money is from a rev share, not necessarily from your token being listed or having some type of venture style exit. So I think regulatory, game design, and then just the way financing works are three big hurdles. But pretty good signals on at least two of those changing in the short term.
It's pretty interesting. I just want to touch on the regulatory because I didn't think that that's something a chain would do, like to support these games, kind of navigate that space. So how exactly do you do this, and how do you support these games that probably don't know, how to even go about regulations for Web3?
I think, well, one, we probably spent 7 figures on lawyers ourselves, so it's once you've done that, it's really easy to go through and explain this stuff to them because we want to set up our games for success, right? And part of that means is like, one, how do you do your token generation event? That also means like, how do you negotiate with market makers? How do you design your tokenomics? All that stuff. The regulatory stuff, I think, is something that's really important, and it's getting a lot better now thanks to the recent presidency in the United States. Like Robinhood just relisted everything that they previously delisted, and Robinhood has a massive enterprise value to protect outside of the crypto arm. So I think things are going to get better. The issue is just that it's extremely difficult to navigate all these things, and so we try to do as much hand-holding as possible. We have a list of lawyers that we work with that we give intros to, and also it's always good to understand what is the risk that you're willing to take as a founder, because ultimately all these lawyers are going to tell you the same thing, which is I don't know, So the way that we coach up our founders that are building games is kind of talk to your legal team and go, is this yellow light or red light, right? Like, is this do not do at all, or is this like, hey, you can do this, but there'll be some risk? And then take as much risk as you're comfortable with.
I love how Sobi and Arif kind of cover a lot of the different parts of the business. I guess they've covered a lot of those. I'm just going to take a step back and highlight a little bit of stuff when it comes to the product, right? Like, you need a performance chain and all that. That's like the basics, right? And then on top of that, like, what are cool things that potentially you can move on-chain a lot more? For us, Aptos, at least from the tech side, we're working hard on a couple of cool things. I think on-chain randomness is one thing we're really, really proud of. I think we're the only major blockchain that has native on-chain randomness right now. So I think when you're building a product, you're building a game, on-chain randomness is everywhere. Like the loot boxes needs to be random. Like when you're upgrading a character, it needs to have like X% to achieve certain things, different tiers and all that. And right now, if you want to move this on-chain, you have to rely on stuff like VRFs and all that. You got to pay for that. It's not a great development process. So what we did was we have this embedded as one of the primitives in the blockchain. So now you can leverage this really, really at low cost, basically no cost. The gas fee is like 0.002 per transaction. And be able to bring that more of the ethos of Web3 into a lot of these games. And those are like one of the things I want to highlight that, aside from all the great stuff into the business side and also how we kind of help founders on that. But I think that's a lot right now. We're early in the stage that people are trying to think beyond the box and figure out, okay, what else we can do? What else adds value if we bring this on-chain and stuff? And you look at the usage of on-chain randomness into stuff like the DM404 kind of like movement between fungible assets to like NFTs. And there's like a lot of fun stuff you can do there with like lotteries and all that. So we love to see a lot of our founders kind of play with that technology a lot more, and that's like just one thing I want to highlight aside from all the different things, cool things they're working on.
Yeah, I think it's interesting because you guys touch on a lot of like making it easier for game developers to build on chain. But aside from that, how do you actually attract like quality projects to your chain? Like, what are some of the ways that you've seen as effective in getting projects to build? Because I think that's one of the areas that a lot of chains are facing right now is like, how do I attract projects? How do I keep them building on our chain, right? So yeah, maybe you can share some of the insights you guys have into doing that.
Yeah, for sure. I think in terms of attracting projects, it always depends what is the target audience. So firstly, what audience are you catering to? And then once you decide that based on geographies and age group, Then going on ahead, you decide what kind of game are these on. So let's say if I want to attract more like hyper casual games or arcade games, then I look for developers in that context. I'll see which markets are they most catering to, and then which audience is supposed to be most happy and most joyful when the games come out. So I'll figure out that part first. And the thing is here is that once you get these games on, you have to figure out a long-lasting partnership, because if you're just doing it for a year or so because a game is trending, or I think it doesn't make sense. You have to figure out if there is a viable economic model behind what the game is doing right now, and if it is actually proving to be a useful synergy for the game as well as your chain going on ahead. So there are some factors involved. You have to do your due diligence. You have to see what is the potential of the game going on ahead. You can't just look at the token TVL and just figure out that, okay, this is going good right now, you can just cash it in right now. That doesn't work. I think one important thing here is that you have to figure out what the game is doing right now. That is fine, but the main point here would be what can it do going on ahead. Because a lot of times I've seen that there are a lot of Web3 games who build up a hype, they do pretty well, and then they eventually lose the followers when the TG is out, because all the Atro farmers have gone away. Now they don't have any actual real people behind it. So that's like a big challenge. So you have to figure out if a game is doing something right as of now, will it be able to do the same going on ahead? Will it continue to be as entertaining and as engaging once the token is out and even after for a longer period of time? And only when it fulfills or is able to fit a lot of those tick marks, only this, then I think it's a good synergy. That's what I feel.
Yeah, and I guess it also like what kind of projects do you want to attract, right? And what do you look for in these projects? And then how do you then support them to build and scale on your chain? And I guess another question that I had is also, are you specializing in anything in particular when you look at these games and these projects and try to get them to build on your chain? So maybe Sobi, you can answer that one.
Yeah, to answer the first question, I think what we focus on is a lot of indie games, and we have people on our team and on our board that have tremendous reputation within the indie game space, which makes that quite easy, actually. The amount of times I've heard from like Web2 indie devs like, oh wow, I usually hate crypto people, but I like you guys, is actually pretty high. And then in addition to that, I think reputation is really important. We've actually done really well in terms of not even being live for a year and having some really big games on our chain. And a lot of that has just come from reputation of, there's everyone that's building Web3 games is like a masochist, right? So like everyone knows each other because it's all super hard and they talk, and we've built a really good reputation of, oh, these guys are really helpful. They go above and beyond for what we do, and so I think those things are important in terms of top of the funnel and how to convert. But then to get more granular in terms of what you look for, I go back and forth on this. I think actually, I think the most important thing for a game is community. If they've built a good community, that's the hardest thing to do. It's actually harder, I think, to build a good community than it is to build a good game. And building a good game is actually really, really hard, right? So I think I emphasize on community. Are these guys kind of building in public? Are they using like a Web3 ethos? I think like Pixels does a really good job of this, right? Where they the founders are always out front. They are like on Twitter, sharing their mistakes, all these things. It's quite different to Web 2 game development, because in Web 2 game development, you don't market the game until the game is ready. Versus in Web 3, people want to be along for the journey because it makes them feel like part of it is ownership, right? So when you see the story being written, see the IP being built, it builds a stronger connection with the audience. And in addition to that, I think it's really hard to find actual good games. I think the problem is people try to do this thing where they want to have as many headlines as possible. I think most blockchains are actually announcements as a service, is basically their business model. But it's okay to have a few games as long as they're good. So we focus on quality over quantity, and I think that's a little bit atypical. I'd say Ronin also does this. We also do this, and it's just really hard. There's honestly not that many good games. There's not that many good founders out there. So you just have to grind and grind and grind until you find the right ones. It's not really rocket science, but it's, I think, important to not get distracted and go, oh, should we do meme coins now? Because that's how you get attention. No, dude, just stick to your vision, and either it works out or it doesn't, but you have to remain focused.
I think for us, our main thesis is that game developers just want to build games. And for us, from an infrastructure player, what we're looking at is as much as we can abstract away or help you in achieving that is the most important. For example, we do have our SDKs, like the Unity SDKs, Unreal SDKs, to talk to a blockchain and all that. But on top of that, we actually think that they don't want to deal so much on-chain, at least for a lot of the game developers. So we have stuff like Create Aptos DApp, for example, where people kind of spin up NFT minting dApp in like minutes, very easily, and everything is like template based. So it helps game developers kind of abstract a lot more things, and they can focus on building the business. They can focus on building the game, building the community, and that's where we come in as well. I think the most important part is to view, at least from our point of view, is to view it as like part of the team. Like for example, we knew about this YGG Play Summit, right? And we're lucky enough to get a few game projects with us to come here today, let them showcase, because it's very important for us to be in this together rather than, oh, we're just a chain you build on, right? That's at least the major focus of how we think about games. And if you're building a game, we'd love to chat, we'd love to see how we can help. I think it starts from that.
Yeah, so it sounds like, building a game is definitely hard enough, as you said. Building the community is even harder. So make it easy to build on-chain and make it easy also on the regulatory side and all these things as well, so they can focus on, what they do best and what's core, right, to building the game. We've been like Web3 gaming has been around for I feel like it's been a lifetime, right? But it's only really been like several years, right? Since we really saw the adoption peak in 2021, and that cycle and until where we are today. So how have you guys seen the space evolve, and how have Web3 games evolved in the last few years until today? And how are chains evolving too in line with that? Maybe you could start, Sushi Kev. Let's do it the other way around this time.
Yeah, I think it's pretty obvious by now that the space has matured a lot, starting from the first, like I would say, the big boom in terms of crypto gaming, like Axie Infinity, Play to Earn, kind of like you just farming the tokens, to like multiple different business models people are trying right now, different kind of ownership, revenue share models, so we kind of touch upon a little bit. All these different things that we do see a lot of people finding creative ways to accrue value to the token or to the game, and finding different value of having games on chain right now. And we'll see that experiment getting better by the day, and really excited to see how this unfolds. I think really bullish in terms of the past few years has been not easy for everyone, right? But people who stuck around and built were ultra bullish on that.
Yeah, I actually don't think the space has matured that much at all, actually. I think part of the problem is there's a lack of education around consumers. So, for instance, like, the market doesn't know how to price gaming tokens at all, and they don't really understand gaming at all. So, for instance, like, there's a bunch of AMM tokens that are launched all the time, but most of them know they're like vaporware. Right now, like I'd say retail actually attributes production quality with game quality, and it's pretty easy to make a game that looks good now. There's a lot of lack of education on, for instance, like mobile gaming is in a really bad place right now because of Apple's privacy changes, right? But there's PWAs that actually make it easier for you to have like mobile type distribution. Indie gaming was responsible for, I think, over 40% of Steam's entire revenue last year, right? AAA, Western AAA is in a really shitty place right now. There's actually a massive opportunity for like arbitrage between taking Web3 capital and finding really good Web2 game talent and bringing them into the space. But it comes down to education. I think from a chain level, like we focus as functioning as a publisher, which I think is a lot more effective than just grants, right? So like I'm invested in your success because I have a revenue share with you, so I want you to make money because I make money. So there's incentive alignment there, and then there's also an alignment on like, let's actually make money, make the game good. But I think in general, there needs to be more education probably needs to be chain-led, right? With like B3, Zai, Ronin, like Immutable, educating more of crypto on like what is a good game, how big is the gaming industry, how do you price games, like what do you look at? There's just a massive lack of that. Like if you go look at crypto Twitter, people understand how to, even meme coins, they're like, oh, look at how many holders a meme coin has. Like that's a good metric to look at. DeFi is quite easy, right? People are like, look at the fees, look at the TVL. But for games, like if you asked most crypto traders, like what is D7, they would not know what that means. Or what is your D30? They don't know what that means. And that just shows that like there's so much education and maturity that we need to do in the space.
Yeah, just on that, like, what do you think it's gonna take to bridge that gap? And if you're saying it's chain-led, like, what are some of the things that we can actually do to get to that point where there's like a concerted effort around player education, user education?
I think stuff like YGG is really good because there's a B2B component, but there's also a B2C component, right, where you can go and actually see your users and consumers. I think this is a competitive advantage that Ronin has, where like it's really easy for people to visualize Ronin's user base, right? They're like, oh, it's the Philippines. We're focusing really hard on Indonesia and hopefully able to capture a similar type of thing. But I think it comes down to like education, right? More content that's put out there. Like, yes, gaming user experience is the best it's ever been, right? Account abstractions here. You can have, verifiable randomness. All these things are really important to build the stuff themselves, but we need to go out and, like Dev Diaries, I think would be a really good example, or having more of a presence at GDC, or actually, the Web3 gaming has a massive presence in Southeast Asia, so it seems like every Southeast Asian or Global South builder I know is extremely excited about Web3 gaming, versus Western devs like don't even really understand why it's so cool or why it's so big. So it's about bridging that gap, and I think things like this are a good step to that. But to get even more granular, there should be like Twitter Spaces where you're bringing people in, trying to educate some of the KOLs that are maybe more involved in like meme coins or DeFi stuff, and showing them, hey, like gaming is here. It's just the problem is fundamentally gaming dev cycles are so long. Like it takes at least 2 to 4 years to build a good game, and 2 to 4 years is a really, really long time in crypto, right? Like 2 years ago, we had FTX happen. I literally was like, damn, I just wasted my life doing this crypto shit that's going to zero. But now we're back. So things change fast, and it's just up to us about creating more touch points and education touch points with the broader crypto community.
What are you guys doing at Sonic, like to kind of address like what's happening right now, how you can evolve together with the space, and I know you guys are the first, right? The first SVM like focused on like Web3 gaming. So maybe you can talk a little bit about that.
Yeah, I think what we are trying to do is that there hasn't been much representation from Solana ecosystem in gaming, which we are very aware of. If you see Solana as a whole, you see the highest trading volumes, DEX volumes. In everything you could see Solana community coming up, but it's always been lacking in gaming. So what we are trying to do right now, we are actually the first SVM, Solana Virtual Machine Based Gaming Chain. So we're trying to take away the community and the builders' entire ecosystem from Solana and getting them more into gaming through Sonic. And like I mentioned earlier, about distribution channels, we are also the first gaming blockchain to come up with gaming on TikTok. So you don't have to actually leave the app. You could simply be using the app itself, and then within the app you can start playing games, something like which you do in Telegram, like TG minigame, something like that, but on TikTok. And the difference here is that when it comes to gaming on Telegram, people just say we have X million of users, this many users. But there is no verification behind that. So it would essentially be a bot, or one person could have multiple wallets behind that. There is no correct way to find out if there are actually unique players as such. But in TikTok, it is opposite to Telegram because there is centralized KYC behind that. Every person who has had a TikTok account would have given his email ID, phone number. So because of that, we are aware that this particular user actually exists. It's not like bots behind it who's actually doing it. And because of that, what we found that going on ahead, we have to figure out what the next big channel is. Now, a lot of the young generation, especially Gen Z out here, TikTok is their first choice of app when they have to search something. They don't use YouTube that much. So catering to this audience which is coming out, and to figure out a way wherein we are catering to the audience which is not already in, bringing new audience into this small pie of Web3 gaming users, I think that's what we are meant to do. And now we actually crossed 1 million users on TikTok right now, but we are actually targeting for 2 million in the next week or so. So the main goal here is to figure out if there is a way to bring real users to your chain, and in how much simpler or accessible way can you do that. We saw the rise of Hypershot Combat, and that was because Telegram is so seamless. There is least amount of user hassle out there, and the user onboarding is so easy. So the only way you can build out a successful gaming chain is when you completely eliminate and abstract out all the hindrances that come in your way and make it as simple and as accessible to the end user out there. And that is what we're trying to do with TikTok. Now we launched our first game, which was called Sonic X on TikTok. But now what we're trying to do is we're trying to get other games which are on Telegram on TikTok as well. And this could be like an arcade Sonic X, wherein your mini game could be a part of the game itself. So we're trying to talk to other games right now. We actually talked to Mahjong Meta, which will be our first mini game within Sonic X right now. And we're talking to a few other big games as well. And thereby we're trying to create this entire game ecosystem on TikTok right now with Sonic leading the way.
Yeah, that's awesome. TikTok for Web 2 to Web 3 adoption, yeah. I know we're running out of time, but I'd like for everyone to maybe give their final words and comment on, I think you guys have a very interesting perspective because you kind of see many different games and how they're building on your chains, right? So maybe you can give some insight into what are the most exciting trends that you're seeing, early trends that you're seeing emerge right now, and if there are any games in particular that you would like to give some alpha about or people should keep an eye on. Maybe we'll go with Sobi this time.
Yeah, so we have a bunch of exciting games that are launching. Riftstorm just did their playtest on Steam, and they were trending #1 for the weekend, which is really cool to see. Planet X has a really unique gameplay loop where you can play live hunts for real prizes, which I'm quite excited about. And then Valeria is doing some really exciting stuff where they have a monster collector game, and the only way to get the best monster in the game is by actually buying physical cards. And they've built a community, have been building for 2.5 years, bootstrapped, etc. So just seeing a lot of really quality games. I think there's, Infinigods, I think, is another really good team. Fableborn, I think, is another really good team. Really awesome stuff going on with Pixels as well. Parallel, obviously, is crushing. I love the Parallel guys. There's so much exciting stuff going on in gaming. I would just honestly, if you're here, you're probably bullish on gaming, so it doesn't really matter. But I would urge people to pay attention to what's happening because it's not like last cycle. There's actual good games built by really awesome teams that want to use crypto in a novel way, and I'm really excited to support some of those teams and watch them grow on Zai.
Yep, I believe so. We cover a lot of them. But a quick shout out is for games of Aptos, there's a few Super Villains, Undying City, and we have a booth right here. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out. Very quickly to Arif.
I'd just like to wrap up by giving shout out to some Solana games. I think Bravo Ready 1 Infinite is one of my all-time favorite games, and I see it becoming as popular and as big as Off the Grid someday. And one more game from a different chain I'd like to shout out is Everseed. I think that's going to be a really banger game coming out. And lastly, I'll just like to say we are here to make gaming great again. Yeah, that's it.
Nice. Thank you, everyone. Thanks so much for joining our panel.
That was a superb panel. Thank you, Kat, Arif, Sobi, and Sushi Kev. We would also like to take this opportunity to once again acknowledge our partners for this year's YGG Play Summit. Hyperplay, official game store partner. Mantle, our diamond sponsors. Coins.ph, Ubisoft. Our platinum sponsors, AnyChess, Aptos, Arena of Faith, Avalanche, Indus Super Gaming, Maple Story Universe, Parallel, Pixels, B3, Ronin, Cypher, Star Atlas, and Thousands.tv. Our gold sponsors, Aurori, Sky GG, DeFi Kingdoms, Immutable, My Neighbor Alice, Planetarium, Seraph, Shard Lab, Sonic SVM, Space Nation, and Sparkball. Our silver sponsors, 77-Bit, Blockchain Space, Conviction Labs, Shy, Critics, D Labs, DWF Labs, Echelon Prime, Protobot, Coin, Long Hash, Mirai Labs, Navigate, OpenSea, Party Icons, Pixelmon, Reblink, SimDunk, Sui, Team Tactical, Trala, X Protocol, and Sandbox. Our media partners, BitPinas, WhenInManila.com, Unbox, Philstar Tech, Tiger 22, and Neoprint. Now back to our regular programming with a panel of experts all over the world. These are the founders of some of the biggest Web3 gaming guilds taking the world by storm. First up, YGG Head of Ecosystem Development, Andy Cho. Next, the co-founder and CEO at WeGG, the official guild partner of Yale Guild Games in Southeast Asia, Chin Yu. Also joining the panel is Ishank Gupta, co-founder and member of the Elders Council at KGen, one of the fastest growing guilds in Web3. With them too was the Infinity Ventures crypto partner, Ann Chen, who was a prominent figure in YGG Japan. Lastly, CEO and co-founder of SkyGG, Juni Koo, a prominent Web3 gaming guild in Korea.
All right. Cool. Yeah, my mic's on. So welcome everyone. Welcome to our panel. We're going to be talking about Web3 gaming, gaming guilds, or as Ishank would like me to say, user acquisition. So I'm Andy Chow. I lead corporate development for YGG. We have a great group of panelists. So why don't we just start the discussion? And Chin, would you mind giving us an intro?
Sure. Hey everyone, great to be here. My name is Chin, CEO and co-founder of WeGG. So we are building a decentralized gaming rewards protocol that empowers gamers with digital ownership and blockchain rewards and distribution into Southeast Asia. So Indonesia, Vietnam, Malaysia, Thailand are our biggest markets.
Cool. Ishank?
All right. Hi, everyone. Very happy to be here. My name is Ishank. I'm part of the Elder Council at KGen. We are building an alternate user acquisition and asset sales platform, primarily focused on the global south. We are present across South Asia, LATAM, Middle East, and North Africa. Very happy to be here. Over to you, Anne.
And
hello, hi everyone. This is Em from IVC Infinity Venture Crypto. We are Japan-based VC investing into over 200 gaming affiliated project and early supporter for both YGG, W3GG, and also KGen. Before it was actually IndieGG. Yeah, so glad to be here and meeting with everyone here.
Hello, I'm Juni from SkyGG. So SkyGG is a partner DAO for YGG, mostly in Korea. We've been working very closely with YGG in helping them with esports initiatives. And at the same time, the guild we have in South Korea is more focused on elite gamers. So we have ex-esports players and semi-pros actually drilling down into a lot of the games that YGG and we invest in. Figuring out which game we want to push, and yeah, it would be great to talk about a lot of the games that we're going to push in the next cycle.
Thanks a lot. So why don't we just jump right into kind of your views on the current state of the space? What are you guys excited about? Even what you're not excited about? Maybe we can start with Chin. Yeah.
I think this cycle has been a little bit. It's not been gaming focused, to say the least, right? So we're seeing that most of the gaming tokens, excitement around gaming hasn't kind of been there. The narrative hasn't been there. It's mostly been around Bitcoin, meme coins, AI, that kind of stuff. So what I'm excited about is waiting for the cycle to come back into gaming and for eyes to come back into the gaming, because at the end of the day, gaming is the best way for people to come into crypto. We've been speaking at events today. I was talking to Ishank as well about, user acquisition funnels, and crypto gaming and Web3 gaming in general is the best way to do so. And another thing I'm also excited about is the changing business models, about the new ways in which new games are incorporating ways to convert users, and the distinction between Web 2 and Web 3 blurring. And converting the masses through slow, dangling the carrot of showing the benefits of blockchain, rather than slapping you in the face of, oh, this is blockchain, and these are all the benefits. That's not the way to do it, I don't think. So yeah, I'm excited. Next year, hopefully, fingers crossed. And another thing, Indonesia is a massive market now for us. top 3 in world crypto adoption, according to Chainalysis and Tiger Research. So the market is growing there, and super bullish on that. And shout out to my co-founder and previous CEO Irene, who's now the Vice Minister of Creative Economy there. So going to be opening up a lot of doors for us. So yeah.
I appreciate that. How about you, Shank? What are you excited about, the current state and then where we're going? Yeah.
I think there's a lot to be excited about now, right? After what happened on the 5th of November, right? But on the gaming front, right? I think one of the things that excites me the most is how the difference between Web 2 and Web 3 gaming from a game standpoint is starting to blur. And I believe that it's high time that we stopped making the distinction ourselves as Web 2 gaming and Web 3 gaming, because I've said this before, I say it like a broken record, that I don't think as a gamer I've ever cared about a game being Web 2 or Web 3. The game needs to be fun first, and if the game is fun and then you tell me the benefits of asset ownership or whatever else you may want to talk to me about, I'm all yours. And if the game is not fun, then I don't think as a gamer I'm going to be playing your game. And as a speculator, I can speculate on various asset classes. Doesn't necessarily have to be Web3 gaming. So what I'm excited about is the start of the blur. What I'm not so excited about is that we are still having to push a lot of gamers as well as games into the basics of UX that have been solved by Web2 over the last 10 years. And that's something I would love to see an acceleration of, where we have certain lessons that the gaming industry has learned over the last 10 years, and we could just use them as a starting point rather than relearning some of those things all over again. So that is something that I am hoping that we will see more of in the next 1 year. But nonetheless, I think the last 2 years were a great time to build, and the next 1 year is going to be a crazy ride. So let's just strap in and watch, I guess.
Yeah. No, I appreciate that. And actually, from like a VC's perspective, kind of what are you seeing being funded? Where are we sort of in that cycle? Yeah.
Yeah, I thought that you're also going to ask me about the excitement, but I think that is also relevant to these questions. Like, that's how we found it. So I think that we're actually seeing like much better like quality games this year for sure. That's even like beating like the existing like Web 2 games. So like what like Ishan just mentioning about like as a gamer, like you don't really care about like the game, like because like if you want, you're not really being there just like a farmer like forever, right? So sometimes like you really wanted to be engaging with the game itself. Like the game has to be fun enough, no matter it's like a Web 3 game or like a Web 2 game. So what developers should be building should be like a fun game that's beating any of the ones like the hot games, like the Web 2 games on the street. So I think that like we're just very excited, and then we've been funding still like a very good quality like either like Web 2 gamer or like Web 2 developer turn into like Web 3s, and believing the like concept about the decentralizations. And also I think that like everyone here is actually also getting excited that Bitcoin just reached like 97K just then. So yeah, yay, yeah, Bitcoin. So to all the altcoin as well. So like I think like that's why you see like YGG Summit is actually doubling from last year. You see actually more people actually interested in the Web3 games. So I'm actually excited to see that like the industry is actually getting like booming and also growing in a healthier way. Even though I know that there's still like some of the shitty games, but probably like the portion is actually getting much less. So I'm very excited to see that like quality games are actually getting more out there, and the real gamers or even like the Web 2 like streamers can also like moving into the space.
Great. So besides Bitcoin, Junie, what are you excited about in Web3 gaming?
So this is my third cycle because I've been doing this since 17, and I think well, going through the bear is always tough, but I think like our team has been kind of like positioned in a way so we know that where all the things are going. And like, we're waiting for this moment where it's, turning up again. And instead of focusing on everything, we're focusing a very few games that we want to push. So for the remainder of the next year or the bull cycle, whenever it ends, we're definitely very, very bullish on Echelon Prime and a lot of their projects. We're very bullish on Sparkball, which is a game that's going to be launched on Monad very soon. And we'll be even like, we have a team that's representing in Korea, a club representing them in Korea, and we'll be more focused on that. There's of course Spacebar that we've been pushing from the beginning. And also, a big portion of our focus is actually towards the success of YGG. So a lot of the YGG successes, a lot of the portfolios of YGG and its community, where it's going, the benefits, how do we benefit them, will be a part of our focus. Now, since Andy mentioned Bitcoin and what are the other assets, we're also very intrigued in where the meme coins are going. I think meme coins are just like games. It's like playing games. And there are so many retail that are jumping into meme coins. And it's very fascinating to see how liquid this meme coin market is and how active that market has been. So we have a lot of focus on that and the ecosystem around it.
Well, thanks for answering my next question, Junie, which was, what games are you guys excited about? But it's specifically like your player communities, right? So Chin, you mentioned you guys are focused in Indonesia. Shanghai, knew you guys spawned out of India. So, we'd love to understand a little bit more about what kind of, what types of games they're interested in, what you guys are, personally interested in as well.
From our side, it's funny, like every single region has their own regional focus, right? This is not a Web3 game, but like Mobile Legends is massive in Indonesia. So there's tons of games coming into that space which are ripe for taking, right? So I think Fableborn is one that we're looking at. There's like a lot of other ones which are interesting to us, which are kind of out of reach of the gamers in Southeast Asia because of because hardware limitations are a factor, right? So it's majority of the gamers in Southeast Asia are mobile based, so which keeps them away from some of these higher end AAA games that are coming out, like Star Atlas or like Space Nation, Off the Grid. These are the games which I think will drive the masses, but Indonesia, for example, and Thailand, still very much on like pixels. Sandbox is one which surprisingly has done pretty well in Indonesia, and like we've helped them grow their communities in Indonesia to the top user base in Sandbox. So like it just shows that it doesn't really matter the game, it's about cultivating the community. And it goes back to what the guilds were fundamentally created for in the beginning, was the education piece, letting people understand what the benefits are. And yeah, like we think that we're going to be working with various different games heading into 2025. And yeah, we can't wait to see what happens.
Awesome. Ishank?
Yeah, so for us, the way we look at games is what cuts across LATAM, South Asia, what sort of does really well in South Asia, which is for us primarily India, Bangladesh. So if I had to zoom out and talk more about genres, I think there is some consistency in the genres that you'll see between these markets. For example, shooters, right? I mean, India is a huge shooting market. Brazil is great on shooting. If you look at MMORPGs, Brazil is way bigger, right? And they don't do super well in India. If you look at a new game genre, I don't know what's the right genre, but let's call it sports for a second. Game, I don't know if you guys have caught it, Karate Combat. That's been doing crazily well in South Asia. And we were also surprised by how well our community has accepted it. Somebody mentioned Sparkball earlier. That's one game that's doing well in both of these geographies. So it's tough to point specific games, unfortunately, because at this point, we have a slightly different approach. We work with any game that is interested in South Asia or LATAM, because we don't want to make that judgment on behalf of our community. We believe our community will engage if they like the game, and if they don't like the game, they will not. So our role as a platform is to facilitate the entry for these games into these markets, and then the community will engage based on their level of interest, right? So for us, we are more than happy to work with any game that is interested in South Asia, LATAM, Middle East, or North Africa as markets.
Got it. And maybe from like a Japan perspective, you know, what? Yeah.
I think that like for Japan, it is it's like Yisheng just mentioning that every single like market has its own characteristics. And for Japan market, it has always been in the market for like any kind of RPG, besides the multiplayer. Sometimes like multiplayer mode will still work, but then like any kind of like a single player mode of like RPG, it's like the most dominated or kind of like the game modes in Japan markets, and also the casual game. And this is also like a market that's heavily like dominated by mobile as well. Like around like 70%, it's pretty much like handheld device. Like PC is only accounting like 7%, and actually the rest are actually consoles. So I think that if you're interested to enter into the Japan, I think that from the build like gamers like or also like the game builders perspective, probably understanding about like your gamers. Of course, our like shooting game general like Apex is still come on somehow like popular in the space, but it's probably just not the top 10 like games in Japan. So if you're like really wanted to build like a super hot like engagement kind of games, probably for the Japan market, they have like a specific like aesthetic standard. They like really much like the Japanese like animated style. So like if you're trying to enter into Japan, probably in terms of like the aesthetic, the art styles, the game modes, are usually like the factors that you should be considered. And this is actually quite a high ARPU market, but like at the same time that like gamers are just like with high demand on the quality of the game. So if you think that like your game genre is actually could be like fitting for this market, we could be like there to help. Every year we also hosted the largest Japan conference called IVS, and this year we attracted like 13,000 people. So if you think that like you could be challenging for Japan market, getting that revenue shares like from gamers, they are willing to pay. Yep.
All right, thanks, Sen. Junie, maybe you could provide it from like the Korean perspective, but also Korean developers.
Yeah, it's very difficult to kind of represent South Korea because it's a very, very game-centric market. So they'll play anything that's fun, and the moment a small audience decides that this game is super fun, then a lot of the big, user base will suddenly jump on that game. And, it's also been that market where it takes off in Korea and then it takes off in everywhere else. It was like that with League of Legends. It was like that with StarCraft. It was like that with so many other RPGs as well. So what we did is since we're plugged into a lot of semi-pros and ex-pro gamers, we had a small focus group of ex-pro players, about 12 to 15 that came in and played like a big bunch of Web3 games. And for us, Sparkball was like everyone's pick. So this is basically why we're like, okay, let's try and do something with Sparkball. And then we sat down with the founders and like, what's the plans for the entire year? Does it make sense? Can we build a guild around this? Can we build a team around this? Can we build audience around this? Will there be liquidities with the NFTs? Will there be a market for that? Is it something we can nurture? So hence, a lot of our focus will be in this. So there are, of course, a lot of the other games as well. But like, because the interests are aligned, since YGG is on top of all of these things, it's just more convenient for us to basically push what the YGG bags are, and especially the ones that are doing in Korea, then we'll start supporting them with YGG. So it's a very, very closely knit partnership arrangement. That's what I think. And yeah.
Cool. No, I appreciate that. So, the title of the panel is Web3 Gaming Taking the World by Storm. There are 3 billion gamers worldwide, and Web3 gaming is still a fraction of that, right? So I'm curious, we've talked a lot about different games. All of us are focused on bringing users, right, to this space. I just love to understand why you think that hasn't happened yet and what you think needs to happen to be able to get there. question, please.
Good question, Andy.
Yeah.
I mean, I had a private roundtable today, and we spoke about the same thing, about why user acquisition has been so difficult in this space. And I think like it's because if you look at the history of what's happened in Web3 gaming, it's the first model. Obviously, you guys pioneered it. Was a great model, but it was kind of exposed during the bear market where it was driven a lot by financial incentives. So like people were playing these games because they wanted something in return. So this kind of has stuck in the psyche of these gamers that they want something in return now. It's kind of become very transactional. So like how do we get away from that behavior and that preference of like farming something, like, you know, the actual pool of gamers actually playing these games are difficult. And I think what's also difficult is you're at the end of the day you're fighting for attention. So you're competing against Netflix, you're competing against other Web2 games. And so what is it that we can do and showcase to give these people a convincing reason why they can shift their time to these games? And you know, we talk a lot about digital ownership and owning your assets. We had a really good chat today, Ishank and I, about NFT ownership and like how you know, he was playing Clash of Clans. You can tell the story later, Ishank. But essentially it's like if you own something and you put in time into it, you should be able to resell it on, right? And people at this current point in time don't feel it. They don't really feel it because these people, 60%, 70% of people are still playing games from 6 years ago. So it's difficult to move them over. They're very sticky to like these IPs that have already been established. But there's still, you know, the small chunk of Southeast Asian players that are willing to test new things. And I think like emerging markets is definitely the where you should find all these gamers that are willing to try new things. So like it's kind of a double-edged sword. Like it's harder to convince them to come over into the space, but it's also easier to convince them to try new things, right? So I think until we have that killer game, which is like you have to experience this, like the benefits are so undoubtedly there that you have to try. Like that's where it's gonna shift. And again, the blurring of Web 2 and Web 3 is, I think, not separating the categories into Web 2, Web 3, and letting games just incorporate this technology into the games. I think like rather than separating it, you incorporate these technologies and then you showcase the benefits in a slow way, right? It's like a bit size. Like you give them the option to mint an NFT and trade it if they want to do it. And I think like giving the power back into the hands of gamers rather than forcing and shoving it down their throats is the right approach. Yeah.
Ishank, I know you have thought about this problem a lot, this user acquisition thing. Can you talk a little bit what Cajun is doing to work, you know, to solve that?
Yeah, I like how you've given me an opportunity to plug Cajun in, right? But Chin gave a very solid answer, right? If I had to sort of, if you were to take it in two layers, right? There are two layers to your question. One is the how, and I think there is another layer which is the why, right? And I'm refraining from calling these two axes because they're not really axes. That's why I use the term layers, right? So on the how side, right? I think it's very important that we really think about how do we solve user acquisition in Web3 by learning from models that have been around for a long time in Web2. For example, if you look at advertising in Web2, it's really deeply solved, I would say, right? I mean, you have deep consumer personas, you have deep consumer profiles. You know that when you want to advertise your shaving cream or a new game to a particular user sitting in a particular country, exhibiting a particular set of behaviors, you know which engine to use, right? And in many ways, that's where we drew our inspiration, right? We are building this engine which hopefully will unpack a lot of value for developers, at least targeting users in the global south, where you can select, hey, I'm looking for a PC gamer who spends money inside games, who plays MMORPG games, and so on, right? if we enable precise targeting by leveraging models that have done well in Web 2 over the last 10 years and bring some of those learnings into Web 3, I think we as an industry can grow a lot, right? And that's on the how side of things. On the why side, I think we really need to ask ourselves, when we talk about user acquisition, what are we really going after? Are we going after token buyers or are we going after game players? Because these two sets may intersect, but they are not always the same. Speculators and gamers may overlap, but I don't agree when people say every gamer is a speculator. And I definitely don't agree when people say every speculator is a gamer, right? That doesn't hold. So if you're going after people who are going to come to your game to farm the points till your TGE happens, they may not stick into your game. And you should not be surprised when they don't stick, because that's what you went after. And if you're going after gamers who want to learn more about your game and build their own community inside your game, if your game is not deep enough, then don't be surprised that those guys don't stick. Because they're not there to just multiply their bags. They're actually there to have some fun with their friends. So I think the why is very important for each project or each founder to answer for themselves as to why are they looking for gamers and what sort of gamers are they going after, or rather what sort of users are they going after? Are they gamers or speculators? And then the how will take care of itself, right? Because a lot of us here are building solutions that will hopefully solve the how over the coming few years. But those two things need to work in conjunction. It's not one or the other.
Got it. Well, it looks like we're coming up on time, but real quick, and maybe a perspective from your, different game portfolios on how they're, building up user acquisition.
Yeah, I think that from seeing for the past 3 years, one thing for sure is no matter how much we are experiencing with the token model and also all the Web3 mechanic that's been designed as a narrative, I think that one thing for sure is Web3 definitely offer a new way of funding for the game developer, especially for the indie game developers. That could be unlocking a lot of creativity. So creativity, especially from the indie game developers, could be tailor making or building more innovative game design comparing to a lot of big game studios that probably just replicate on a lot of old formulas. And also through the corporations, it's probably the board, a lot of board members or even the CEOs of the game companies, they are probably not even the gamers. So I think that this is actually a really certain way, even though we have been seeing a lot of creativity. A lot of unsure experimental with the token model, but for sure that unlocking a new way of funding to the founders, and also a new way of for us it's seen as a marketing budget, because you could be doing play to earn or any kind of to earn as a way of getting the user as a user acquisition. And that has been also seen in the Web 2. You see that Uber or even game companies, they pretty much is just paying Google or Facebook for a single dollars on the a single user acquisition. So basically token is offer a new way of marketing budget for the user acquisition. But I think one more challenge we needed to be seeing on going forward, which actually we are excited to see, it's after you are done with your marketing budgets, you needed to converting these the marketing budget user become the real gamers, that they are willing to stick with the game, playing with your game and paying for your game, instead of the game developer keep subsidizing for the gamer. Because for us, we don't really think that this model should be sustainable in making much sense that developers spending 3 years at least building out a game, and then you're still paying people to play your game forever. So this is kind of the logic that doesn't work. So I think that it provides a good source of fundings and also a marketing budget. That's something that for sure that we are be seeing that could be unlocking more possibility, especially for talented individual founders.
Yep. No, those are great points. Time is up here, but Junie, I want to hear from you. Anything on mass adoption? How are you going to get mass adoption?
Yeah, so I'm against that. So I think we're too early.
Too early.
So I think the iPhone moment for Web3 game has not happened yet. And every Web3 game right now is building on an ecosystem that is equivalent to all those Nokia phones you had 15 years ago. So you're building on that. It's fragmented as fuck. So that's how it is. And that moment will come. When consolidation happens with all the infrastructure and ecosystem, there will be a playing field for Web3 games to shine like all the big, massive mobile games and the web games and the console games that's making hundreds of millions and billions of dollars. But that point is not now. But I would like to say that Come To Us was making $40 million a year just on revenues with Nokia phone games. So, you know, and there are hundreds of game companies that have been doing that in that environment. And we're at that stage. And the games that we're shilling right now are the games that we're doing well at that stage. So that's where we are. That's what I think.
Well, that's a great way to conclude it. Thank you for coming to our panel today, and hope everyone learned something. Thank you.
Thank you.
Great to hear that there's so much excitement and interest across the world for Web3 games. Now, when it comes to discovering those games, casual and hyper-casual games are often the first entry many people have into gaming. To learn more about how casual discovery and casual gaming can lead to serious engagement, we have Daryl Xu, CEO and co-founder of B3, the team behind Basement Fun. We'll also be having on stage the co-founder of 44 Labs, Yellow Panther. Next up, Chase Frio, founder of OP Games and Arcadia. Lastly, we have Michael Arnold from GOAT Gaming.
If you can be right.
Hello.
That works.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody.
Good afternoon.
Welcome to the Casual Gaming and Serious Engagement panel. My name is Daryl Xu. I am the co-founder of B3 and Basement. Super excited to share the stage today with three legends here today. I'll let them introduce themselves in a quick minute, but we're going to spend the next 30 minutes talking about a range of topics from game discovery to Telegram to the future of casual and hyper-casual games. But why don't we start with just a really quick introduction? YP, you want to kick us off?
Yeah. Manila, what is up?
Let's go!
All right. My name is Yellow Panther, also known as YP, co-founder of 44 Labs as well as Gaming Grid, my advisor at Carve, Pirate Nation, and a few others. Also an ambassador for Mochaverse and Zai Games. Yep.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Chase Frio. I'm the CEO and co-founder of OP Games, and a couple of other things that we've been building within that stuff of gaming and hyper-casual gaming tooling and AI and fully on-chain games.
Hey everyone, I'm Michael. I'm with Mighty Bear Games, which is building Goat Gaming, a game platform on Telegram, so building a lot of casual games on Telegram. I was pulled into this panel very short notice, but it's good to hang out with friends, so thanks for having me here.
Literally
Amazing.
10 minutes ago.
Amazing. Okay, so everyone strap in. I think we have an amazing panel, amazing lineup with tons of alpha to be shared, I'm sure. So the first topic is around game discovery. So I think we have actually quite a few fun on-chain games now, right, as we head into this next cycle. But I think one of the biggest challenges that still exists is discovery, right? So for the average player, what do you think are some of the biggest challenges when it comes to discovering and finding out about these on-chain games? And how can we make it easier for players to do that? YP, you want to kick us off?
Yeah, I think from a gamer perspective, like in the traditional gaming, we have Steam, we have a lot of different launchers. But for Web3 games, it's very much in different places, right? Sometimes it's in Hyperplay, sometimes in Elixir, sometimes in Epic Game Store, so it's everywhere. Right now, I think we need to do more in terms of like in those launchers side of things, a good marketing, and make sure that these gamers, these Web3 gamers, know where to find their Web3 games. And I think by that doing just this step, we will get a lot more gamers playing more Web3 games.
I want to add something to that though, right? Because like YP is right in terms of like there's so many avenues as to where you can distribute games, right? Of course, the incumbents. You have Google Play Store, you have the App Store, you have Steam, you have itch.io for indie games. But I do think that what's going on right now in Web3 is that there's a couple of aggregators like Hyperplay, for example, aggregating multiple types of game stores, GOG, Epic Game Store as well within Hyperplay. But more than discovery, I do think that people within the Web3 space already understand and kind of like already know where to find it. Now, when it comes to discovery outside of people that are already in Web3, it's a little bit still challenging, right? And so I do think that's kind of like where Telegram can become a really good discovery platform for games that are being built right now. Obviously, I think in terms of game discovery, it really depends on what kind of game you build and where it fits within the platforms that are I guess, purveying these games. But I do think that all of these platforms at some point in the future will be able to cater for casual games eventually, and then eventually move on to like mid-core and then even hardcore games. I've been seeing a couple of games right now in Telegram that are just more than just a tap-tap game. So I think that's kind of like a good thing, because then people are going to start not only discovering casual games within Telegram, but even more hardcore or mid-core games that would allow them to stay longer in the platform. So yeah, hopefully we see more. But at this point, I think discovery is going to be one of the earliest, I would say, tasks to uncover for all of these game developments and platforms.
Yeah, and I think you both made good points. I can just turn it around, like as a project, like how do you find your users? I think it's good to understand the differences of the kind of users you attract with different channels. So I guess when you start a project, work with trusted KOLs like YP. He helped us a lot in the beginning. So that, that builds trust, that builds the first wave of community members. But those are more like crypto native. They do their research. They're the ones that understand the project probably the best. And then once you want to go to scale, then you go to Telegram, and then there are millions of users. So with Goat Gaming, we launched our Telegram ecosystem about 3 months ago. We hit over 7 million users now, which I think is really hard to get to if you're just on, searching on Twitter or on other platforms. And but these are very like a retail audience. These are very like just playing clicker games, don't know so much about crypto. They're curious about crypto. And some don't really know anything about crypto. So I think that's a whole different audience. They want to play different kind of games. They care less so about on-chain games. They care more so about what kind of rewards can they get and how fast can they get them.
Those are such great points. And Chase, I want to build off of what you said there around Telegram games. So Telegram seems to be all the rage these days. You have Catazin, you have Hamster Combat, right? You have Goat Gaming, of course. And I think, Chase, you mentioned such an interesting point where I think we're evolving from idle clickers, right, to games that have more sophisticated play patterns and deeper engagement. But I also sense that there's this underlying feeling out there that maybe we've hit the ceiling on Telegram games, right? There's so many users, and so I would love y'all's opinion on that. Have we hit the ceiling? And if so, how do we continue to, let's say, pill the Telegram community onto gaming?
I guess if the question is like, have we hit the ceiling on Telegram? The answer is yes and no. Yes, because I think that as users of a platform that we want to kind of like engage. Their first experience within Telegram, it's not really about gaming, right? It's really about using Telegram as a chat application, right? And I think a lot of things that's going on right now is all about attention. Telegram's goal is to lock in their users as much as possible within the platform, whether that they'll be chatting on Telegram or doing transactions on Telegram or playing games on Telegram. I think at some point within the very hyper-casual sense of the word, all these tap-tap games may have reached the ceiling a little bit, right? And so that's the reason why we have to continuously innovate in terms of like what we put out as content on Telegram. Because I think Telegram sees this as an opportunity for them to actually host different types of games, different types of experiences They don't want to be branded as the hyper casual games platform only, but also are welcoming of other types of games, whether it's mid-core or hardcore games. And I've been seeing that quite a lot right now, and I think that's going to be another opportunity for players to discover, because now they're not only trapped with like, oh, here's another tap game, let me play it again, right? This is like my 10th or my 20th tap game. I think I'm done. It's going to have a threshold in terms of fatigue. And we need new games, and I think that Telegram is welcoming of new content. It's just a question of, is it able to support it? Another thing that we have to consider is that sometimes these casual games within Telegram are using Telegram as a user acquisition vehicle, but not exactly the end-all, be-all of like what the platform offers. Meaning to say that there are engagement patterns around Telegram, but also they want these users on Telegram to move on to a much bigger platform, probably their own, which is, I think, a wise thing to do, because you don't want the platform to lock in the users that you have generated. And so I think if you're able to extract value out of that, great. But I do think that Telegram needs to increase the amount of games that they welcome into the platform as well.
Yeah, just building up on what Chase said. So I think on Telegram, users are very fatigued right now, as you said, with like the clicker games. They're just very simple. They want to see more like newer things, more deeper gameplay loops. What we found is players want to stay in Telegram. Kind of actually, I mean, your point, you said you use it as like top of funnel, then you push them to another platform, maybe download an app. What we actually found in our data, so we built Mighty Action Heroes as a standalone game, and we put that in our Telegram app. But the conversion rate from like people in Telegram downloading an actual app in the App Store or Play Store is actually pretty bad. Like players want to stay within Telegram, they log in, it's very seamless, they have their Ton wallet, they pay, they get their airdrop there. So ideally, they do everything within one app, and you make it very easy for them. But I think they're craving for deeper experiences, but still probably not as like, I would say like the mid-core audience. The sessions are still very short, a good like, I don't know, 2-3 minutes of a session. So you probably wouldn't have games that require, 30-minute gameplay to finish a match.
Yeah, I mean, what you both said was very, very true. I was also gonna say, Telegram is a very good tool, but a lot of these tap games has used it wrongly, and a lot of they use it as a top of funnel, and the conversion rate is extremely low. Because why? There's a few things. Obviously, they are just there to farm the airdrop, and after the airdrop, people actually don't go back to the game or don't open the app anymore. But when we think of it in the pandemic days, 2020 or 2021, WeChat games actually did a crazy outbreak. We're not talking about 10 million, we're talking about hundreds of millions in terms of players during the pandemic. There were not only that, but there's also, in terms of content, there's a lot of virality towards these games. And hence, it actually supported and making it easier to share these games within the WeChat app, within the Telegram app. But currently, I don't see Telegram-based game being very easy, because on the phone, when you're playing it, you can't be texting or you can't be doing anything. It's like a pop-up, a whole game. And once you want to exit that framework, you have to like restart the game. So the entire UI UX is still need work from a gamer perspective. But other than that, I think content is king, but distribution is King Kong, I would say. So I think Telegram and Line and other social app has huge potential, but right now a lot of games are using it in the wrong way. And for me, a little alpha is that I've been building a Telegram-based game, but focused on gameplay. It's gonna come out in a few months, and it's not gonna be a tap game. It's not gonna be airdrop. We are bringing in the real Web3 elements, loot boxes, skins, and heroes, and things like that into Telegram. So we're cooking that right now.
Amazing, wow. Okay, you heard it here first. YP is building a Telegram game. Let's go. Awesome. So actually, that's such a good point there around airdrops, and that being a tool to engage users. It's the meta in crypto. It's in everyone's playbook, ours included, at B3. But we've always been thinking, okay, after the airdrop, after the points program, how do you continue to engage and incentivize users, right? What are some of the best practices, or what are some of the strategies that you guys have been thinking of to help sustain player engagement for the long term? Michael, you want to kick us off, actually?
Sure, yeah. I mean, we're still in our play to airdrop campaign, so this is all theory for now. I can't back this up by actual experience. But I think it's actually super important what you do after the airdrop, because then, you could just map this out. Like, what happens? So you have your tokens, they go to the users, they play it for months, they finally have the liquidity, they probably sell some, so you also have to set a bit of liquidity aside to potentially, eat that up, that whole sell pressure. And then obviously you continue with the rewards. So we set aside, I think we had like 2% for season 1, 2% for season 2 of the Play to Airdrop event. Season 3, season 4, season 5, they will all come. They will also have allocations. I can't say as much yet how much they will have. But ideally the token sits at a good price, and you use the tokens for user acquisition and retention. So ideally it doesn't end there. Also, what's very important is that the token chart needs to look juicy, needs to look good, not just down only. So there needs to be some price movement. Ideally, up and down, gravitating towards up. That's probably the best marketing you can have as well. So don't launch the token too high. Don't go the low float, high FTV path, because that just doesn't work. Leave some upside to the community and get them engaged.
Absolutely. YP?
Well, honestly, Gaming Grid, we have been playing in a ton of play to airdrops, and I can tell you, the harsh reality is that the gamers will sell everything, the farmers at least. But for me, my wrists are made out of diamonds. but basically, there's just so many elements to making a project go right, and I would say no Web3 game has figured it out yet, right? Because we are still early in this phase, and Play to Airdrop is just like a Telegram game. It is using it as a top of a funnel, using it as a good way for user acquisition. But when it comes to user and gamer retention and engagement, that's a whole different story. Let's just say a project set aside 40% of their community rewards, right? 40% divided by 2%, I don't know how many seasons that. You can only go up to maybe 20 seasons. What's next after 20 seasons, right? For now, I would say the best way to approach this is opening up the game, having the game full launch in open beta, for example, Pirate Nation. They are running, the token is live, the season is live, the airdrop is still live, and not only that, but they continuously ship the small updates and also the big updates. I think just a good example would say Riot Games League of Legends, a game that I've been playing for 10 years now. Season 0 versus current season 23 is huge difference, but it's the continuous pathway of building, shipping, and at the same time growing the community and the gamers is what's most important. And at the same time, we are a Web3 game, but we need to tap into the Web2 audience. How we gonna do it? We have many ways, right? But at the end of the day, we need to bring those Web2 players into the Web3 games, and there's a lot of ways to that. We can slowly discuss that in another topic, but that's just what I think of the whole play to airdrop, user acquisition, and stuff like that. For the current landscape of Web3 gaming, I can tell you that the gamers down here are probably fatigued already, and there's probably gonna be a lot more new ways of bringing in the new users.
Yeah, I saw a lot of heads nodding there. Everyone
Not, guys,
is pretty
not, please,
fatigued.
not.
Pretty
Everyone
fatigued of the points meta. Yeah, Chase, anything there to add?
Nah, these guys are smart. They got it covered. But I guess just to quickly add something to that then, I think a lot of times it's always going to be a balancing act, right? In terms of token price action versus what is the actual core loop of the game and how does token play around the loop that you've created for engagement, the loop that you've created for increased session time for players to continuously engage with the game that you've created. And as YP said, it's always going to be a point of iteration, season per season per season, depending on how you actually break that down on your sprint, that your season 1 on the game is likely going to be completely different from 2, from 3, from 4, and so on and so forth. Because that progression right there, they don't only see the progression and the improvement of the game, they also see the progression and the improvement of how tokens sync back into the game so that they can engage themselves more as a player and, you know, kind of like engage themselves more as a player slash investor into your game. So it's a huge balancing act, which I don't think Web 2 game developers in general see as a big issue. But I do think that within Web 3, we're doing two things, and that's even more challenging. So good luck to every builder out there, because I want to see people get it right so that I can take the best practices and do it right myself as well.
I have a question for you, Daryl, because B3 is like a new gaming chain, and you guys only been starting marketing for a while, and you guys have been already cooking a few big partnerships and stuff like that, and bringing in some very cool partners. How, because there's so many gaming chains, how are you able to differentiate yourself from this market? Because like we're talking about discoverability, right? Like how do you stand out?
Yeah, absolutely. I think a few pieces of context to share first. So, like YP said, B3, we've only been around for 90 days, actually. So we launched late this year. We came from Base. So my co-founders and I, we built the Base chain and really helped to grow the ecosystem there. And a lot of the learnings when we worked with Jesse was really just build something that people want, build like a dead simple experience. And for us, it started with discovery. I would always get this question back in the day, hey, what are the games I can play on Base? And I would actually just send them to base.org, and it's almost like a directory, right? And they click on the link, and that's not a very fun experience. So my co-founders and I, we built Basement.fun. You guys can check out some of the games and booths there. But the idea is you go there, you can immediately play the games on B3, the games on Base, and you don't have to connect the wallet. It just starts, right? And you can play these casual games. And so it's almost like a throwback to Miniclip and addicting games for some of those fans. And I think Jonathan, I don't know if he's here, but he built 8Ball, one of the most played casual games on Miniclip. So
I love 8Ball.
He's in crypto now. And so I think the idea there is to build with the user in mind and make a very, very simple experience. So that's what we're starting with at B3, and then you can grow from there. Awesome. So I know we're coming up on time, so maybe I'm going to skip the next question and just do the last one. YP, I think you mentioned a great point there. We have to continue to onboard Web 2 gamers, Web 2 users, right? It's one of the largest industries in the world, 3 billion gamers, right? A ton of revenue out there. What do we need to do? How do we find the next 100 million players? How do we onboard them?
Yo, YGG is already doing it right. Like they partner with the schools, the universities. I think today's Thursday, they're still in school, but guys, if you guys come back tomorrow, it's gonna be 2 or 3x the people and the flow and the traffic. I think bringing Web3 to them is the best way forward, and through an education route is the best way forward. Because for me, and why so serious, he used to be a teacher in our country, in our school. Actually used to be a teacher in my high school. And from what we did is like we share and tell them about Web3 gaming, and it's just like sharing another game to another friend. And through there, the network effect, and you slowly spread. And look at YGG today. Like YGG Play Summit is like huge right now. Last year it was 10,000. This year's probably 20,000. But yeah, I think that's the best way for education.
I guess just to add to that real quick, right? Like, obviously YGG is doing a lot of heavy lifting, right? Which is fantastic though, because then it actually is a very mutualistic relationship between projects that are banking on builders, as well as projects banking on creators and players, right? And I do think that what we also really need to focus on that are like on the builder side of things is to really emphasize on huge builder communities that could actually create content, that could actually create more games that these communities, guild communities, for example, would have to consume, though, right? Because like the innovation happens on the builder side of things, the consumption happens on the guilds and the player side of things. Without anything to consume that's worth consuming, I don't think there's ever going to be growth. And that's why I think that within the projects that are here today, focusing on specific builder specific narratives. You know, some of us are like, for example, OP Games. We're focusing more on independent game developers. Maybe not the game studios that are making really huge AAA games, but rather indies that are making creative, fully experiential kind of games that hasn't been played before. Because we want to kind of like move into the grassroots level of like how game developers can not only create games, but also integrate tech stacks that is very Web3 in nature. So having these types of creators enable themselves to build games gets consumed by, you know, guild members in YGG, for example. I think that's going to be a match made in heaven, and that moves the needle a little bit forward to mass adoption.
Yeah, I think two things. I mean, you already talked about education. I think education is very important for why does Web3 matter? Why does crypto matter? I think it's a lot about opportunity. It's a lot about just new economic systems that are kind of like global and online and on-chain first. I think that is just very exciting. It's not just gaming, it's just contributing to communities, building projects. I think you start with a game, you get deeper, and then you get involved and build your actual career in this space. I think this is why a lot of people are here. Outside of that, there's this whole world on Telegram and other messengers where people don't know that much about crypto. They don't need to know much about crypto. They just want to build games that are fun, and they want to kind of pay and have payouts that are seamless. So crypto just offers a payment rail for communities that are not so banked across the world. Because for us, we have a lot of players in Nigeria, in Bangladesh, in Vietnam, the Philippines, like. And they can all just withdraw with USDC, USDT, and it's just much easier. So I think it's accessibility, it's making it easy for non-crypto users, but also allowing them to dive deeper and learn more about crypto and Web3 and the culture.
Amazing. Okay, I think we have 40 seconds left, so maybe we do one fun one, a quick lightning round. What's your favorite Web3 game? And you can't name the one you're building. Or the one you're advising, YP. So, Chase, maybe we can go with you.
I'm getting addicted to Parallel, quite honestly, though, right? So I guess that's a no-brainer for me.
Michael?
One of the OG card games, I like Skyweaver. I like the team, I like the art. Parallel is bigger now. Probably the better game, arguably, but I like Skyweaver.
Love it. Love it. YP? YP's got too many games he's playing.
Maple Story, Maple Story.
Maple Story, let's go. Awesome, awesome. All right, this was great. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks for that, Daryl, YP, Michael, and Chase. Up in our discussion are the latest news and all the happenings at Coins.ph and YGG. We invite Jen Belango, the country manager of Coins.ph and co-founder of Yield Guild Games, Beryl Lee.
Hello, hello. Hi, guys. We have very exciting news for you. So my name is Beryl Lee, from a co-founder at YGG. And with me is Jen Belango from Coins.ph. So sa mga YGG hodlers dyan, we have very, very good news for you. So over to you, Jen.
Thanks, Beryl. Hi, YGG community, GM. We have a very important announcement that we will have today. We're very honored. We've always been a big supporter of the YGG community. Ever since, whenever they launch in a new chain, we're one of the first exchanges to support them. So one of the things that we will be announcing today is we will be conducting, or we will be launching the YGG Launch Pool. So what does that mean is, for those of you who are not familiar with the Launch Pool concept, for those who are relatively new, is basically when you put your YGG token, you get to participate in new tokens that will be listed on our exchange. So it's one of the ways in which the YGG community can benefit from the new and get exposure to the new projects that we will be launching together, YG and at Coins. It's not going to be only available in the Philippines. Sorry. So is that it's not going to be only be available in the Philippines, but it will also be available in our global exchange. Australia, we have operations in Australia, Brazil, Mauritius, Europe. So Philippines will always be the first, but this is for all the YG community all around the world.
So stake your YGG tokens in the launch pool and get airdrops from leading projects, from games, and our future of work, which is around AI, the PIN projects, the centralized physical infrastructure, robotics, and yes, get some airdrops.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite exciting because it's a way for the community to, benefit from what we're building together, what YG in particular is building together. We'll be launching something hopefully by December. So the first launch pool will be coming this December. And it's not going it will be a continuous process in which every time, whenever we list a new token that's part of the YGG ecosystem, YGG holders within the exchange will get to share part and be part of this journey with YG and with Coins.
Thank you, Jen. Thanks, everyone. That's our announcement for today.
We would also like to take this opportunity to once again acknowledge our partners for this year's YGG Play Summit. Hyperplay, official game store partner. Mantle, our diamond sponsors. Coins.ph, Ubisoft, our platinum sponsors. AnyChess, Aptos, Arena of Faith, Avalanche, Indus Super Gaming, Maple Story Universe, Parallel, Pixels, B3, Ronin, Cypher, Star Atlas, and Thousands.tv. Our gold sponsors, Aurori, Sky GG, DeFi Kingdoms, Immutable, My Neighbor Alice, Planetarium, Seraph, Shard Lab, Sonic SVM, Space Nation, and Sparkball. Our silver sponsors, 77-Bit, Blockchain Space, Conviction Labs, Psy, Goodies, D-Labs, DWF Labs, Echelon Prime, Protobot, Coin, Long Hash, Mirai Labs, Navigate, OpenSea, Party Icons, Pixelmon, Reblink, SimDunk, Sui, Team Tactical, Trala, X Protocol, and Sandbox. Our media partners, BitPinas, WhenInManila.com, Unbox, Philstar Tech, Tiger22, and Neoprint.
Everybody in the club go to work. Everybody in the club go to work.
Now we would like to direct everybody's attention to the big screen as we play the highlights of day one.
YGG Play Summit 2024 is live.
Let's do an energy check, guys. 1, 2, 3. Energy check!
now live from Samsung Hall for the YGG Play Summit Showdown.
To be in an industry where it's actually very profitable to do something you're passionate about is something I wouldn't trade for anything at all.
It's just great to see so many friends, especially so many of you are visiting Manila for the first time. So yeah, my heart is full and we've only started.
And we are back here at the YGG Play Summit Showdown here at the SM Aura.
I would say what we did right was set a really strong foundation right from the beginning.
Game is all about fun.
Ultimately, the objective should be to build a really competitive, a really fun game, a really aesthetically pleasing game.
Many of the projects and builders featured on today's lineup have all received funding from VCs to back their vision and to create the next wave of innovation. Today, we're lucky enough to have 3 leading VCs in the space as we discover and discuss games, memes, and the future of Web3. What should people be looking out for, and where do the opportunities lie? To lead our discussion, we have Ken Bassett, the head of DeFi at Morph Labs. On stage, we'll have Christy Choi, AO Labs. FD, founder at Game Girl Ventures.
You can be right.
And Nick Snoledo, partner at Eden Ventures.
Hey guys, we're joined here today by some of our amazing panelists today, and we're going to be talking about games, memes, and the future of Web3. So without further ado, I'd love for our guests to introduce themselves, and then we can start with our awesome discussion. So maybe you go first.
GM, guys, happy Bitcoin all-time high. Woo! Alrighty, Chrissy here, co-founder at AO Labs. We're building Playground for on-chain communities. We're also building something very exciting in the meme coin space, which will be released sometime soon, I guess. But I've been in the crypto scene for the past 7, 8 years now. Third cycler, have been mostly investing. My previous job was at Binance, leading investments. And now I'm in the trenches with the Trench Warriors. Nice to meet you.
Hello everyone, Abdi here. I'm the founder and GP of Game Girl Ventures. We're a boutique gaming VC focusing on bringing the best teams into Web3. So my background is from Web2 gaming. So I used to lead investment for NetEase Games, the second largest gaming company from China. So obviously a lot of conviction for the long-term goodness of the industry right here. I think we think Web3 needs gaming and gaming needs Web3. And so really happy to be here and talk about memes and games today. Yeah.
I'm Nix, representing Eden Ventures. We venture build and we invest direct to consumer businesses. A lot of the portfolio are in Web3 games.
Awesome, and these are such amazing panelists with rich years of experience in crypto and consumer applications. Myself as a moderator, so that should be Morph, by the way. I left Tyco, but I've been off the grid for quite a bit, so I do understand why it's still Tyco. But I lead DeFi at Morph L2, which is essentially BitGet's layer 2. We are invested in by Pantera, Dragonfly, and so forth, and we have been preceded by BitGet, the central exchange itself. So yeah, I mean, without further ado, we should start with some of our questions and what we see in crypto at the moment. So right now, guys, where do you see the landscape of Web3 games at this time? Do you think we're ready for full gaming adoption? Nix, how about you go first?
Ever since Sky Mavis launched Ronin Chain in May of 2021, I think more than $12 billion had been invested in Web3 game studios and infrastructure. It takes a while to ship a proper game outside of the casual space. But seeing a lot of these products getting developed, some of them have done open alphas, open betas. I'm very bullish about what's to come in the coming months. A lot of them are ready to finally be launched, and as we crescendo towards this bull market, it's a very good momentum and wind at their backs to hopefully push this sector forward.
Awesome. And how about you, Fanga?
Well, like I said, I think usually from the Web3 perspective, we understand why Web3 needs gaming, right? Mass adoption possibility, onboarding high-value users into the ecosystem, making the pie bigger. But from the gaming perspective, there's a lot of bottlenecks in the gaming industry right now, especially from user acquisition perspective, as well, the increasing need, especially from the young generation of users looking for ownership. So in that sense, Web3 can actually solve a lot of the pain points for gaming in general. And in the future, I think it's very intuitive to think, in that, even though metaverse is a kind of passé word right now, but in that virtual world, everyone will own will own their identity and will own the ownership of the items there. So that's really the far future where we believe in, and Web3, and then Web3 empowered gaming, and gamify Web3. We think those two things are gonna be the driving force that can get us there.
And Christy, where do you see Web3 gaming at this time, and do you think we're ready for the adoption itself?
I mean, looking at the booth over there and how many people there are, it's hard to say, at least in the Philippines, maybe we're having a mainstream adoption. Not too sure globally if it's happening right now or whether it's going to happen this cycle. I think the difficulty is, honestly, I guess, like two folks were talking about how, it's been, some may argue that, actually sort of brought some kind of an adoption. But then I guess the challenge is how, Web3 by its nature, there's the token part of things. And obviously for games, the product itself is game, right? But then token is also part of the product. So, and I guess the mismatches, as Nix pointed out, it does take time for a good game to be delivered and for that to really resonate with the mainstream audiences versus, I guess, crypto is a very cyclical business where there is a bull run, there's a bear market and all that. And so I guess what will really define whether we see like the adoption like this cycle is whether, I guess, also tied with like how fast these great games can be delivered on time during the bull market. I think is something that we might have to speculate upon. But we do all know, if you've been in the conference for the past few days, that there are a lot of great game devs jumping into the space who are building, honestly, building regardless of all the hypes and all that. But maybe what will bring in the mainstream adoption could be, a combination of that retail excitement that is coming from the token side and the actual, the pure fun from the game side. So that's something that I have in mind.
Awesome. And just to kind of echo what our panelists have spoken about, and I've been traveling the past 4 weeks all across Southeast Asia. I started in Vietnam, went to Singapore, Malaysia, and then ended up in Bangkok, and then now the Philippines. I've been seeing a lot of Web3 gaming to be very nascent because we haven't blurred that line in terms of fun. At the end of the day, and I think our speakers will agree with me, that Web3 should just be in the background, while a fun game should take its place, really capturing the attention and retention of the users, right? And so that's what we're trying to work on, a really fun game that brings together a lot of users and a lot of adoption in this space. Which brings me to my next question, right? We see that there are a lot of mechanisms in gaming. Do you guys think that play to earn is still relevant? Or do you guys see a new mechanism in how tokens and adoption of Web3 gaming is done today? And let's mix up the order, shall we? How about Christy?
It's still gonna stay. I don't think like play to earn is a concept that'll just disappear. It's not a fad. The mechanism, the token mechanism, the earn and burn and sync mechanism is just constantly gonna evolve. But you know, at the end of the day, crypto is all about how do you earn, and how do you, I guess, like coming back to the point that I was making earlier. There will be a token that is going to be tied to the platform or the game, and it is all about how you make the play to earn component strong enough that it does feel an economy, and it is going to be mind grasping, not just for the gaming audience, but also the speculative part of the token. I mean, you may not launch a token, which would be positioning yourself as sort of, you know, you're leveraging the crypto or the blockchain technology and all that, but then you're not necessarily going like, you know, the full Web3 native approach, which may be a viable option. It's not what I'm personally super excited about because I'm more interested in crypto native things that are only uniquely possible through crypto, and it actually adds up to the fun part of the game. Or else, like I do feel like why don't you just play games? Like you don't have to be paid to play, you know, fun games anyways. And so if you are to, you know, go with like with the Web3 game part, then, you know, there will be some kind of a play to earn mechanism, and it's not just going to disappear in like a couple years or so. The challenge for the gaming projects are that how you're going to make it resonate with a larger group of people, and not just for people who just want to earn a couple bucks per day. So, yeah.
Awesome. And Fangda? Yeah.
Yeah, I think play to earn by itself, first of all, from the gaming evolving, I think timeline perspective, it's like an inevitable as a milestone for the gaming industry as a whole, right? Like gaming first started off as from the business model perspective, you know, you buy the CD, you buy the copy, and then it became to the subscription model. And then obviously mobile gaming was democratized by free to play. And so from the kind of business perspective, model perspective, play to earn by itself, I think increased the user base for gaming in general. Because if you look at the world population right now, only like 60% are gamers right now. But you know, by adding that play to earn element, it effectively increased the pie bigger, especially for a lot of the emerging markets, right, like Southeast Asia, South America. So I think in that sense, it's inevitable. But is it gonna be the only thing? I don't think so. I think in the end, more important is play and earn, and play and own, right? So play and earn. I think So when you look at gaming, right, fundamentally it's entertainment. But entertainment has a lot of different layers, right? Like it can be socialized fun. It can be just, you know, enjoying the beautiful art. It can be enjoying the beautiful lore and interactive with the characters there. But earning and, you know, strategizing and part of it, you know, gambling, social casino is also part of the fun. So I think play and earn, they're not, you know, exclusive to each other. And actually they can be parallel within very good content and IP. And play and earn, what I think is also very fundamental to Web3 gaming, right? So it's not just about owning your asset, right? It's also owning part of the ecosystem. So the way to do that is by, you know, the developer were giving a share of their economy through the token launch or through other means of launching the assets. So that's going to be very, I think, very unique and very critical. Because in the end, if you look at social network, in the past, users are not rewarded for their contribution, right? So, and players, for the time spent, for the engagement, for all the capital they deployed in the game. So all of that, I think especially for Gen Z, they are gonna be asking for ownership. So I think play and earn, and play and own, for me will be the more like the defining milestone for Web3 gaming.
If you layer play to earn or play and earn over a guild model, the token is a very strong incentive for players to first try the game. So from a discovery perspective, that reward mechanism, that earning mechanism is a very strong top of the funnel driver of users. But as the past 3 years, those who have run guilds have learned that the longer the player stays in the guild and plays the game, the higher the likelihood they'll start spending on the game. And the quantum of spend also increases over time because the focus shifts from earning to status, right? You want to differentiate yourself from your fellow guild members and community, and you want to be recognized as someone different. So I think just like in any other project where there's a token incentive mechanism, whether that's staking, an airdrop, or what have you, it's a very strong way to onboard users or to onboard TVL in the case of DeFi. But as a long-term business model, I think the product has to have separate flywheels, has to have a separate value proposition to its user base to encourage organic revenues to come from its cohort of users that they've attracted.
Awesome, and we see play to earn as being something very, very crucial over the past few years, as we've all talked about. But now we're seeing new mechanisms and incentive mechanisms to actually keep innovation going and actually encourage better retention for users and organic users at that will. And not just users that want to farm tokens or earn money, right? But actually want to play the game and be rewarded for their competitiveness. So with that, right, we've talked about gaming. Another big thing and electrifying kind of topic in crypto right now is meme coins. And as that happens, a lot of meme coins are outperforming most of the markets even, right? And even altcoins. As we see, meme coins are, I guess, the best in terms of performance these days, right? And so with that, a big question I wanted to ask all of our speakers here today is, meme coins, do you think it's not going to make it or going to make it?
Well, I think it's there is constantly a lot of like doubts coming from the longer that you've been in crypto. I see how some folks like have trouble like sort of getting persuaded like how the meme coins work, whether this is a fad or not. And I think it's, you know, if you think about it, this is the same kind of discussion that we had. I remember a couple years ago, maybe even 2 years ago when we were in the YGG summit 2 years ago, we were talking about whether NFTs are going to stay or last or going to disappear, you know. At the end of the day, you know, crypto is a attention business, as you all know. It's all about like how much mind share that you're capturing from the entire market. And it's pretty clear that, you know, meme coins are attention grabbing for not just the crypto degens, but even the retails. You saw the past few days how it's the retails are literally killing the performances in terms of even the crypto Twitter people. So you know, if you think about it, Dogecoin was launched 2014, 2015. And it's not a new concept, you know, it's just how it's been slowly forming and how it's been slowly getting more attention. And it's just such a powerful way of people starting to create their own currency for their own communities. And it's much more liquid at NFTs, easier to launch. And of course, there's been a lot of discussion around, you know, people getting disappointed about these high FTV, low float coins that are VC backed, that are, you know, just dumping on the retails. Everyone just, I feel like generally, like crypto people are like very much educated at this point that, you know, we've been stuck with the crypto Twitter for the past 2 years, discussing the same thing over and over, and now people are just starting to realize how the game that the VCs have been playing against the retails are they've been dumping on us the entire time, and they now want, a new mechanism where there are chances for them to also win and be on the same starting line as the VCs and all that. And I feel like, it's not just going to disappear because this is like a movement coming from actual demand. And I do understand how, meme coins might have, it can be a little more tiring given how, it's such a high dopamine strike, and you get easily tired from, just staring at your screen 24/7 compared to any other thing. But then I think the reality is, we're all gaming folks and all that, but we're also fighting against the entire crypto pie. If you think about the entire crypto pie, we're fighting against the meme coin people who are trying to, grab the attention from the retail side. And I think, for games, you got to also play the playbook of like what's going on in this particular cycle, and it seems like it's meme coins going on. So I think, we just can't ignore what's going on, and it's just better to adopt and adapt to whatever's going on. I think AI agents are a good example of how like games can adopt to this, but I'll stop here. Yeah.
Fangda, would you like to go next?
Yeah, I agree with Christy that crypto is about attention. On the other side, I think it's even more so about wealth effect, right? Like the reason why I think meme coin is is going up so high with a lot of hype is I think it's the number one kind of young generation's defiance against the status quo, right? That was the crypto ethos when Bitcoin was launched about like 15 years ago, and it's the ethos of the Gen Z, Gen Alpha right now, right? Because Bitcoin price too high, and for them to buy a Bitcoin or even like a tiny piece of it, wealth effect for them is too low, right? So for them, Bitcoin is the status quo. So they wanna defy it. They wanna establish their own kind of meta game. And meme coin is something the young generation will be good at. So in that sense, I think meme coin will always stay, or in a form or another, because that's how we as an industry, right, we can increase our user base. That's how you can continue to attract the new users, the new traders to come into this ecosystem. And on the third level, I think also crypto is about removing the middle agents, right? So for example, in gaming, we talk about user acquisition. So in the past, when a game wants to launch, right, they need to buy ads from Google, they need to buy ads from Facebook, and in the past few decades, a lot of the revenue, a lot of the profitability of the gaming devs actually just gonna be eaten up by those middle layer kind of publishing ads network. So in crypto gaming, by having your token through your go-to-market strategy, you actually can remove a lot of the layer in between and direct to consumer, bring your game to your player, right? And I think meme coin in that sense, you're removing a lot of the middle agents as well, right? Like in the past, you have to raise like 2 or 3 rounds from the VC, and then you have to get your market maker, and then you have to talk to the exchange. There are like so many steps in between, and before you can finally trade, and you have liquidity of the assets. But right now, meme coin is your launch, and then you're trading. And then effectively, whoever, the community builder, the launcher, and the retail buyer, they're all in one. And it's much faster in terms of, how you can get to the retail trader and how you can get to liquidity. So in that sense, I think it's very edgy and very kind of progressive. Obviously, we will, still have a lot of, maybe like hidden backs, and people are, there are too many meme coins, a lot of them, 99% will not stay. But I think, as I said, I think fundamentally on the kind of first principle level, a lot of the meme coin, I think the reason why they're here is really resonating with the core ethos of crypto in general.
When I first got into crypto, I had to contend with the 4-year cycle, right? And then as more rabbit holes in crypto appeared, now you had the 4-month meta. Now it's a 4-hour cycle. So it's become very hard to keep tabs on what, Pump.Fun launches 10,000 coins a day. So it's very hard to sort of identify and pay attention to which ones will do well and which ones won't. If you look at Dune Analytics, I think of the 4 million unique wallets that have participated in a pump.fun sort of coin, only 10,000 have made at least $10,000 or more, which sort of suggests most 99.75% of wallets either made no money or lost money. I think the meta will continue to rotate. It doesn't mean that if the meta shifts, that particular vertical dies. It will always be there. In the same way that Web3 games is still there, RWAs is still there, AI is currently becoming the meta, DeFi is still there. Having said that, I do know someone who put in 15K US and focused only on meme coins. Now he's at 7 digits and has changed his sleep pattern. He will make sure he only sleeps a maximum of 2 hours in succession and has 6 monitors social media, and he's really created this playbook of making money from meme coins, right? He's decided to specialize rather than to go broad in the space. So there definitely is a playbook to make money from this space. I just suck at it.
Awesome. Now that's dedication. I think like memes, it's been a cultural phenomenon since forever, even in Web 2, right? To bring it forth to Web 3 is definitely something that's a must. And for us to capitalize on that is something that will not just go on for this meta, but will recur over and over again as memes progress and as memes are reflected by, ongoing cultures that we now see for a certain time. And to wrap up, I would love for you guys to, say any announcements, any shout-outs. I know the guys over at Eden are cooking up some awesome stuff. But I would also love to hear from Fangda and Christy if they're also doing something cool. At Morph, we just launched Mainnet, and we're very excited to have all kinds of consumer applications. Have a talk with us.
We have a Link and Gig booth at the back. Please check it out. We're quite excited and bullish for them.
Well, maybe I want to talk about a project that one of my friends, Ryan, is doing right now. He's sitting right there. So you guys can ask him for more details. So he's creating a very exciting, I would say. So the way I think about memes, the meta game is actually a game, right? So trading meme is a game itself because people play with each other and people play against each other. And then, getting some profit day in, day out, you see the losses, you see the profit. It's very adrenaline kind of driven. You will drive up your adrenaline, right? So Ryan is building something very exciting, and they will integrate meme into a game. And so I wouldn't say more details about that. You guys can feel free to reach out to him.
I'm an investor as well, so the guy's one of the smartest people in Web3.
I gotta talk to him later.
Gotta make sure the round's still open,
Yeah, for us, not ready to announce something today, but keep watching Spacebar XYZ on Twitter, and we'll be announcing something very exciting soon around meme coins. For those who are not really in the trenches, we want to provide a solution whereby you don't have to stare on your screen 24/7, but then you can have a directional exposure onto that. And so stay tuned.
Awesome, guys. And that's it from us.
Thank you, Ken, Christy, FD, and Nix. For the next half hour, we're going to be looking at a variety of games that all take elements of more traditional sports or games and give them a new infusion of Web3 gaming experience. We invite Brian Chen, the head of AnyChess, which is bringing the traditional world of chess to life in Web3. Nick Zhang of SimDunk, a basketball game on mobile for Web3. Hosting this panel is Munchies, the All Good Guild founder.
All right, GM everyone. This is Munchies, guild founder of All Good in the Hood, and also the community manager in Shards. And right now we will be talking about get your game on sports games in Web3. This is pretty cool. This is my first time hosting a panel, so I'm so excited to give you some questions, to have cool answers, and I mean, whether you're dunking or dribbling or going to the board right now, and I want to hear from you guys. First, before we go into the questions, can you introduce something about yourself and what are you building right now?
Yeah, sure. Maybe I'll start first. Hey, everyone. It's good to be here. It's my first time. It's pretty buzzing. I'm the head of strategy and operations at Animoca Brands, and I also lead one of our projects called AniChess, which basically is a spell chess variant that we're developing in partnership with Chess.com. So for those of you who play classic chess, basically Chess.com is the largest platform globally. And we've just recently launched the alpha version of the game about 3 weeks ago, and we have a booth here, so please go try it out. We also held our AniChess Championship at the YGG Play Summit about 2 days ago, so congrats to all the winners on that day as well.
All right, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Nick Zhang from SimDunk, co-founder in SimDunk. So SimDunk is a 3v3 street basketball game that's available on mobile, so it's highly competitive. The art style is kind of like a cyberpunk, pretty much like an Eastern style artwork. And players can, get inside of the game, collect their friends together, or try to find a guild to play a 3v3 basketball street fight. That's on average 3 to 5 minutes per game. And we are in the test phase right now, so pretty much like testing in a beta test right now, and trying our best to reach out to the SEA fan base and try to launch our NFTs, tokens, and points ASAP, and to embrace this huge market of basketball fans and Web3 gamers. So we're planning to launch our open beta around Q1 to Q2 in 2025. So yeah, that's about the game. Thank you.
Nice. I mean, a lot of people love sports worldwide, right? And a lot of people also love playing computer. So you as a builder, as a CEO, or as a creator of a game, like what inspired you to combine sports with Web3 game in general?
Yeah, sure. I can go first. I think our mission at Animoca Brands is around onboarding the masses to Web3, right? And I think for us, the thesis was pretty simple, that gaming would be the most natural segue to help us achieve that with over 3 billion gamers. And now, why did we choose chess as that opportunity? The reason is because there's already 600 million people who play classic chess, right? And these are the people who don't necessarily know anything about Web3, but then they play it because they love the game, right? And so for us, it's around how do we create a game based on chess that would enable us to onboard these users, right? I think one element obviously is play and earn, but the reason why the emphasis is on and is because fundamentally we want this game to be fun to play, right? And so AniChess really adds a very interesting twist to classic chess by adding what we call a spell layer, right? Which makes the game a lot more dynamic. It also makes the game a little bit more fair, right? For the people who don't necessarily have time to study openings, study the mid-late games, and grind out classic chess, but allowing the people who actually have the passion for the game to actually have a chance to win, someone like a Magnus Carlsen, right? Maybe in classic chess, he will always win you. For every 100 games he plays, he's going to win 100% of the time, right? But in AniChess, if you're able to study the spells better than him, you know how to strategize against those spells, maybe for every 100 games, there's a hope you could win 4 or 5 games, right? So it's still predominantly skill-based, but we wanted to allow the opportunity for there to be hope, right? For people who like the game, and not feel kind of intimidated, right, to play against people who are really good, right? And so fundamentally, that is one of the reasons why we chose chess, because it's one of the oldest games that we have, right, in multiple generations. And we think this is a game that is here to stay, and we want to innovate upon it with some of the best partners in this space.
Yeah, just adding on what Brian said, I think a natural advantage of Web3 industry to a basketball game is like there are some existing prediction markets. There are already existing liquidities for the game. So, like when we talk about like traditional sports like soccer, basketball, volleyball, or even billiards, they're always like a prediction market. Like traditionally say, oh, it's wagering or it's like gambling stuff. But people love to put their stakes inside of the outcome of the game, right? No matter it's like a huge tournament of like 6 digits, or it's just like a simple everyday, very normal ranked game. It could still be like utilized by some prediction markets. So that's actually one of the biggest advantage for sports games to get into Web3. And like besides unlocking the liquidities of some assets, right? And at the same time, of course, like I don't know whether you guys played Freestyle, but unlocking some of the liquidities of the characters or skins or even like in-game assets, players can actually increase their consumption leverage, right? It's like I put in $10 in a traditional game, I get nothing out of it. But if one day in SimDunk I put in $10 and today I can get an immediate economic incentive out of it, then the leverage is there, and the players are likely gonna combine their consumption behavior with their investment behavior, and potentially put more investment or put more joy or get a lot of excitement from the game. So that's actually another leverage I think we're using as SimDunk inside of Web3. So gradually, we're gonna launch more and more like different tiers of assets. Let's say, if you're like a rich player, you can find your the assets that fit your personal expectation, like $1,000 or $10,000, you can find that. But if you're like a free gamer, or if you're like a highly skilled gamer, but want to like seek for some low stake games, there are also like a 10-cent or 5-cent game that you can find inside of the tournament structure. So that's something we're going to utilize, like different tiers of smart contracts can actually find different types of players. So I think that's the magic of Web3 that we can get out of market. Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, the combination of Web3 and sports are pretty amazing. And me, myself, I already played both of your games. Me climbing into Anichess MMR, it's pretty hard. It's crazy. I mean, at first it's hard, but when you play it, you'll get the glimpse of it, you'll get the grasp of it. And right now, I'm on 1,400 MMR. And also SimDunk, not just Anichess, also played SimDunk. I love the game. I played a lot of freestyle before, so for sure you played freestyle also, and it's amazing how you make this game, putting it into Web3 and make it so smooth. Chess players a lot. I never knew that we have. You said 600,000 players playing playing chess.com.
Chess.com itself has 150 million
150
users,
million users.
15
Wow.
million DAU. But I think globally the statistics is that there's 600 million people who have played chess.
Wow,
right?
that's a lot, yeah.
Classic chess. Yeah.
And also SimDunk, a lot of people loves basketball. A lot of people are playing 2K, every PS, every PSPs. And for my next question is what challenges or opportunities do you face when bridging these two worlds? I mean, how do traditional sports fans react when you created this game?
Yeah, sure. I'll go first then. So I think the natural advantage is like when we talk about like a 3v3 basketball, a Web3 mobile game. Even if most of people haven't played SimDunk yet, they understand like how 3v3 basketball work. Like just like what you played in a school or on the street, right? That's basically the same rule. I think generally that's the first advantage of sports game in Web3. But I think the challenge is, while we're kind of like go deeper inside of the economy design, it's actually not as simple as like some MMORPGs or other like asset-driven, games that are like fully focusing on assets. So assets themselves are gameplay, right? But for a basketball 3v3 game, we want to have like a balance between like a stats balance. Like we don't want to say, hey, this paying user is actually bullying everyone else, right? We want to make a balance of the value of everyone's consumption inside of the game, while we want to make the 3v3 game fair game for most users, even though like they're in different tiers of consumption. So I think that's a major challenge that we see while we design economy stuff. Yeah, but I still think advantage is definitely much bigger than the challenges we have, right? Because it's a new stage.
Yeah, I think maybe just adding to the challenges part, I think there's both a short-term and a long-term challenge. I think the short-term one is really just around the overall technical infrastructure, right? Because I think at the end of the day, Web3 games still has a fair share of improvements to the overall UI and UX, which is obviously getting a lot better recently, but there's room for improvement, right? Because the UI UX still isn't as smooth when you integrate the Web3 technology in, and I think over time that will be fixed pretty quickly, right? Because if you look at now some of the top games we have like Parallel, like even Off the Grid, they pretty much extracted away the technology from the product, right? But I think we'll definitely get there over time. I think the longer term challenge I see is really around education. Because what we're finding in AniChess is when you look at the Western Hemisphere or like the US focused players, there's still there's still a misperception about Web3, right? And so, yes, when they first encounter the game, they think it's interesting, but once they see any terminology around blockchain, decentralization, they will just, kind of drop it, right? And be like, hey, I don't want to be involved, Web3 is a scam, et cetera, right? But actually, if you look at Asia, particularly Southeast Asia or here in the Philippines, people are they really embrace that technology. And so for us, the challenges of adoption in this part of the region, and which is why we're really doubled down and focused on, developing, the IP and the game in here, is because people are already very culturally used to this technology, right? So I think for us, it's really these two challenges that we're trying to solve. I think the opportunity that applies to both chess and basketball is that the games we are developing already have significant familiarity with the players, right? So as a chess player, when you go and play AniChess, very quickly you already understand how it works, right? Because you play chess, right? Even without AniChess as the game. Similar to basketball, right? You play 2K, right? And it's not going to be that difficult to pick it up with these. So it's not like people have to relearn something completely new. It's already building on top of a concept which has established a huge fandom, regardless of what sport, tennis, soccer, basketball, chess. But also it's a game that people are already familiar with from a skill and knowledge perspective.
Yeah, I mean, cool challenges. I mean, we ourselves in the Filipino community really loves just playing and looking for different games to just go into. And I love both of your games, and I want to invite more players because it's super easy. That's what these two people are doing right now, Simdunk and AniChess. When you start playing their game, you don't need to do anything hard, do anything stupid just to go into their game. But just click the start button and there's your game, right? Super easy to access, and that's what we're looking for, and that's what we want to see more in the future. And for my next question is, what's the most surprising feedback you receive from the community or players?
So I guess one of the, I guess maybe I can start first, right? I think
No
one of
worries.
the biggest feedback that we've received from particularly the participants in the tournament that we held 2 days ago was the fact that I think they underestimated how much of a difference that adding spells have to the game of classic chess, right? I think they found that if you go into Chess and just use what you know with classic chess, it is very likely you will lose against someone who actually knows the spells much better than you, right? So I think that is number one. I think number two is around the ease of them being able to pick up a game like Chess, right? I think predominantly our primary audience are the chess players. And so for them, they were telling us like, hey, you know, I play classic chess pretty often, but you know, it only took me probably 2 or 3 games to pick up Chess, right? Because of how intuitive the UI and the design is, that you know made it very interesting to them, right? And it also gave them a lot more variation and compared to classic chess, right? Because of the way the spells change the nature of the game.
And Nick?
Yeah, so I think the first feedback I received today, especially today, right, is like gamers are like, tell us, hey, I used to play freestyle many years ago, very deeply. So it's pretty. I have this kind of expectation that basketball games pretty popular in Philippines, but it's even like what happens today, like the great gamers, the excitement around this area is even better than my expectation. It's like everyone has like enough familiarity with basketball games or with even freestyle type of game, and they're like, oh, it's on mobile, so it's pretty convenient for them. That's actually the first feedback. And second is like, it's the like I really, especially today, like I hear a lot of gamers. We have like a booth over there, so we have 4 devices for gamers to test the game. After playing, they're just like, they're surprising us that they're getting into the game rules. Like they can get themselves into the game and understand the rules, understand which button to press, understand when to cast, what kind of skills, very, very quickly. So that actually amazes me, because a lot of gamers are like, oh, this basketball game, Web3 basketball mobile game. It's surprising for us to see this type of game. So it's the right place for you guys to come here to demo the game. So that I receive a lot of this type of feedback today. So it's great, right? It's great to know that Philippine market, especially Philippine Web3 gaming market, is very, very acceptable. They accept our game style. They accept our art design a lot. So it's really a pleasure for us even. So I think regarding that feedback, we'll just try our best to expand this the exposure of our game inside of the Philippine market and even other SEA countries at the same time. So yeah, that's a very, very exciting feedback I received.
Nice. Me too. As I've told you earlier, when I played both of our games, my feedback is super easy to start. Super easy to learn, but sometimes it's a headache when you played for like 12 hours straight, And for maybe 2 more questions before we end our panel. What steps are you taking to position your game in the esports ecosystem? Nick, want to go first?
Yeah,
Okay.
yes. Sure, we're at the stage of finalizing our esport features. It's like some of the important things are like we want to make sure that KOL streamers and even community managers can self-design the custom games, right? How long do you want the game is? Like how many scores do you think that the game will be? And what do you think? Like, what kind of limitations do you have? Like, do they have to be like maybe animal skin NFTs only tournaments, or does it have to be like some kind of ownership entry barrier for them to design? So the customization part is something we're working on. And the second thing is we are trying our best to find communities that have like original esports genes, so they can generate some, like a small but niche market. Like maybe like $50, $500, or $1,000 tournament for everywhere in different countries. So that's something we're working on. But we're at the stage of finalizing the features, and once that's done, I think we're gonna do more esport events in SEA market, especially Philippine, online and offline in Q1 2025. Yeah.
Nice. And Brian?
Yeah, maybe just very quickly. I know we're out of time. I think three
No
things.
problem. Take your time.
I think one is we're actually already starting, right? So we've run a number of tournaments online already to start getting feedback from not just the players but also spectators, right? Who watch the game, right? I think chess, relative to basketball, is a bit less. I mean, inherently, it's a bit less appealing to watch because it's a one-on-one rather than a team-based sport, right? So there's less happening on the board. So I think the way we've designed Anichess from day one is that the experience feels very unlike classic chess, right? The spells have really strong visual effects. The board and the UI are all customized. And that is really to enable it to be a lot more appealing for spectators to feel engaged, right? I think as we develop further, we're also planning new features to stimulate and drive engagement from spectators, right? Having them maybe have some influence over the game and really feel some type of stake or ownership in the games that they watch is something we're trying to design to make it more appealing from an esports perspective.
Nice. I will join. Me and my guild will for sure join this both tournaments in the future. And I know we're time's up, but last lightning question. Describe one word about Anichess or also in Simdang. One word to describe your game. One word, yeah. I will say three words, but we're time's up, so one word is enough, I think.
I'm gonna cheat. I'll be like, it's unlike any other chess game you've ever played.
Oh, perfect. And for Nick?
I would say basketball, competitive, and friends.
All right. Thank you so much, Brian and Nick.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Thank you.
And congrats.
Thank you, Munchies, Nick, and Brian. Next up is another wave of founders who are going to be sharing their knowledge about what it takes to build digital worlds. This panel will be hosted by content creator General Tuna. Leading the panel is the business director on the executive board of My Neighbor Alice, Antonio Palma. Joining them is JC Kim, the CEO of Planetarium Labs, the company behind Night Chronicles and Immortal Rising 2. We also have the founder of DeFi Kingdom, Dreamer. And lastly, we have Wise, the director for marketing at D-Labs.
All right, hello. There we go. I'm not used to using a lapel, so bear with me. I don't think I can hear myself talking right now. But yeah, guys, good afternoon, and of course, welcome to these awesome, group of beautiful people right next to me. I feel so small, guys. All right. So, how are you guys? How are you guys today? How's Philippines been treating you so far? Let's start with you.
Good, very good. Hi everyone, I'm Antonio. I am from My Neighbor Alice, fully on-chain, 3D simulation, massive multiplayer game. And yeah, I love Philippines. I love Manila. I ate a lot of turon. I love turon. So yeah, I'm having fun here.
Good. So I'm recently very busy to launching our new game campaign. And so I'm JC of Planetarium, and we are building on-chain games like Nine Chronicles and Immortal Rising 2. And I'm very happy to take time to talk about what's the Web3 games, the future in here with you guys. Thank you.
My name is Dreamer. I am stoked to be here, not only in the Philippines, but specifically with the YGG fam. Like, it's the middle of the day on a Thursday, and this place is packed. People are stoked. There's people walking around in the coolest cosplay I've seen, period. Stoked to be here. Philippines is on fire, and a lot of things coming with the YGG DFK connection.
Yeah, hello, Wise from D-Labs Games.
I used to live in Iloilo when I was young, and it's good to visit here again. I'm eating very good foods and really excited to see so many Philippine peoples coming to our events, enjoying our game. You know, I didn't expect like this Web3 is big in Philippines. Thanks to the YGG.
Yeah, it's really big. Like way back, you know, way back during the pandemic, like Philippines blew up. So yeah, why don't we start with tell us more about what you're building. You know, tell us more about your game. Why don't we start from the left side, Sir Wise?
Yeah, so D-Labs Games is a mid-core game publisher on Telegram ecosystem. As a first IP, we have introduced Ragnarok, which is the global hit IP, over 220 million users around the world. We will bring ROIP into idle version on the Telegram mini app with the open economy, where the true RO user can onboard it through the Telegram and enjoy the classic IP. I think, and also the Boxing Stars, which is our own IP of our mother company, 433 Creative Labs, which is the #1 boxing app in the App Store, which is a PvP. Yeah, and I expect the real Web2 users onboarding into Web3 through our Telegram mini app.
So DeFi Kingdoms, you've been around a while. You know, Axie is here. They're OGs, 5+ years in building. We're now 3+ years. We've been through it. We've been through a lot of the ups and downs. I think a lot of people in YGG has seen that. There was an incredible documentary that came out yesterday that we got a preview that showed kind of the difficulties in the space. We're here to show that we are not dead. Although some even say, you know, what is dead may never die. We've been building through the bear market. Over just about 700 million transactions on Avalanche. You know, Avalanche, they have L1s, we were the first. In the bear market, while everybody wasn't paying attention, we put up the biggest record-breaking numbers there. DeFi Kingdoms is an RPG fantasy game. It has something for everybody. Folks that are interested in DeFi and making what is boring in DeFi fun. Folks that are interested in hardcore, like JRPG style gameplay coming to life where everything is tokenized. Some people are saying like, oh, Web3 has to be in the background. Don't make it feel like they know their tokens. We do the opposite approach. Your potions that you craft, your weapons that drop from our boss fights, your heroes that you summon into the realm, they're all tokenized. We embrace the technology because the play to earn, the play and earn, the play and own, whatever your approach, we have something for you. Recently, we've been focusing on competitive gameplay. $3 million grant from Metis to bring to life the combat system so that people can come and compete for glory, not only for what comes from the game, but to bring sponsors in to pay the players. We saw some pretty incredible esports here, and we're changing esports by taking the bracketed tournament approach and put it on the blockchain, where all can spectate, speculate, bet, and win, whether you're playing, watching, or being the one selling to the players.
Nice.
So we are building new types of fun, leveraging Web3 tech. And so we started to building our fully on-chain game in 2018. And so recently we are building new types of Web3 gaming experience, including some the fun games. It's named Immortal Rising. So Immortal Rising 2 is the sequel title of Immortal Rising 1. And it's the most addictive game of the entire idle game history. Not just only in the Web3, but also in the entire the mobile games industry. So that the number shows that the top 1% level of retention rate and acquisition cost. And so the other 90% of the Web3 game is worse than the Immortal Rising. And we are adding this new Web3 so play to airdrop design on top of this game.
Yeah, Maneuver Alice, I think is the first fully on-chain 3D simulation massive multiplayer game in the world. As DeFi Kingdoms, we've been around for quite some time. We launched a project 4 years ago. We won as the project of the year on Binance Launch Pool back in the day. And we've been building, for quite some time. It's quite interesting how we started. We wanted to build a game similar to Animal Crossing. We were inspired by Animal Crossing. It's a proven, business model proven to be working very well. They generate a couple of billions per year. But then we said, okay, maybe what about having Animal Crossing, open world, massive multiplayer game, entirely on chain, where you have a community-driven aspect where people actually have ownership on their asset and have control on this asset. So that's how we started, and that was our vision 4 years ago, still our vision now. Hopefully we're gonna launch the full game very soon, most likely next year.
Yeah, so we have an assortment of games here, you know, different genres coming from different backgrounds. You got like got an idle game, you got resource management games, right? So since we're talking about building digital worlds, you know, what inspired, you know, the world or the universe in which your game is built on? So let's start with you, Antonio.
Yeah, I think when we started working on the concept of Manibra Alice, at that time, like around 4 years ago, we realized that all the games out there were mostly competitive games. There were not really gameplay around collaboration. That was actually is one of the pillars of Web3, right? Let's collaborate, let's have interoperability, and so on. So one of the first inspiration was around having a game where if you collaborate with your neighbors, you are better off. So all the gameplay is actually designed in this way. Of course, there are some kind of not really competitive feature, but because you have to motivate players, there is some psychology behind the player and how players play. So there is some kind of not competitive aspect, but you want to show off what you are building in our game. So I think it was the main inspiration, but also the challenge of building something that is entirely on chain. So when I say entirely on chain, I mean all the logic of the game is running on chain. All the metadata of asset are not even on static storage like IPFS, but are on chain. All the 3D assets are on chain. And we are really on chain, Maxi. I said on chain many times now, I just realized it, but that's true. I mean, if you have a game where at the end of the day you have a single point of failure, so you're running part of the game that on a centralized server, what's the point of building actually on chain? Because at the end, if the games go down or if anything happens, then players will just end up with a bunch of NFTs that cannot even use them properly in the game because it's down. So these are the two main inspirations behind our game.
All right. How about you, Sir JC?
I got inspired mostly in my childhood's memory, because when I was a child, I made a fan homepage for my beloved games, and I was a community manager of my early days games, and also I was a modder of several killer IP games like Final Fantasy or something like the Pokemon-like games. And so I and my communities usually made some expansion experience, content expansion experience by modding the existing games. Of course, it was illegal, but so I thought that the fan and community can make a bigger experience than its original IP holders. So that's why I started to make this happen by leveraging the Web3 tech. And it's a very great chance to make a huge community based on their pushing their opportunity so a lot better than the other traditional gaming industry.
So what inspired DeFi Kingdoms? It's an interesting question because if you have a vision and you work through this market without changing it, you're kind of throwing a dart with your eyes closed, hoping it hits in the right place. We have to adjust as we get more information. So the DeFi part came from what's happening in crypto. When we launched, DeFi was the focus. But also with a traditional MMORPG, you need markets to support the tradability. So that made complete sense. We brought a lot of people in. But as we're in this, we need fun gameplay. What have we done in the last year? We provided turn-based battle, fun, highly competitive, highly strategic gameplay. So the inspiration is paying attention to what the general market, the general space wants. The second is previous games. So Final Fantasy, a lot of us were big nerds there. A lot of people look at it and they think of RuneScape. I was talking to the founder of EVE Online yesterday, and he looked at it, he's like, hey, this reminds me of Sid Meier's Pirates. It kind of triggers something unique to everybody's childhood or past, inner nerd. The third inspiration that is also ongoing are the players themselves. Every Thursday, we report to our player base. We receive questions and we answer them, and oftentimes they influence what we're doing. They inspire what they need, what they want to see, and that vision that we have comes together kind of in an awkward order. We have first started with gamification. You mentioned resource management. We then went deep into the combat system that many haven't seen, that hopefully you come check us out and see that system live. Endgame bosses. We're developing PvP right now, and tomorrow we're announcing something for brand new entry level, a couple dollars to get in players. So inspiration is something that we keep and it drives us, but we need to be flexible to what inspires us, the gamers, the industry, and the stakeholders.
What inspires me to build a digital world is actually the blockchain can fundamentally change the infrastructure of the games. So basically the user weren't able to own the games even though they are the one who contributes to build the entire game and the IP. So through opening the economy and enabling the ownership, I see the blockchain can fundamentally change the ownership structure of the game. From extracting value from the users, rather exchanging value between the users, sharing values, creating a bigger IP with the community. And I see the, as Dreamer said, while building a game with the community, we can receive a lot of feedbacks. User act as an owner. Sometimes they say something harsh to me, but still, they give us a very good feedbacks and giving us the inspiration to change the game direction. This overall loop is much, it's much better and fun than building games in closed Web 2, environment.
All right, so we've got a lot of inspiration, but I think the overarching or the common denominator was the players, your user base, the players, the consumers, right? So I would like to ask, what are the elements, within your game that resonates the most with your players? Or is there a feature that they love the most in your game? Let's start with you, Sir Wise.
Yeah, so our upcoming game, Ragnarok, is more focusing on the P2P trading and providing the Web3 features to make user transfer the asset more fully that's being generated depending on the in-game system, rather than company printing the items, which we believe that it will create more user open economy, and we take the revenue from the trading fees, which we believe that this will make the game life cycle more sustainable, and the user communities can contribute more to to improve the economy, and maybe they can make a UGC much better because they have more ownership and they are the one who decide the game economy.
Yeah, it's hard. I think this answer would vary by player because there's so much within DeFi Kingdoms, and we try to think about every different kind of player profile. But I would say the biggest that stands out is the depth. If you're familiar with the term like a min-maxer, somebody that looks at the end game, they want to figure out how to get the best armor, the best build, the best genetics of minting in an NFT-based playable hero. Our fan base is obsessed with min-maxing, and we provide deep content not only on the resource management and minting, but now on the actual gameplay, the deep strategy of competitive turn-based gameplay. So what we lack currently in ease of onboarding, we make up 1000x in complexity and making sure you don't get bored, you stick around, and you have fun competing with others in the space.
Our focus is very simple. So we are building a fun game, better than another normal game, and adding as a Web3 tech on top of that fun game to make some huge boost of that game. So we are making Web3 game as a very, very, very fun game.
All right.
Yeah.
How about you?
Before answering the question, actually, I want to say that it's really difficult to predict what players will find funny to play or engaging to play. And to say this is because last season we released a feature, like a very simple feature that allowed players to do landscaping in our world. Landscaping just means, you know, like you just can customize your land with a simple, kind of Minecraft kind of feature. And for us it was like a simple feature, built very quickly, underrated a lot in our team. And then once we release it, I've been so amazed by how much our players are creative. They build so many things just with one feature. They've been creating games, competition, inviting other players to play this competition on their land. And it's crazy because we are an open world game. So you just walk around, and from one land to another, you discover basically entire world that are built by just using one feature. So I think that sometimes the role of game studios, game developers, is also trying to try stuff that you might also be easy to build, but can be very rewarded because you don't know sometimes what people really like. And we have seen this many times also in traditional games, right? So.
All right. So actually, your answers opened my mind up to some things, you know, because as a content creator, I assume that the things I like in games are the things the community also like. You know, like I find a person, oh, I love this part of the game where you can, you know, do PvP. And then, oh yeah, I like that too. So I assume now that the PvP is the, you know, the pulling factor, you know, the one that pulls users or like that acquires new players. So in line with that, you know, I think some of you mentioned, you mentioned like your game is pretty like similar to Stardew Valley. You know, we got Ragnarok as well, which has like a very huge Web 2 counterpart. I know you've heard this, right? Like, oh, this game is just this game is just Stardew Valley, but Web 3. Or, oh, this is just a Web 3 version of whatever Web 2 game is this. So, what do you feel about the comparison? And what's the biggest difference that you see between your game and other Web 2 games similar to it, aside from the Web 3 aspect? All right, let's start with you.
I can take it first. I mean, I would never describe My Neighbor Alice as the Web 3 version of Stardew Valley or Animal Crossing. We are very different from them. But when you build a new game, you usually take inspiration from different games. So what we did, we try to understand what were those proven models in terms of economy, in terms of gameplay and features that have been proven to be working in other games, traditional games. And we took basically 80% of our game is built on this inspiration, and then we added, let's say, a 20% of innovation on top of it that comes from the blockchain side. So we are not a Web 3 version of any other game out there. As I said, we've been inspired by Animal Crossing in terms of the style, the vibes of the game, but then we did it by building something that is a massive multiplayer game, that is open world, that are features that Animal Crossing doesn't have. So yeah, we are not, I wouldn't say we can't really compare My Neighbor Alice to any other traditional game for these reasons. But of course, I mean, if I have to mention a big difference is everything that comes around the concept of ownership. So, you know, having a traditional game with an in-game economy is already a hard job, like designing an economy. Think about designing an economy where you actually have external variability. So you have a token that is traded outside the environment of the game. So that's even more, I think, harder. But these also unlock so many new possibilities that we can't even imagine probably at this stage. So all these things around the concept of ownership control, I think will enable also new features on the gameplay side that as of now we can't really see in any other game.
All right. How about you, Sir JC?
Basically, I think currently, so the key different things of Web3 game is that we are inviting all of the communities as a family of that game IP. So we usually providing a token to players, but we are not just treating them as a player or consumer. So we are treating them as a community members or participants or contributors. So some of the players are also the very same as the other traditional gaming industries, gamers. But So we usually take them, promote our game, or they participate or our new game design proposal, or so we request them to manage the core community at the meta level, and also making us some suggestion, bring that bottom-up approach by the community. In that kind of activity, so the reason why it's happening is that we are providing some ownership to the users, not just about the game item, but also the ownership of the game itself. So by this, they are treating that activity as not just gaming, but also they are participating in some content creation level. So that's the biggest thing, because most of the traditional games, they have some very weird industry the design. They input tons of money by themselves and the dev team, and they just check the consumer buy that game or not. So that's too risky, and it's worse and worse right now. But by building together with the community, so the success rate can be a lot better than the traditional game industry's ways. And also, we can try a lot more experimental game projects by working with the community. So that's what I think that the most important thing on Web3 game.
All right, how about you, Sir Dreamer?
So how DeFi Kingdoms differs from many Web3 games, not focused on the, Web2 games, not focused on the Web3 ownership aspect. There's a term from StarCraft that I used to pay attention to called the difference between macro and micro gameplay. Macro is kind of zooming out and looking at your resources you're managing. Micro is the specific skill-based competitive like battle or gameplay. In DeFi Kingdoms, although we can say it's like maybe like RuneScape on like the resource management side, or like Final Fantasy on the RPG side, or like many others that might come to mind, we're really our own thing. We're catering both the macro gameplay, where you zoom out. When you're on Avalanche, you see a nice map with land that there will eventually be travel through, where you as the commander choose where your resources are and what kind of gameplay you participate in. As you go to Kaya, you go to a different realm. As you go to Metis, you go to a different realm, our Colosseum. As you zoom in, you may be interested in PvP. Your micro gameplay is going to live in the Colosseum. That's all you care about. If you're somebody that wants to min-max those heroes, you're hopping around finding the best heroes, the best pets, the best equipment to then provide to other players. If you don't like to lose and you just want to go and seek out the boss fights, you're looking for the rare bosses and other things to come up to hop in the dungeons. So I don't want to say we have something for everybody, but I do want to say DeFi Kingdoms, the macro gameplay and the micro gameplay will continue to evolve and pull from Web2 games. Whatever has been, is currently, or will be successful, there will be a place for it in the DeFi Kingdoms long-term dynasty build.
All right, how about you, Sir Wise?
Yeah, obviously we are using the ROIP, which is literally servicing on Web 2. So I think it's better to talk about like how these Web3 features can add value to the existing ROIP. So RO used to be a MMORPG, and I think that MMORPG is all about owning the progression, which is time, money, and relationship with your people interacting together. And this is the point where the blockchain as an infra should be built from day one. You know, the company cannot control their ownership, right? So I see like adding a Web3 feature on the ROIP can deliver the better value of what the RPG, even though it's either RPG, can bring to the user much better. I think the adding Web3 itself is improving the core value of like what RPG should be.
All right, so we're at like the end part of our panel here. Just one last quick question. What's next for your game or your project? Without breaking any NDAs, do you have any alpha that you can share today? Let's start with Sir Wise.
Yeah, so we are planning to launch our game on Telegram next Q1. And we will have a pre-registration event starting early Q1, so don't miss it out. And we have a booth inside the exhibition hall where you can test the game and get so many merches. So don't miss out testing our game. It's really fun. And yeah, looking forward to play together with YGG community.
All right.
What's next for DFK? Well, we're always building. We have releases come out constantly over the last 3 years plus, no matter what the market was doing. And we're doing that now too. We're in the middle of our player versus player build on Metis. It's incredible. It's going well so far. The immediate next thing is that on-chain bracketed tournament gameplay. After that is the hosted tournaments. That means any content creator, other game, or VC could come in and customize their tournament, say how many participants, and put in their reward, and boom, it's live. So that is currently being built. Tomorrow, some alpha, though, will be dropped on stage. I will say, I mentioned where we lack in ease of onboarding, we make up in that deep endgame strategy. Well, that's all changing tomorrow. So with just a few cents or dollars, you can get in the game, start playing, earning, learning the battle system in an incredible fun way. So stay tuned for more alpha tomorrow.
All right.
Yeah. So Immortal Rising 2 is preparing is the next major campaign, including its the first Web3 part, and we will announce this tomorrow on the stage. So please visit our booth and download the Immortal Rising 2 before that major campaign announcement, and enjoy the game. Thank you.
Okay.
So funny that every panel always ends with a question about alphas.
Without alpha, yes.
It's incredible. So yeah, I mean, again, I think I'm gonna share again 3 alphas I've been sharing in the last couple of weeks. So first alpha is that we are co-developing a new technology will allow our game to be basically on browser, basically with one click in, you can be in the game. It's a new technology we are developing basically with Unity. Second alpha, we've been testing a new economy of the game after 3 years of development. And so something around the token might come up soon in terms of in-game economy and in-game token. And last alpha, we recently secured a quite big partnership with a quite big IP in the space. So something might come up also in the game early next year regarding this.
All right, so we're a little bit under time. Just really, really quick. If we got people from the audience who wants to collaborate with you, where can they find you? Start with you.
Here. Like
right
on the
here.
stage.
Right here on stage.
On the stage.
How about you?
Here and the booth. So we are operating the booth, and please come in and feel free.
All right.
Yeah, you can go to DeFiKingdoms.com, follow us on X or Twitter where most of our updates happen. I personally am Dreamer DFK on Twitter, so come find us. We got a booth as well. We're going to be here. Look for these jerseys, and if you want a jersey, we might have one for you, or a bag, or a few other goodies, so come check us out.
Yeah, we are also hosting a booth, so don't hesitate to visit, and also look for the Pouring It here.
All right. All right, guys, that's about it for our panel. Thank you so much. And thank you so much to these awesome, good-looking people. That's it. Bye-bye.
Thanks to all the founders for sharing what it takes to build these digital worlds. To learn more about what it takes to weave in the stories and the narrative that make these worlds so engaging, we invite the following panel. Jay Bond, who sits on the council of the Bored Ape Yacht Club. Also sharing is Dominic Jan, the Chief Business Officer and Vice President of the Maple Story Universe IP, with a rich legacy to explore. We also have Arif Wadiasa, the CEO of Conviction Labs, the team behind Rift Storm, who are ushering in a new format for collaborative entertainment. And Julio Silianis, the CEO of Pixelmon, one of the most interesting turnaround stories in Web3.
All right. Okay, that's better. GM, everyone. GM, all right. Hi everyone. So we're up to an engaging panel today. I think it's one of the last panels for today, so I hope you still have energy. But we have a very good discussion for you all, so I hope you're still ready. I'm Jay Bond, and I sit in the Board Ape Council. I'm also part of Board and Hungry, and I'm the founder of Baykada, which is the Filipino Board Ape community. And with me today are three builders in the Web3 gaming scene, and I'm sure you'd love to meet them all. So let's start with a quick introduction from each of you. Tell us about your name and the company that you're building.
Let me start here. So I'm Dominic Chang. I'm Chief Business Officer and Vice President for MapleStory Universe. We are a group company of Nexon, the original MapleStory Universe operation companies. And we are building an ecosystem that uses MapleStory IP as a backbone with the core game of MapleStory N, which you can play as we're running the open beta test at the moment from yesterday. Yeah. Thank you.
All right, nice to meet you, Dominic. Arif, go ahead.
Hi, GM everyone. My name is Arif. I'm coming from Indonesia. We are coming from Conviction Lab. I've been in the game industry for the past 15 years. And now in Conviction Lab, we are building Riftstorm. Basically, we're building Diablo, but with guns. And if you want to try the game, please come to our booth out there. And then please try and have fun. Thank you. Nice to meet you all.
Nice to meet you. Julio.
Hi, everybody. I'm Julio. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Mon and Pixelmon. We are a gaming studio producing a monster collecting IP, NFT native. We've got a bit of a history, but we'll go into that later.
All right, thanks for that, Julio, Arif, and Dom. So actually, it's quite a full circle moment for me because I've hosted both Arif and Julio in my Twitter Spaces, and Dominic has yet to join that, but maybe in the future for MapleStory. But yeah, we've had some engaging chats over our shows in the past, but let's make our audience hear some of the things that you're building. What I think is common amongst, I guess, the three of you is that you're building something that's heavily focused in intellectual property as well. So when you talk about gaming, people think about, oh, it's fun to play, it's an engaging world, but also part of that overall experience is the intellectual property. So yeah, I know that you guys have been building quality Web3 native games for a while now. So tell us about the world and the setting of these games. And quickly tell us about the game worlds you're building. Since these are part of the IP, tell us what are the worlds that we can expect when we play your games. Who wants to go first?
Should we go in reverse
Julio,
order?
yeah.
So look, our entire thesis was, I go back 3 years. Our entire thesis is Pokemon is the biggest consumer IP in the world. It's 2x Mickey Mouse and Friends, it's 10x Star Trek, it's 6x Star Wars, and it stops monetizing the vast majority of users at 15, 16 years old. Our entire thesis, though, is that the world is full of what we call Pokemon nostalgics. So people like me that are way too old for Pokemon, but remember it with love. We still watch anime, we still play video games. We just don't watch or play Pokemon products while being Pokemon nostalgic. So let's create an over 18 target demographic monster collecting IP. And anyways, to go back to your point, which is what is the world about, that evolved into the easiest way I have to explain it is Game of Thrones meets Pokemon. So in medieval world, there's violence, there's sex, and there's monsters. And you collect them and you fight and you win tournaments. But it's more akin to the gladiator with monsters than it would be to the Pokemon concept we have as of now. Yeah, that's the setting in very broad strokes.
Pokemon for adults in a medieval setting. That sounds interesting for sure. Arif, go ahead.
Yeah, it's very interesting because initially when we are discussing about the IP, we also always asking the question, like we try to learn about Pokemon, Star Wars, MCU, but our question is mainly about how to, because if you see like Star Wars and Marvel Cinematic Universe, they take more than 40 years to build until what they are now. So our question is that how we're able to create the next big thing in IP, but only 10 years. So I think that's our biggest question. And one of our answers is that collaborative entertainment, where like everybody able to contribute and everybody able to expand the IP. I think that's the one of our answer that we want to try. That's basically our thesis. And that's why we built the world of Riftstorm. It's basically the world of secret agent fighting mythical beings. So imagine like if you know movie like Men in Black. So there's a secret organization protecting our Earth that we never know. For example, there's an earthquake happening. So that's actually a Kraken is actually waking up. And then it's only like 2 minutes because, oh, the secret agent is already going down and put the Kraken on to sleep. So I think that's the idea of building a world where it's basically our real world, but there's a fantasy layer on it.
Nice, nice. It's called Occultical World.
Occultical Universe, yes.
Okay, Occultical Universe. Thank you, Arif. Go ahead, Dom.
Right. So MapleStory Universe is virtual worlds ecosystem where it hosts various kinds of participants into the ecosystem. We're bringing MapleStory IP that has been running for more than 21 years and still hosts millions of daily active users in the game. And we throughout the experience for over 21 years, we have seen the power of community, and we have concluded that this is what makes MapleStory IP more and more valuable. And we've seen, user-generated content, even different apps run by like completely different companies, guides, community engagements, even in the existing MapleStory services. And we are integrating that demands using the blockchain technologies and make it into a MapleStory universe. And within the MapleStory universe, there's a core game called MapleStory N that is very, very similar to the existing MapleStory game. I'm not sure if any of the audiences has experience of playing MapleStory game. But it's very similar to the original version, and with the assets that you can get from the game, you can do a lot more than just using it in the game throughout the different apps, which we call synergy apps, within the ecosystem. Yeah.
That's very interesting to hear that an IP like yours, a 21-year-old IP, is now building in the blockchain and building your world on top of the blockchain. So I think that's something that we will go into a bit deeper in a bit. So we want to learn more about that. But obviously, when we talk about worlds, you've mentioned some of the top IPs out there, like in your past answers, like Pokemon, Star Wars, Marvel. These are big worlds in its own right. And a lot of people know about the characters, even the locations in these settings, like Kanto region, for example, for Pokemon. I think a lot of the people here know about that, probably. So when you mention about these worlds, it's also very important to tie up the story or the lore behind it. Like, I think that's where the attachment of the people who are playing the games or consuming the content comes in. So I want to learn more about your point of view in terms of the role of your lore that you're building in the universe that you just mentioned to us. So with that, please share with us how you are building the lore for your worlds.
You want me to start?
Yeah,
Okay.
go ahead, Arif.
Yeah. So because our idea of building an IP is basically collaborative entertainment. So the idea is that we want everybody to be able to participate on the IP that we built. So we need to design the IP as a very easy canvas for everybody to participate. And the question is that what is the best canvas that everybody could participate? And the answer is actually our real world itself. So basically, the IP is about our daily life, but we add a little bit element of conspiracies, a little bit element of like folklore. So that's basically how we built the IP. So for example, I'm coming from Bali, and there's a lot of like folklore in Bali, and there is one in particular that's talking about Rangda. So Rangda is basically the demon queen that actually eating kids. So this kind of story is like a folklore that only people in Bali know. But the idea in Riftstorm is that in Occultical Universe, people actually able to go to our website. They go to our Wikipedia and they could write a story about this specific mythical being, Rangda. And then if it's becoming like popular enough, we will discuss with them to actually bring the Rangda to the games. And in fact, like, they could create their own story. And then even if there is like a world event, there's a big earthquake, they could actually tell a story about the earthquake. They could tell a story about anything. And then that's how we design the world around Riftstorm.
Thank you. Who wants to go next to tell us about the lore? Dom.
Well, given the MapleStory's IP legacy, the lore for MapleStory is, the backbone. I mean, the backbone of our lore is the power of community. And throughout, as I mentioned, throughout 21 plus years of experience of live operations of MapleStory games, we have noticed that the community engagement, fan art, discussions, guide creations, or even the game contents creation, all run by community, can be something that we can engage more actively as a game operator. And we are creating the ecosystem for the next 20 or even 30 years of MapleStory IPs by creating the tie between the community engagement and the core game operations. Yeah.
Thank you. It's very interesting to see how like community is being involved. I think that's one of the magic of Web3 for lore building. And I'm sure Julio has notes on that as well.
So at first, I'll take a step back. No? So you spoke about lore and you spoke about stories. I actually think of them as two very different things. So I think there's IPs where you're in love with the story. So let's think Spider-Man. The reason when you think back to Spider-Man and you try and imagine and fantasize about the Spider-Man world, you are always Spider-Man. Yeah? But when you think about Pokemon, when you think about Star Wars, I'm going to try and come up with another one, but that's the range. When you think about Lord of the Rings or Game of Thrones, you are not necessarily Ash Ketchum. You are not necessarily Frodo. Or you're not necessarily whatever else. I'm losing the examples. But I actually think that the most monetizable and longest lasting IPs are the ones where what you actually fantasize about is to be in the context, not to be the hero of the story. So what we are trying to create is a context where everybody can make his own story when he's fantasizing. And Pokemon is really that. No, I think the power of Pokemon is that you can think of yourself as a trainer anywhere in any category with a completely different temperament than Ash Ketchum, etc., etc. Another one that is like this, and I think it's actually one of the core reasons it was so successful, is Harry Potter. You don't necessarily imagine to be Harry Potter. You just want to be in the magical world, and God forgive you're born as a muggle. But so what we're really focused on is getting the lore right and then letting the community write their own stories within it. Then we pick the best stories, and those we should cultivate because they become a medium for people to understand the context. So they're more of a hook in. But yeah.
That's such a great reply. And I think context is everything. And in these worlds, like the title of this panel is Building Engaging Worlds. And I think it's very important for us to really look into like the world rather than the story. I mean, story is part of it. A character like, say, Skywalker will have a story. Like, they have this saga. But you don't necessarily think of Star Wars as like, I want to be like Anakin or I want to be Luke Skywalker. You want to experience it in a context of the world. And yeah, I think that's a very great reply, Julio. So let's go to you first. We have specific questions. I have specific questions that I prepared for each of you. And I think this is quite related as well to Julio's last reply. So for Pixelmon, not everyone knows that Pixelmon has a huge pipeline of games done by yourselves or done with your partners. How do you make sure that you keep the lore of your world and your characters intact as you deliver multiple fun and engaging games at the same time?
So it's a very good question. It's actually, so for context, we are making 2 games, nearly 3 internally, and we have 2 licensed partners, so third-party studios developing on the IP. Now, I think the first important step is contractual. If you're doing licensing, make sure you maintain creative approval at some point. But the most, you're right about the question, because one of the actually most time-consuming situations is when you have that weekly meeting with that team that's doing that game, and you realize that they spent an entire week on a complete concept. Oh yeah, because that's when the spaceship lands. And you're like, no, medieval world. so you realize there that that team probably lost a week at the very least. And the reason that happens is because you're a young IP. If you're a very established IP, the rules of the world are very clear. As a young IP, frankly, you need to enforce controls. We enforce controls in a few ways. We realized early on that apart from a couple of very selected team members, the people that actually breathe the IP the most are the community members. So often community members are more geeky about all the details across than the individual team working in one vertical. So we ask some community members to actually, through focus groups, continuously vet ideas and flows, storylines, even designs of characters. But the simple, hard answer is you need a creative director. And that creative director needs to be, once a concept is established, the concept can be established democratically with a focus group or a community. But once it's established, he needs to be a fucking dictator. So he needs to be straight, say, no, you don't break the IP, you keep going. And the younger you are than IP, the more important it is that you are strong about those concepts.
I agree with that. And as, I guess, someone who's like building IP, you need to have like this picture of like what you want your IP to look like, what you want your world to look like, and you can't really compromise these things, especially as a young IP. And even like old IPs are very strict on that. So why can't like a young IP be one as well? So for both Conviction Labs and Maple Story Universe, I know that you guys have been doing alpha and beta tests, and both have done like really well. So I'll have questions on this and like how it ties up to the worlds that you're building. So for Ari first, I know that your alpha playtest went live last month, and it was the top downloaded game in Steam for a few days. What led to your success here? Also, how was the gamer experience taking a peek into the world you're building via this playtest?
Yeah, thank you. So yeah, last month was a very great month for us because we do a playtest. We get to the top 1 trending free on Steam for multiple days. But the interesting thing is that, we get 100,000 download more. But the interesting thing is that 2 years prior, I always have a very heated debate with my CCO, Chief Creative Officers, because he's the one that really wants to settle the IP. I'm the one that I say that as long as we don't get the gameplay correct, forget the IP. So it's a very big push and pull. So I think for the first 2 years, we never touched the IP. So he touched it, I never touched it. I say, I don't care. As long as the game is good, the game is good. So the first few playtests, we never touched about the IP. But the last one, we actually touched about the IP. So we built a lot of like story around it, the tutorial, so the feel of you are a secret agent is coming in. And then by the end of the game, we call it this actually what we call a flashpoint. So flashpoint is an event on the game where every player's decision matters. So there's like a crazy scientist, and then he wants to breed a big monsters. And then us as a secret agent, as a player, we have a decision whether we want to save these professors or we want to kill it. The interesting thing is that 72% players actually save the scientists. So they want to maintain the crazy scientist, so there's more crazy stories. So yeah, so that's what happened. The players already decided. So we need to adjust the lore, adjust the world as if this crazy scientist living. So yeah, so I think that one is actually also pretty successful in the game. Yeah, thank you.
So is it like a is it like a DAO through gaming decisions?
Yes.
Oh my
yes.
God, that's
we call
really
it
cool.
consequences. Yeah, we call it
Multiple
consequences. Consequences of your action.
But
We actually
how-
have a comic book that actually record all the playtest output
Wow.
as a comic. Yeah.
How do you deal with time though? Because some players might play that part of the game in 6 months.
Oh, that's then at that time it's actually already killed.
Ah, okay.
Already, yeah. It's it become a sequence because yeah. So the new season will come and then they will know what's the decision of the players. Yes.
So it's like you're using the playtest to help build the lore.
Yes, and then everybody will feel that oh, I am a part of it.
Yeah.
Like our first playtest, there is a player called Joker. He killed the most monsters, and now his name is immortalized as a name in the comic book. Yeah, Joker
Wow.
is the secret agent that killed the most. Yeah.
All right, that's really an interesting concept. And speaking about like how IP and community is involved in the development of the game and the world, for Maple Story Universe, we also saw that you guys had a pioneer test that happened previously, and now you have another one. This is the second one that's ongoing until the 29th of the month. The first one, where you had this pioneer test, you had a rating of 4.9 stars out of 5 amongst those who played, and has an audience retention rate of 82%. Talk us through the first test that you did and how it was able to achieve these results and engage the gamers.
So I think the key takeaway here is that the game itself is very. I mean, the game itself is a fun game to play, and even without, even other than the retention rates, we have a few other interesting metrics like total time of players that played in the game, which is 45,000 hours in total in 10 days. This represents, by average, all the selected testers have played more than 6 hours a day for the last 10 days. And I believe this was very, very impressive because we have achieved this kind of metrics, also including almost 200,000 on-chain transactions during the last playtest. And it is very, very important metrics because you know, our previous business models, I mean, existing business models, which involves cash shop, we have achieved these metrics without the cash shop is very, very important takeaway. And right now, we are expanding the user base, tester base. It's an open beta test. Anyone can play at home if you have a PC. And even without the PC, there are contents that you guys can also enjoy through our marketplace or our website, msu.io. So take a look and spread the word, and you know, be the one who wins the rewards. Yeah.
Amazing. So their second playtest is ongoing. So I invite you all to check
Today
that
is only
out.
the second day. So
Just the second day. So
you are
still
not
a long
too
way.
late. You are
Yeah.
not late.
Long way to go. So this question, I'll address this for Maple Story and Pixelmon since Arif was able to answer this earlier. Web3 is all about ownership. How do you guys involve the owners or the community, owners of NFTs, for example, in your lore development?
Okay, so we are, I mean, even in the existing MapleStory contents, the ownership of items is very, very important for all the gamers in the MapleStory. And we are taking advantage of the blockchain technologies to go even further. Previously, game companies have basically ultimate authority to issue their items in order to boost their revenues. We have decentralized the authority to issue the items. So the items themselves are limited in quantity, and anyone with our token are designed to be able to issue the new items, and also do the other side. You collect all the items and put it back to the item pool and gather back the tokens. So any creator, builders can do that, and that is also a part of distributing the ownership of the project itself to various stakeholders in our ecosystem. We're also rewarding various creators and builders with our tokens, meaning having token means they will have token to issue the items. So we are basically doing a huge experiment as a Nexon. So that is the core element of ownership transfer from the game company and to the users and builders and communities and all the participants in our ecosystem. And using the blockchain technology is the key element in achieving our goal. Yeah.
Thanks for that. Julio, how about you?
So we look at it on two layers. One, because our IP pegs on really two core things, the monsters and the world. So on the monsters, we took it all the way. So the initial mint of the collection had art that frankly wasn't great. When we acquired it, we decided we would redo all the monsters. And we would redo them from Evolution 1 to Evolution 4. So 214 designs. And literally every single design, concept art, sometimes all the way to animations, goes through focus group voting before being immortalized in NFT art and through NFT art in the game. So the monsters are co-designed. To the point that even for one monster, Kevin, the one you see running around, the community took a vote and said, we don't want him to evolve. So is that iconic? For the world, it's a little bit more complex because the decisions are not binary. When it comes to voting on designs, you can always give 4 different pieces of concept art and say, vote A, B, C, D. But for the world, it's a little bit more complex, so we do it with smaller groups. And sometimes we focus those groups in particular around, say, anime storyline versus other factors, and spend a lot of time with them on it. It's frankly less analytically democratic than the monsters, but there's anyways a strong attempt to make sure it's co-designed. But with the monsters, we can say it's 100% what the community wanted, or at least what the majority of them wanted.
Got it. Thanks for that. And I love the fact that the community gets involved with the development of characters, lore, everything in essence. So it's like they're part of the whole decision-making process, which is something that you can't see outside of Web3. So as for my last question, we've talked about different worlds, your worlds. We've also touched some of the popular IPs out there, Pokemon, Star Wars, Lord of the Rings, Harry Potter, and the like. Why is Web3 the best place to build engaging worlds and lore at the moment or in the future, in your opinion?
Our vision is to eliminate or minimize the boundaries between game companies and the community. And as I mentioned, we are basically opening up various things to the community in a way that based on the vision that claiming minimum guarantee every time you let someone use your IP is not the best way to generate the value of your IP. And we're opening up and stepping into a new arena of making the value of your IP even stronger. So in order to achieve so, taking advantage of the blockchain technologies, Web3 contents, business models is simply one of the things that totally made sense for us to achieve our vision. Yeah.
Thank you. Arif.
Yeah, because we're trying to design what we call collaborative universe. So universe designed by everyone. We need a technology that solves trust. Because usually trust is the key issue why creators very hard to work together. And then when we see the whole technology about blockchain is actually the key technology to solve trust. You don't trust the financial system of the world, build a new financial system. You don't trust the currency system of the world, build a new cryptocurrency. So basically, it's a solution that solves trust without any in a very untrusted environment. So that's why we decided to implement blockchain.
Interesting. Thank you. Julio.
For me, look, we have three key reasons. All three need to be proven. But reason number one is UA hacking. So, and I think, by the way, Pixels has kind of proven that. UA hacking through token incentives, but in a sustainable way. Reason number two is peer-to-peer, player-to-player transactions in a very smooth way. Now, let's be honest, for that, we don't need a token. It's enough to have NFTs and stablecoins, but effectively, how do you create smooth rails between players? Only with Web3 you can do that. And the third one, which is specific to our type of IP, is interoperability. Now, everybody speaks about interoperability a lot in Web3 and gaming, and it was one of those things that was super in 2021. But in my opinion, if you're making an IP universe, that's actually very tangible. Now, just imagine if Pokemon Violet assets talked to Pokemon Pocket. So your Pokemon Pocket cards gave you characters in Pokemon Violet and vice versa. It's a very simple concept, but at its core, it's essentially interoperability within your own IP ecosystem, but different products. So, and that for us is very important in how we can create multiple games that interoperate, either on monster ownership or even on ranking, reputation, etc., etc.
Thank you. And that's all, folks. Our time is up, but we're very excited to see how your worlds will play out. Thank you, Dom, Arif, and Julio. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
Thanks for that, Japon, Dominic, Arif, and Julio.
Astra. Astra.
Over the 6 weeks, 30 teams have been involved in a game jam, learning the skills to build a Web3 game. Today, we bring on Jana Lau and Bianca Cruz, who co-led YGG Philippines Metaversity program. A special shout out to the teams from Avalanche, OP Games, Sovereign, and Base for their continued support throughout the game jam.
If you can be right.
GM! Wala ba
Yay.
kayong mga kamay?
Let's go!
Let's go!
Sorry!
Come through, come through! Alright, I'm Bianca.
And I'm Jenna Ilaw.
Okay, so we will be taking this time to award the grand prize winners for Game Jam. Jenna, why don't you tell us what Game Jam is all about?
So, alright, Game Jam is a collaborative coding marathon where developers, designers, and innovators team up to build and enhance games using on-chain tech. Okay, so this year's key themes include building social games, on-chain game logic, NFTs, and digital assets, and modable games. So, yeah. So we had 30 teams this year, and a total of, I think, 76 participants to 100 participants.
Woo!
And we finally concluded it yesterday, so we already have the top 3 teams here. Okay?
We would like to thank this year's Game Jam sponsors, Avalanche, OP Games, Sovereign, and Base. We also want to say special thanks to our panel of judges, Serge Raymond Zabandora. We'll call him up on stage to join the awarding. He is the Corporate Development and Finance Manager at Deal Deal Games. Next up, we have Renz Chong, co-founder and CEO of Sovron. Please come up on stage. All right. Also here with us today is Christian Barada. He is the head of marketing and business dev at HPL Design. Come up. And we have another three hosts. We have another three hosts that are not able to be with us today, but I'll give them a special shout out. Saigo, the marketing director for Sovron. Sivas, community lead from Far Away. And Gerald Lonla, software engineering manager at Coinbase. All right. Our panel of judges had a really difficult time yesterday to decide the grand prize winners. We want to call up first the students track or the beginners track finalists up on stage. Jenna, please do the honors.
All right. So for the beginners track, we have Moonlight Saga, Jika, and Litter. Can you guys come up on stage?
Please come up on stage. We will be announcing the third place, second place, and first place winners. Sa baba na. Here. Down here, guys. Okay. All right. Where is Moonlight Saga? Raise your hands. Okay. Litter. Team Litter. Okay. And Jika. Okay. So we will be awarding the third place, second place, and first place. First place, just take turns coming up on stage. First place lang.
For picture taking na lang. Okay, so we can begin with the third place. Wala bang drum roll dyan? Drum roll! Okay, none. Okay, so for the third, ayun.
Yan.
For the third place of the beginner's track for Game Jam 2024 is Moonlight Saga.
Woohoo! Congratulations! Congratulations, Moonlight Saga.
Okay.
Woo!
Alright. Are you ready?
Yung
na ba kayo?
kinakabahan.
Ready na ba kayo? Kinakabahan na kayo, no?
Jenna, why don't we remind them what the beginner's track winners will get?
Okay, so there's actually a total prize pool of 150K for the beginner's track.
Wow!
And the big winner will get 70K. So that's the big bunch of that 150K. Alright,
Let's go!
so drum roll. For the second place, it's Team Litter.
Woo! Congratulations! Congratulations, Jika!
Congratulations!
Congratulations, Team Litter!
So that leaves us with one.
Congratulations.
I wonder who it is. Okay.
Come up on
Congrats,
stage,
guys.
boys.
Jika, first place.
Everybody in the club go to work.
Congratulations, boys. Team Gina, let's go! I'd expect you to be happier than that. Wala.
Smile naman dyan.
Kabado. Alright, congrats, boys.
Like a roller coaster.
Yes! Amazing work.
Okay. So Bianca, you wanna introduce the professional track?
For sure. So apart from the beginner's track, we also have a professionals track. We have 3 finalists. Let's call on Kusho Guardians.
If you can be right.
Some of Kusho Guardians. Alright. Next up, we have Papire, Team Papire. And lastly, we have Team PXN.
If you can be right.
Oh, special representative here.
Okay. All right. So, are you guys ready?
I'm so nervous.
What are you feeling?
How are you?
All right. Sige. So, let's just get to it. Drum roll for the third place. Okay. So, for the third place, Team Papire.
Congratulations! Okay, thank you so much.
Okay.
So, PXN, it's up to PXN and Kusho Guardians. Yeah?
Your turn.
So,
All right. Second place. Congratulations, Team PXN.
woohoo! Congrats!
All right.
And that leaves us with Kusho Guardians. Congratulations! Woo! Round of applause! They got a whopping 350,000 in prize pool money.
Congrats, guys. Okay, so that's it for us. We want to thank everyone who supported the Game Jam this year, especially Sovran, our co-presenter, our sponsors, Base,
Avalanche and
OP Games. All
Thank you
right.
so much.
Thank you so much, guys.
Have a great day.
Okay, bye, GM.
Everybody in the club go to work.
Congratulations to the winners of YGG Play Summit Game Jam. Continuing on with the winners, we have Sedano to announce the winners of today's community cosplay competition. Followed by that, Sedano will be joined by some very special guests direct from today's parallel tournament to close out the day.
All right, GM, what's good? YGG Play Summit, day 3. Wow, I am speechless. So it's my first time to see an expo at this scale. Grabe. Web3 games? Dude, we're just getting started. Sheesh. I remember last year, most of you guys were here as well. We had our tournaments upstairs in Samsung Hall, but we also had our Game Expo just at the foyer, right? We had a raggedy-ass small tent and a lot of people still. But this year, we are only on a Thursday. We still have 2 days to go. A lot more games, a lot more prizes, a lot more giveaways, and we still have our cosplay championships as well. But before that, we want to award our 3 winners for today's community cosplay event. So if you guys came in and registered in your cosplay, you have the chance to win 5,000 pesos either in the 3 categories as Best in Anime, Best in Gaming, or the YGG Community's Choice. So right now, up here I have the results, and for day 1, if you hear your name, if you are still here in the venue, please come up on stage for some photos. So guys, cosplayers, calling all cosplayers, if you are still in the venue, please come up here on stage, or at least near the stage, because we might be announcing you as well. All right, and our first winner for our Best in Anime. Congratulations to cosplayer number 5, Kuya Kurt Cosplay. Are you here? Are you here? All right, so if you hear your name, please come over to the stage and we'll be getting some photos with you guys. Up next, we have our Best in Gaming category winner. We've got cosplayer number 16, Christian Umali. All right, please come over to the stage if you guys are in the area. All right. And our community cosplayer for today, which will be receiving 5,000 pesos and a Jambo phone as well. There you go. I see Kuya Kurt cosplay number 5, anime, our Best in Anime. Congrats. Let's go. All right, Kuya Kurt, congrats. Yeah. You can take the stage and take your photo off for a second there. Go ahead, take the stage. All right, thank you so much, Kuya Kurt Cosplay. Kuya Kurt Cosplay actually also won in one of our YGG road trip events this year. Hakot Award, and this guy, he's the first in the venue, first to register, first to hype up the crowd all the time. So big ups to this guy. And yeah, we still have one award, but Christian Umali, are you in the venue? Christian Umali, are you here? There you go. All right, come up on stage, sir. All right, let's go. Oh shit, the roadblocks are coming. All right, I see all the cosplayers. Jared, are we going to be seeing a Jared Dillinger cosplay this week? That is the question. We are? Hell yeah, let's go. All right, please stay on stage. We're going to have one final photo. And our community cosplay winner. So this guy is awarded for, being most active, interacting with the crowd, taking photos. I actually like this guy as well. I've seen his costume earlier. Congratulations to Johnny Gimpatan, cosplayer number 10. All right. Please join us on stage. So just a quick reminder, all right? So all of the cosplayers who joined us here today, do not worry. We still have 2 more days of community cosplay. So same mechanics, come in your cosplay or register at the booth and get a chance to win one of the 3 rewards. This Trent is needing some buffs here. Okay, there you go. Careful. Okay, you good, bro. Yeah, it's the center stage for the photo. So community cosplayers, we still have 2 more days. 4 community cosplays, same rewards, but here's the catch. If you don't get picked as the winner of the community cosplay per day, you can still qualify for the cosplay championships happening on the 23rd. So we are opening a few slots for community cosplayers who exceptionally perform in the next 2 days in the community. So I suggest make sure to do those photos, make sure to interact with the booths, make sure to connect with game founders. So community cosplayers, even if you didn't make it to the top 16 yet, you still have 2 days and can still qualify for our prizes. So congrats to these guys. A warm round of applause, please. Let's go. All right, awesome. Thank you so much, guys. Please stay on stage. We'd love to have you join us as we interview our champion for the Parallel Tournament today. So yeah, just give a bit some space, and we will be calling on stage the one and only, the very first YGG Play Summit Showdown champion for Parallel, the one and only Zelly motherfucker Yasa, baby! He's coming. Okay, he's coming. All right. So while we're waiting for Zelly, yeah. So if you guys were here this morning, we had basically the best of the best TCG players from all over the world fly into Manila and compete for $100,000 prize pool. Yes, sir. And we are excited to see all of you guys. Welcome to the Philippines. And we are just getting started. We have 2 more days. And yeah, it's going to be a crazy event. Make sure to hit us up on the socials. Make sure to tag us. Make sure to share your content because we are just getting started. We have a bit more surprises for everyone here. All right. And yeah, we are going to be awarding our Parallel figurine as well to our champion Zelly Yasser. All right, if you can pass over our commemorative trophy for our Parallel champion while he finds his way here on stage. Zelly, where is he? Oh, there you go. So while we wait for the champion, we have the main man himself, Coach. How are you doing, man? Please join us at the center with all of these cosplayers here. So here you have your future cosplayers for Parallel as well, my friend. You can sit in the front. We'll do a quick interview. So, Coach, I think it's your 2nd year here in the Philippines, right? And yeah, how's it been, especially for Parallel?
It's actually been incredible to be here. Last year we came, we saw what the Philippines was all about, and I had never been before, so I had no idea what to expect, and it blew me away. And there was just a lot of chat last year about how we maybe wanted to throw a tournament if it was possible. We didn't know. And then this year we had the tournament. It went amazingly. I met a bunch of the Parallel players who I've never met before. one of the best experiences of my life. It makes the game feel very real.
And just earlier, before we wrapped up the tournament, we had all of the parallel players, the whole competitive community come up on stage and take a photo. And the only thing that I could say is history in the making, man. I feel it. It is in the air. The competition is there. I could hear the crowd cheering every card drawn, every play. I mean, it's a real fucking competitive esport environment that's happening right here in the Philippines, man.
It's amazing. They all know. Just feeling the energy in the room and then seeing people's reactions when cards were even drawn before they were played. It like, I don't know. It filled me with so much joy because it doesn't feel to me like that long ago that this whole game was just like an idea in my head and I had no idea if anyone would even care about it. And now, I'm in the Philippines. People are competing for tens of thousands of dollars, and I have a mic in my hand. I'm on stage talking to you, and it's crazy. This is amazing.
It is. And what's next for Parallel and the competitive scene? What are we to look out for, Coach?
Well, at the end of February, the beginning of March, we have the Parallel World Championship in Las Vegas. So if you like what you saw here, we're gonna just make it that much bigger in Las Vegas come next year.
And guys, don't worry, we will definitely be back with Parallel again next year at the YGG Play Summit because we are just getting started. Goji, Parallel, this is fucking history, man. Thank you so much and congratulations.
Thank you.
Cross, please. So let's try that again. Okay, and yeah, so guys, if you have been walking around, you might have missed some stuff. We have something very special for you. We've got the same day edit of day 3 of the YGG Play Summit. Let's go.
Welcome to YGG Play Summit!
YGG Play Summit Day 3, and now we have the guy, the man of the hour, our champion, the one and only Zelly Asher. Please join me on stage. Let's fucking go. So did you just spend all the prize pool money that you got? That's why you were gone? Where do you come from?
No, I actually was lost. I actually didn't know how to get back.
Yeah, but man, I mean, as I said, right, all roads lead to the YGG Play Summit, history in the making, and we are going to be awarding you with, who would have thought, the exact deck, the exact replica, Catherine.
Looks insane.
Thank you very much. Our commemorative trophy. Let's take some photos. All right, thank you so much, Zelly. Just a quick interview. All right, be careful, don't drop it.
I'm 100% breaking
Gonna
that.
drop it.
Yeah, 100% breaking that.
So Zelly, how does it feel?
I mean, it feels amazing actually. I had a lot of confidence going in. Like first day, I had like so much confidence. But then like when I lost like my first game, day 2, I was like, can I really win? Is it even possible? And then like my next opponent had like the same lineup I just lost to. So it was like, okay, if I win this, I'm pretty sure I win. But like, if I don't, what's happened?
I mean, you always compete in a lot of esports tournaments, right?
Yeah.
So, but what would be the main difference competing on a stage like this in the YGG Play Summit in the Philippines?
So one thing that really happens every time you play in a LAN is the white noise, so you don't hit their casters. And like if you're not accustomed to it, it gets really hard to play. And like it actually makes you lose like your sense of reality. You actually don't know what's happening in the world. So that's why when I stand up, I won. It really like didn't click for me. I didn't knew I won, right? I was just playing a game.
Yeah, you did say that in the first like 10 seconds.
Yeah, I
like
was
you didn't
so
realize that you won, man. But
Yeah.
you did, and congratulations, bro. Well deserved. And shout outs to the YGG esports team and all the other competitors, of course, our marshals and everyone else who made the event possible. But Zelly, are we gonna be celebrating tonight or what?
100%, bro. I haven't had a drink since I got here. Tonight I die.
We already have the wheelchair ready for you,
Yeah,
bro.
100%, bro.
And there you have it, the
Okay,
champion
yeah.
of the YGG Play Summit 2024, Zelly Yasser. We will be seeing you again pretty soon. Take one more photo. You deserved it, man. Alright, and Zelly, before we go, we'd like to invite everyone to our KOL, our YGG Hangouts party later in Club BSK. So if you guys are content creators, esports players, contributors to YGG, we definitely would love to see you. We'll be having a blast. We're going to be celebrating Zelly's party. So guys, see you there. Once again, my name is John Sedana, together with our fucking champion for the YGG Play Summit Showdown, Zelly Yasser. We will be seeing you tomorrow. Let's fucking go!
Thank you, Sedano, and congratulations to our champion, Zelly Yasser. We would like to thank our partners who supported us. Hyperplay, official game store partner. Mantle, our diamond sponsors. Coins.ph, Ubisoft, our platinum sponsors. Annie Chess, Aptos, Arena of Faith, Avalanche, Indus Super Gaming, Maple Story Universe, Parallel, Pixels, B3, Ronin, Cypher, Star Atlas, and Thousands TV. Our gold sponsors, Aurori, Sky GG, DeFi Kingdoms, Immutable, My Neighbor Alice, Planetarium, Seraph, Shard Lab, Sonic SVM, Space Nation, and Sparkball. Our silver sponsors, 77-Bit, Blockchain Space, Conviction Labs, Psy, Goodis, D-Labs, DWF Labs, Echelon Prime, Protobot, Coin, Long Hash, Mirai Labs, Navigate, OpenSea, Party Icons, Pixelmon, Reblink, SimDunk, Sui, Team Tactical, Trala, X Protocol, and Sandbox. Our media partners, FitPinas, WhenInManila.com, Unbox, Philstar Tech, Tiger 22, and Neoprint.
Like a roller coaster.
Eons ago, in an attempt to save the Earth, humanity summoned a cataclysm that threatened to extinguish all life. Severe, uncharted landscapes compelled leaps in evolution and the adoption of extreme physical transformation. A time of peace would prevail for the Forsaken, and for the favored, boundless pride in all their triumphs, while those lost in time embraced a greater power that defied all understanding. Now their ancestral home beckons, ushering in new conflict. All are prepared to fight for what is rightfully theirs to claim. For their future, their people, and their home.
Welcome to a new era of gaming. Hyperplay is a Web3 game store that empowers both gamers and developers. You're diving into a universe that includes Epic and the Hyperplay game store, where you can experience the freedom that Web3 gaming offers. We've got a diverse collection of over 100 games across all kinds of genres. We're breaking down the barriers of traditional gaming and building a future where you have the power to play your way. Whether you're a hardcore Web3 gamer or a fan of the classics, we've got you covered. Our unique in-game overlay lets you securely bring your wallet into any game, whether it's in your browser or native. Your gameplay isn't just fun, it has real-world impact. Earn rewards from quests and achievements, and seamlessly collect game assets as you play. Hyperplay offers cross-platform compatibility on Windows, macOS, Steam Deck, and Linux. We also make CrossOS easy, so you can play Windows games on any of these platforms. The future of gaming is here.
Step beyond tradition. With a drop of magic. Clash in epic battles where magic reshapes strategy. Unleash spells to transform the game. Attack! Defend! Trick! Master them all. Ready to duel in the realm of magic?
Break a sweat, I can make you break your neck. I can make you break a sweat. I can make you break a sweat. Break a sweat. Break a sweat.
You on my mind a lot, don't need no time to watch. I don't know how I got you in my pocket spot. You on my mind a lot, you on my mind a lot. Don't need no time to watch. Yeah, this babe, use you every day. You like my oxygen, make it seem like the barging down. Got my heart no barging in, from the bed to the floor to the couch.
Enemy has been slain. Imperator. Double kill. Legend. Double kill. Overpowered. Double kill. Triple kill. Ruler.
I will grant you the gift of fire. Can you handle it?
Going on an adventure.
Strength to move mountains.